Grave Intent. Book 2 in the Ashdale Reaper series. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. The wire looked as feeble as my connection to everything around me. I don't know why I noticed it. It was almost transparent, a thin line that gave the effect of a mirage for the human eye. It was on the outskirts of the busy Curie Square, between a large flower bed in a block of brick and the dull wall of a building behind it. I only saw half of it as it gave a small glint in the sunlight, and then gave the wall behind it a hint of a see-through rip in the fabric of existence. Every time it moved as the wind managed to grab hold of it, it looked like a tiny hidden Fata Morgana. I mean, honestly, you've tried everything, Peter continued beside me as he absent-mindedly scratched his beard and took in all the people around us. With the sun high in the sky, the closed-in square was a popular place to eat lunch, meet friends, and enjoy the day. I volunteered as the wire moved again, barely a flicker among all the other movement around us. I rubbed the back of the neck, annoyed at the irritation. The body I had taken over from a distraught and desperate soul named Ben never ceased to surprise with unforeseen needs and problems. I had begun to get the hang of the necessity of proper nutrition by now, but there was always something. Itching, falling asleep without warning, yawning. What is even the purpose of that? No amount of polite inquiries and requests are going to do anything. If we only knew what you did that made him act like this. The prickling that persisted suddenly began spreading from below the nape of the neck and above it. It felt as odd and wrong as the skin that held every cell in place around me, caging me in. I still don't know, Peter. Yeah, I get that. It's so unlike you. Scaring the life out of someone like that, and the richest guy in the city nonetheless. The pricking changed into a tingling and pressured sensation as it spread to the head, and realization dawned on me. I had felt that before, and it had nothing to do with the body I was currently occupying. Maybe you found out something while working for Current magazine, Peter carried on, oblivious to the tension in me as I looked around. I just don't see it, though. They don't deal in that kind of reporting. More lifestyle. What are you doing? I had stood up to look around the square. It was a large open space between tall buildings, covered mostly with outdoor sections for cafes and restaurants, as well as an abundance of benches, like the one Peter and I were occupying. Something's wrong, I said, the voice distant, as if spoken by another body. Peter got to his feet beside me. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out, remember? I scanned the square, but the eyes quickly returned to the wire. It was not supposed to be there. Why was it, then? The head almost vibrated with an electric sensation, alerting me to a presence. I had felt it before, knew what would follow. This had nothing to do with old Ben's body, and everything to do with me, whoever that was. In addition to old Ben's mortal body, I had also caught an unfortunate case of memory loss when taking over. It had enabled living life as Ben without knowing anything about him, but made nothing but trouble when trying to figure out who I was. The warning, now screaming inside the head, wasn't all that troubled me. I felt as if I was almost remembering something, like it was on the tip of the tongue, and then I saw them. A few teenagers seated on a couple of benches that faced each other, listening to music and bothering no one, but blocking the way between the benches and the block that contained the flower bed, and the group of people that steered to their left to avoid the obstruction. They headed straight for the wire. I realized too late what it was, recognized instantly what it would lead to, could feel it in my figurative bones, not the feeble carbon-based ones that currently held me upright. There were 5 people heading straight for something that was now inevitable. 3 men and 2 women. Friends, couples, relatives. I never had time to look close enough to guess. There was nothing to do for them. They're gone already. I heard the words, "leave the body," more than felt the movements in the throat and mouth. I barely registered Peter turning toward me, eyes wide at something he saw in the face in front of him. There was no time to worry about that. The man who walked first of the five, a mere step in front of one of the women really, chatted along with her as he strode forward, happy and unaware of his end waiting for him. I saw him move his leg forward, then look down in confusion, mid-sentence, as something snagged on his shin. "What the hell is that?" I heard Peter say, voice frozen in horror as I reacted. "Down," I said, as I grabbed hold of him and threw the both of us to the ground. "Wait, Ben, what?" he managed, as we crashed onto the hard cobblestones that covered the square. They created a soft red and gray pattern of waves rolling through the large space. They might look beautiful, but sure didn't feel like it as the body impacted, pain shooting through it, despite Peter taking the brunt of the hit. "Great, everyone's looking," he said as he groaned in pain and tried getting up. That's when the loud boom reverberated through the square. It sounded like a crack in the fabric of existence as the sound was flung between the buildings. I felt Peter go still next to me as I glanced up, pain forgotten for a brief moment, as I saw brick and mortar, plants, clothes, and people fly away from the place of the wire, the shock wave carrying everything through the air as if it was as light as feathers or leaves. People nearby fell next, the debris hitting them as they stood in its path. For a mere moment, there was no sound but the echoes of the blast, a dull sound, like thunder as it closes out. Dust covered the area and still followed the initial path of the shockwave. Those who hadn't fallen all stopped and watched in disbelief. Then the cries of the wounded rose, a joined agony, cutting through the silence like a blunt axe. It was the call sign for the panic that set in immediately after. People screamed, shouted, and ran, everywhere and in every direction. Some into the shops, cafes, and restaurants. Others toward the passageways leading out of this space of violence. People were pushing each other out of the way to escape. "Stay down!" I hissed at Peter as he made a move to rise again. I had a bad feeling about this. The tingling in the head had subsided, but the human factor made me stay put. Instinct, I guess. Not that I was used to it, but the body wanted to live, and that drive made me listen. True, I wanted nothing more than to leave the body, to return to my true existence, whatever that was, but being maimed or trampled wasn't going to help with that. To be honest, I had no idea if dying would help free me or trap me in another plane, and I had no wish to find out. "Holy... what?" Peter said as he looked up. The wave of dust covered the most severely wounded now, but not the screams. A man tried dragging an apathetic woman with him, but her resistance to moving made him let go of her hand and run. On his way past us, he elbowed an already staggering man in the neck to get around him. "No," Peter muttered at the sight. The fallen man rolled over, pain and confusion evident on a weather-beaten face. Peter began to move again, but I grabbed his arm and held him back. Feet trampled by us, a softer sound than the blast, but not to be mistaken as something that was not dangerous. Further off, I saw two people fall before being trampled by others who either didn't see or didn't care. "Let go, Ben." "Stay calm," I told him. "We need to help that guy. Can't you see he's wounded?" I glanced at the man. He was bleeding from the neck. The elbow he'd been dealt to the wound had not helped, nor had his subsequent fall. "What are we supposed to do about it? It's not like he's going to die." "I'm just going to pretend you didn't say that," Peter said, and twisted his arm free from me before he crawled closer to the man. "What? That he's not going to die?" I said. "Isn't that a good thing?" Peter didn't respond, and for some reason I found myself following him. Chapter 2. The man was too traumatized to talk. That was what I figured, at least. The damage to his neck hadn't caused a life-threatening injury. He was bleeding, but the red fluid was not spurting out of him. Always a good sign, if you ask me. Of course, Peter didn't ask me. Instead, he pulled off his jacket and pressed it to the man's neck to stave off the blood. Even I understood the need for that. I knew the man was in no mortal danger, but he could end up spending a life in misery if he was wounded hard enough. "Ben, hold this," Peter demanded as I reached them. I did as he told me and took over. Near the man's neck, I could see the blood turning Peter's gray jacket dark as it flowed into the fabric. The man stared up at me in his fear, letting Peter check him for further injuries. I took the time to look around. The screaming didn't subside. People were frantic and the smoke confused them. I saw people fall. Some got trampled as others now left the little shops and eateries, not daring to stay put. They thought it was a bomb. They were only sort of right. I had no idea how I knew this, though. But the sound, the sudden and booming crack, the shockwave, the debris flying everywhere. I had seen it before, countless times. I knew I was remembering something. It felt like the facts were there, though not the context. Old Ben's amnesia might have been a perfect excuse to inhabit his body, but not his memories. But I did truly suffer from it. The glimpses I saw now and then forced themselves upon me, often triggered by something around me. Without context, I could never grasp the true meaning of them, like now. I looked toward the shattered brick flower bed, the dust flying around, slow movements on the ground. The electric tingling in the head subsided as I saw one raised arm begging for help, maybe slumping down on the ground. They were all gone. It all happened so fast. Isn't that what humans always say? All these impressions happening in a short succession of events. Everything sticking to the mind as they watch or react. I wondered if the panic allowed all of them to take everything in. Maybe someone observed like I was doing. A pressure to the left arm brought my focus back to the bleeding man. He grabbed at the forearm, bloody fingers twisting the green jacket I was wearing. I could see the droplets of it seeping into the fabric, melding into a dark color. A shadow to the right made me look up. Two panicked teenagers, crying as they ran blind, heading straight for the bleeding man's head. I have no idea why I simply reacted. Grabbed his shoulders, his hand still clinging to the arm of the jacket, and yanked him toward me. It wasn't much, but enough for the girl who came nearest not to trample his head. "Hey!" Peter yelled, angry at being disturbed as he was tending to a wound on the man's right knee. "Oh," he added, as he noticed the backs of the retreating kids. A garbled sound escaped the man, and I looked down again. His eyes were pleading for help, silent but clear, eyes wide, brows slightly creased, mouth barely open, an almost sad look in his eyes. He didn't want to join the people who had walked into the wire. At first, it was an interesting observation. I understood his need on an intelligent level. All I had to do was keep Peter's jacket in place. It seemed the decent thing to do, no? And yet, something made me do something more. Empathy is not something anyone is born with. Everyone has the capacity, but it has to be learned. Perhaps I had been in old Ben's body long enough. I certainly knew what I didn't wish to happen to myself. Wasn't that the beginning of empathizing with others in their plight? I didn't really know. I was still pretty much new to the whole thing. Still, I looked at the wounded man, and despite it not being necessary, said the only thing I could think of. "Don't worry. You're not marked for passage yet." The voice sounded strange coming out of me again, and I saw the man's eyes widen at something he saw in the face I was trapped behind. Then his features softened, strained lines smoothed out, and he gave the smallest of nods as he could barely move his head. "What did you say?" Peter said as he came back to my side and took over holding the jacket in place again. I didn't answer him. The odd currents that began in the neck had come back, the sensation building and moving. "Stay down," I told him, as I did the opposite. I stood and let the eyes glance over the square. There were few people left running near us now. The ones who were left were either wounded, dead, panicked, or helping others. The screams echoed between the buildings, panicked shouts, voices screaming into their cell phones. Barely any time had passed since the man stepped forward and dragged the wire with him. I turned and saw the stampede of panicked people trying to get out of the square. They were caught in a bottleneck as the narrow passageways between the buildings didn't yield to them. They were meant to be narrow. No cars were supposed to pass through. I saw several people veer off and head for even tighter streets to get away from the danger. At the sight, the head positively ringed with the currents vibrating through it. It wasn't painful. It wasn't pleasurable. It only was. Like a warning sign that made me think more of the warning than the way I received it anyway. I glanced down one of these passageways, unable to see in front of the runners, but certain I knew what was waiting for them there. See-through and thin, glinting in the sun if the sun had been able to shine through the crowd. It was going to happen again. Steps behind me made me turn to the left. A woman came running. She didn't look panicked, only determined. Long chestnut-colored hair flowing behind her as she sprinted forward in the direction of the narrow street straight ahead of me. Apparently, I was all about altruism that day. I thrust the left hand out and snatched a hold of her, stopping her mid-sprint and whirling her around. Her face went from one of deep concentration to wild surprise as large eyes widened in a different bewilderment than the bleeding man. Her mouth opened to utter a sound that never came out before she stopped, linked to me by her right hand. "Hey!" she yelled to be heard over the screams surrounding us. "What are you doing?" "Get down!" I yelled back. Of course, she didn't listen. She twisted her hand so her fingers touched me. "Let go, idiot," she said as the most peculiar sensation hit me. A jolt of some sort, reminiscent of the tingling current ringing in the head, alerting me to the change about to happen to the people who had now reached the narrow passageway. The jolt felt like a sting, though without any real force behind it. It hurt, but lack of force or not, it shouldn't have come at all, should it? I looked up at her from our hands, the question clear on the face, yet there was an apparent look of confusion meeting me. Something had happened that she didn't expect. I took advantage of her confusion as the sound of the explosion broke free from the passageway. "Down!" I heard myself shout as I yanked her to me, managing to get us to kneel as the roar of the blast pushed itself back into the square. It found the way with least hindrance. In unison, we lay down flat on the cobblestones, Peter doing the same mere feet from us, as the deafening sound pushed at us before other things followed in its wake. In the chaos, I felt something hitting me, leaving me dazed as the side of the face rested against a cool red cobblestone. Chapter 3. Screams, the sound of thunder that surely had to be feet hitting the ground near me. The smell of blood, a nauseating sweetness. The body felt heavy. The head pounded at me. Thump, thump, thump. A slow, steady rhythm. The eyes closed without me telling them to. I forced them open. They fought me on it. I lost. Damn body. Weak, frail thing. Thump, thump, thump. It was the pulse beating against the skull, wasn't it? Or was it? A steady rhythmic sound shut most other noises out, roaring at me as I opened the eyes, looking down at a grassy landscape. Lush hills and shallow valleys went by down there as I flew above them. The sun was about to set in the west, already half hidden behind a hill that rose in a curve that flattened out on top. It was a beautiful sight, the streams of light breaking between the trees that covered the top of the hill. I was traveling north, and far ahead I could see the Ashdale River as it wound its way between other hills. Was I heading there? I realized I had no say in where I went. The thumping sound had a hard beat to it now, mixed with a whooshing noise. Certainly, the head would explode if this sound came from within it. That thought didn't sit quite well with me. What if dying would trap me somewhere more abhorrent than the daily life of Ben Reed? What if that were to happen before I could free myself and leave on my own? To go back to whatever existence I'd had before? A jerking motion caught me off guard, and I almost stumbled where I stood. Stood? I realized I was not flying on my own accord. The feet were planted on a metal surface, a rubber layer put over it. I turned and saw what was the inside of a helicopter, the rhythmic noise the rotors moving outside and above. 4 people sat strapped in, 3 men and a woman, in addition to a pilot up front. Not one of them reacted to my sudden appearance, but I wasn't there. Was I? I knew I didn't belong there, And yet, for the life of me, I couldn't remember where I was supposed to be. And still, somehow, I was there. I saw it all in front of me as clear as day. It was a weak sensation that made me think I knew what was going on. Yet, I didn't. Not truly. The two men on the one side wore suits, one man graying and probably 20 years older than the other one. Across from them sat a woman dressed in black, like the security guards that worked for WGI. I had met them once before one had forcefully escorted me to the hospital, making sure Winter didn't have to talk to me. The woman was armed, and she sat next to Ward Winter himself, dressed in a suit like the other two. They looked like they had business to tend to. There were even dark leather briefcases on the floor beside them. The jerking motion happened again, and this time the men stopped talking through the headsets they were all wearing. Confused eyes met each other, wondering if it was right to be worried or if they would make fools of themselves. Even the woman, who had looked uninterested in their talk, locked eyes with them. Except Winter. He had a crease between his brows, a look of concern, but far from what I saw on the others. Something was not right. The motion came again. It made the chopper's front rear up a moment like the wind had caught it, but this was not turbulence. A scraping noise ripped through the steady rhythm of the rotors, like metal being torn apart. It screeched, sounding like something otherworldly, crying out in pure agony. There was genuine confusion and true fear among the passengers now. Tense bodies tried to hang on to their seats and nearby handles. The pilot said something to them through the headset, but then stopped talking as the machine he tried controlling began to shake violently. The people began shouting, the older man praying, but not Winter. I watched him carefully. I hadn't been close enough to do so before. This was the man who knew who I was. He had recognized me that day at the Winter Fortress after his friend and colleague, Sophia, had tried and failed to kill me and Olivia. He had made sure I was sent away. Oh, he knew me all right. Me, not Ben, the old inhabitant of this body. Winter knew who I was, and for some reason, he wanted to stay as far away as possible. That didn't help me, though, not in the least. So I kept a close eye on him, now that I had the chance. Even if this was a memory of sorts, a memory I couldn't truly remember. It was as if I was experiencing it for the first time. Winter held on like the others, but there was a lack of panic in his eyes. There was fear, to be sure, but also a sort of resignation, like he sighed at something he knew to be inevitable. Few people acted like that when faced with the end of their lives. Some did, but few. Usually, it came with advanced age. Old people, like the lady who surprised me with having a stroke in front of me shortly after I came into this body, had been like that. No fear at all. But as I now stood and saw the erupting panic, as the chopper made a fall, not a dive, a short fall that ended abruptly, I saw a little fear in him. His eyes traced the people around him, lips set tight, eyes soft in their narrowing. He swallowed hard as a ripping, short burst happened above them. And then there was nothing but falling. I saw them all being pushed upwards from their seats, the belts keeping them in place. They screamed now. The woman cursed as she saw past her boss outside the small window, her worst nightmare come true. It pivoted through the air out there, long and slightly curved for its purpose. It still twirled, despite not being attached anymore. The rotors carried them no more. The screams filled the chopper as the steady noise that had come from above was now gone. Winter's mouth was open. He looked straight down to the floor. He looked like he was trying to remember how to breathe. The only one still functioning was the pilot, desperately trying to steer the machinery, to remain in control. He had to know what had happened. It was curious. Perhaps he couldn't accept the fact. Only seconds before they crashed to the ground did he let go and stare blindly ahead. I was not hurt. How could I be? I wasn't truly there. Dirt and metal sprayed and twisted around me as the chopper hit the ground. Flames erupted almost before the tail end joined the rest of the crash. It had nearly been a straight hit, only a fraction of a glide on the ground. The screams were killed almost immediately. A residual note of it hung back after they were gone. Except for the fall, it had been a quick transition from this existence. Around me, there was only darkness. In that metal, twisted, and smoky blindness, I stepped back. The flames rose high in what had been the front of the chopper. I glanced around. Nothing but lush and verdant scenery as far as the eyes could see, except this marring scar in the landscape. I looked at the crushed machine in front of me. This technical instrument that moments ago had been an elegant thing, now it lay twisted and broken, a means to its passenger's end. But that couldn't be. Winter was not dead. I knew that. This was not something that had happened after I had taken over Ben's body. It had happened before. But how could he make it out of this twisted thing? Like the others, he had to be trapped inside, embraced by the burning metal. Not so much. I heard a banging noise from the other side of the fuselage and walked around the wreck. I could feel the heat, like I could feel the breeze that ran through the little valley I was in, but none of it could hurt or affect me with great force. How I knew this was as great a mystery to me as who I was, but I didn't dwell on it. Sometimes one simply has to trust oneself. As I came around the tail end, I heard a cry of pain, and moments later saw Winter trying to drag himself out between an opening in the fuselage. It was tight and jagged, as the metal had been ripped apart by the impact. There was smoke all around him. He coughed and wheezed as his body fought for air. His legs were still trapped in the wreck, and the smoke seemed to disorientate him. Pain forced a cry out from his throat as his body wanted to keep coughing the toxic smoke out. His fists turned white as he clenched them to the jagged ends of the metal that surrounded him. Then his body went limp. That was puzzling. I watched this in silence, not taking my eyes off him. For how long I don't know. And besides, I was outside anything real. In the end, though, he began moving again. He groaned and managed to pull himself out as the smoke and fire subsided somewhat. He mumbled something I couldn't hear as he dragged himself forward on the ground. His immaculate suit was filthy, ragged, and burned around his legs, patches of black and some holes as well. The tips of his hair on one side of his head were singed from the fire, the light color of it contrasting with the now blackened ends. As he wheezed and coughed, his body fighting to get fresh air into the lungs, I saw him bang his fist into the ground, an action that struck me as odd under the circumstances. Should he not be relieved? As his lungs slowly won the battle, he turned over on his back, still heaving for breath. For a moment, I thought he saw me. I narrowed the eyes as I looked back, but then he turned over and crawled to a nearby stream. There was hardly any water at all, but it was moving, and he gulped it down using his palm as a cup. I watched this a while, as I saw the still-burning chopper mere yards from him. I didn't know why, but the fists were clenched together as the chest breathed heavily. I felt the lips pressed together. None of this was done on purpose. "You damn bastards," I heard Winter curse as he grabbed the nearest rock and threw it sideways into the stream. Oh, he might be angry, but at that moment I felt an anger I had never experienced before. At least, not in that form. A seething fury at what had happened here. The why escaped me, though. The anger, real as it felt, was a pounding echo of something that had passed. It was not me in the here and now, which I could also not remember where was. As if the mere thought had conjured it, the head began thumping again, this dull ache on the right side of it. I saw Winter pull his cell phone out of his jacket. The thing had melted somewhat. The sight made the man curse again before he seemed to settle for waiting. Someone would come sooner or later. A desperate calm fell over the scene, and it engulfed me at the same time as the sight melded into darkness. Chapter 4. The eyes fluttered open, but there was only chaos to see. Dust and smoke, the sound of pure fear being screamed out into the world. A face hovered over me, unknown, pleasing to look at. Chestnut hair reaching down for me. Nah, he's okay. Halfway passed out. I blinked so hard I squeezed the eyes shut a moment. "You sure?" That was Peter's voice somewhere to my left. I opened the eyes again. The head hurt. but I had managed to get acquainted enough with pain by now to know it was on the level of a normal headache. "Yeah," the woman said, as she gave me a quizzical look, lips pursed to the side a moment. "He's coming to." "I'm fine," I croaked, trying to sit up. "You should follow your own advice," the woman said, as she put her hands on the shoulders and pushed me back. I noticed her wrist then, as I took hold of her hand. I gently traced red marks with the fingers, marks that had imprinted all the way around. She didn't yank her hand away, but she pulled the cuff of her jacket down to conceal it. I tried looking around. Next to us was Peter, still staving off the blood from the wounded man's throat. He looked oddly calm, the help he was providing keeping panic at bay at the moment. Around us, I saw shades of a few people still trying to run. I couldn't have been out long. I could hear the screams of pain from those who had been close to the last explosion. Intermingled with these keening noises were the highs and lows of the sirens, telling us help was on its way. And yet the head vibrated with a mix of pain and that alien sensation. Then, another loud boom that broke through all other sounds. I had no way to see where it came from, and the woman instinctively put her arms in front of her head as she bent over me, protecting us both from the falling debris that came moments later when the sound of the blast was still echoing through the square. We were lucky it was mostly plaster and small bits of brick. "What the hell is going on?" the woman hissed, probably more to herself than me. "Grenades," I said, because the stupid body let the word escape without my say-so. She turned her head and looked at me. "What? How do you know?" I had no idea. I simply knew. Had heard the sound before many, many times, both the blast and the screams that came after. The woman looked at me with suspicion now, and I felt her tense as thoughts raced through her head. Was I in on this? I began, grasping for words. "I know the sound." Well, at least that was as close to the truth as I could get, especially since I didn't know the truth myself. Still, she relaxed a bit. "I'm Evie," she said. "Thanks for stopping me. I was headed right for that explosion." Ben, no problem." "Well, you got hit in the head by a piece of brick, so—" The stupid body kept getting hit by things. Brick, green lightning, the ground. Was I a walking accident waiting to happen? Then I remembered the sensation when Evie had touched the hand. "Yeah," I said as I eased up on the elbows. Evie had noticed, as I had, that the square seemed oddly calm. No one was moving unless they twisted in pain. The few screams were muted by the loud sirens coming from all sides of the square. Few of the vehicles would manage to get all the way in, though. Other than that, everyone kept still. No one wanted to trigger another explosion. "You all right?" Evie said as she got up on her knees, hazel eyes scanning the square for something or someone. "Yeah, but what was that? With your hand?" She glanced back down at me, almost surprised to see me there. A nervous smile escaped her a brief moment. Then she got up, plaster and brick falling off her at the movement. "Thanks for your help, Ben," she said. Before I could react, she took off again, sprinting away from us toward the only proper wide passageway leading into the square. The blue lights blinked, strong and visible even in daylight. So many emergency responders there at the same time. The police entered the square first, needing to clear it before any more explosions went off. They looked like dark shadows floating through the crowds of the terrified and wounded. The dead paid them no heed. "Ben, are you okay?" I heard a familiar voice say as I got to my feet. With no warning buzzing through the head, I didn't fear for any more blasts at the moment. I turned to see Olivia looking at me with concern. That was in a way strange, since she'd wanted to arrest me for murder a few weeks ago. Now she was the only friend I had managed to make that hadn't been one of old Ben's friends. A bulletproof vest hugged her slight frame tightly. Her long dark hair was pulled into a tight bun at the nape of her neck, and her gun was in her hands, currently pointed at the ground. Her amber eyes scanned the square, despite stopping to check on me. "Yeah, be careful though, there are tripwires, that's how they detonated." "What?" she said, and took a step closer. What are you saying? It was grenades. This time I said it on purpose. I didn't want her ending up killed if there turned out to be more of them out there. How do you know? I don't know how. You know that. She chewed her lip a moment as she considered what I'd said, but gave a short nod. Okay, stay out of trouble until we have this under control. Besides Winter, who I knew had more information than any of us, Olivia was the only one who knew anything true about me. I barely had time to nod my answer as she grabbed her radio from her belt and ran on while talking rapidly into it. I turned back to Peter and the wounded man who was still awake. Not long now, I said, and nodded toward the approaching ambulances behind the police cars. Peter nodded silently as a familiar sound made itself known above, the rhythmic noise of a chopper flying above the square. The memory came flooding back to me, a memory of a memory to be precise. What was happening to me? Why was I seeing these things? I knew I was connected to the sights. Maybe the feeble brain, muscle and fat really. Maybe it was too weak to understand? Or too traumatized? I sat down heavily on the ground again, leaning back against a similar brick flower bed as the one that had been caught in the first explosion. Too confusing, I mumbled to myself, and rubbed the dusty hands on the thighs of the jeans I was wearing. It left streaks of gray in the fabric. The head ached in a dull pain on the right side, but for once I didn't let it get to me. Looking at the pain around me, how could I? Yeah, I heard Peter concur as he eyed me. Too confusing. Moments later, paramedics flooded the square, making a collective feeling of relief run through the crowd. Only the screams of pain took longer to still. Chapter 5. Peter rapped on the front door with his knuckles as he let himself inside. It was open, as they were expecting him. The house that Rose and Walter had bought after their engagement was nice and had the feel of a proper home. Outside, it screamed suburbia, like all of the neighborhood out there. Nice front lawns, garages on the right side of the houses, yards in the back, trampolines, and the occasional pool. There was no trampoline outside his sister's home yet, but that would come sooner or later. "Hey, Peter," Walter said as he came walking down the hall, a bottle of vinegar in his hand. "Hey," Peter nodded at the glass bottle. "You keep food outside the kitchen?" "It was in one of the boxes in the garage. The unpacking is going a bit slow." Peter smiled and followed Walter into the living room. With their busy jobs, he could see how some boxes from the move were not a priority. The house was furnished and ready as such, light and spacious, far nicer than Walter would have done on his own. Peter had seen his apartment before Rose became a romantic part of his life. "Oh, she fell asleep," Walter said as they entered the living room. Peter saw his sister laying on the couch, legs still on the floor, like she had tipped over without noticing. The remote lay in her hand, arm outstretched toward the flat screen hanging on the opposite wall. Her black hair had fallen over her eyes, though he could see them slowly opening at the sound of Walter and himself. "Huh?" she said, and dropped the remote. That woke her up, and she pulled her legs onto the couch as she halfway sat up, before pulling a red blanket tighter around herself. "I must have fallen asleep. Sorry." "Don't worry about it," Walter said as he headed into the kitchen. "I guess it's been a couple of busy days, huh?" Peter said as he heard a text alert on his phone. He ignored it and sat down in one of the comfy chairs. After giving their statements, there had been nothing more for Peter and Ben to do after the attack, except constantly relive it mentally. Rose managed to get her hands out of the blanket so she could run her fingers through her hair and get it away from her face. Despite sharing the same name and father, they looked different as she took after her Korean mother more than their father. Still, she had gotten a few things from the Klein side of the family. She was taller than her mother, and her eyes sported a few traces of something Peter knew he shared with her. Thankfully, neither of them had inherited their father's nose. Rose nodded in response to his question and glanced at the muted TV. Flailing shots of the explosions at Curie Square rolled over the screen. Seemed the cell phone cameras had taken better shots than the security cameras. They were always so gray and grainy anyway. Not like this. Only the unsteady hands of those who filmed disturbed the quality which was more than good enough to capture the horror. Rose had been at work in the hospital when it had happened, and she had stayed there afterward, all hands on deck and everything, Peter thought. "You're receiving praise in the press," he said. Rose yawned, not from boredom, though. It was a yawn that challenged her jaw and almost tipped her over again. She wasn't only tired, she was exhausted. "I'm just glad we were able to help," she said, and managed a smile after the yawn attack, though it vanished with speed. "I've never seen anything like it, Peter. Things like that don't happen here." "No. Except Dr. Merringham, he said it as they came in. He's like 60, 70, I don't know. Anyway, he said it." The blanket moved as she gesticulated under it. "He said that it looked like the grenade attacks that happened when he was younger." "Yeah, I heard. He got fewer people then." Rose nodded and leaned forward to pick up the remote before turning the sound on, a low, steady noise that filled the room. "The police are now investigating any possible connections between the attacks that happened on Tuesday as well as 30 years ago by the grenade man. The question remains, though, did they do everything they could back then? Unless we're dealing with some kind of copycat, the answer to that is a resounding no. So far, 15 people have been reported dead, and 42 are in Ashdale Hospital with serious injuries. No matter how we look at it, something went horribly wrong." "There won't be any more dead," Rose broke in as the female reporter kept talking into her microphone. The clip was a few hours old by now. Everything was sent in a loop until they had something new and more substantial to report. "But the people who were hurt," Rose continued, "some of them are maimed for life. Broken." "Yeah, I saw." Peter sighed. He'd done what he could for the guy who was nearest. Some knowledge of first aid was all he'd had to offer, but he had seen what was further off on that square. Dead staring eyes, body parts, people bleeding and screaming in agony and fear. "I'm so glad you and Ben are all right. You came way too close." "Yeah." Peter pushed at the point between his eyebrows. He could feel a migraine coming on. Hopefully, whatever Walter was cooking could help remedy that. At least, stave it off for a while. He leaned back and rested his head on the back of the chair. "Something wrong?" Peter scoffed at the question. "Besides the obvious, I mean." Something wrong? He didn't know. Perhaps wrong wasn't the right word for it. Ben had known somehow, not as in being a part of the attack, but he had known seconds before the first grenade went off. How? He was a writer, sometimes a reporter, had used to be at least. Now he knew the signs of grenades going off, and he had looked odd. Ben probably saved me from some injuries from the initial blast. Really? A small smile formed on Rose's lips. She wanted the old Ben back as much as Peter. It had been them as long as he could remember. When they were kids, Ben had spent almost as much time in the Klein house as Peter and Rose. Of course, the reason was there wasn't much good to be had from him being at home. Peter sighed at the thought. They were as much siblings as friends, all of them. Walter had come later, and he was the only outsider who had ever managed to find a place in their little group. And then the accident had happened. And now Ben wasn't himself anymore. Now he knew how grenades with tripwires worked. "I'm glad he did," Rose said. "The only good thing besides being able to help was to not see anyone I knew being brought into the hospital." "But there's something—" "It happened to Allie," Rose went on, a shadow crossing her face. "Her sister died in one of the blasts. We don't even know which one yet." "I'm sorry." "Yeah. Well, she stayed at work until we got the reinforcements from Ashport." "That's tough. In more than one way." They sat in silence a while. Walter clanged some pots in the kitchen, and the TV provided the only sound in the living room. Normal noises. Unfortunately, one of them kept droning on about who was to blame. And our election headquarters was severely damaged as well. "So I don't think I would put it quite like that, Robert," a smooth voice said. The face of William Strand dominated half the screen as the mayoral candidate was interviewed by the local news anchor. I don't find it reasonable to expect Mayor McLaughlin to have known about this beforehand. That would be demanding he be psychic, and I think that is a little too much, don't you? Well, yes. But in the aftermath, we can surely criticize the lack of progress in the investigation? The anchor looked almost bored as he asked the question, like he'd been at his job too long after the attack. The investigation should be left to the police. I'm sure Captain Costa of the 2nd. Do you think Robert Smythe is wearing pants under that desk at this point? Rose asked. It made Peter laugh hard at the absurdity of it all. Another text alert sounded from his phone. When he didn't check it, his sister's curious stare made him do it anyway. Better than getting questions. The first one was from Ben, who was wondering how to use the damn printer. Peter sighed doubly loud, proceeding into groaning. What? It's Ben. He doesn't know how to make the text printing machine work. What? No, really, that is what he's calling it. Oh my God. She rolled her eyes. He's become an old man. Actually, I take that back. Most old people know how to use these things by now. Yeah, it's a really weird and selective kind of memory loss. Well, I miss him, you know? Rose said. She suddenly looked tiny under the blanket. Peter nodded in response and glanced at his phone again. The other text was from George. He managed not to draw breath audibly. She was checking in to see if he was okay. Peter hadn't thought about her in any special way until Ben, of all people, had alerted him to her apparent interest. Ben, the guy who had crashed to the ground with a beautiful woman and not seemed to notice, had seen George's interest. George, who Peter had seen as a friend he met now and then. Now he was noticing things, like her eyes and how they always smiled with her mouth, how her heavy blonde curls bounced when she walked, how she always responded to texts quick but not too quick, how they were at all texting and meeting more than before. Still, Rose continued in their previous train of thought, maybe it's for the best that he doesn't remember it. Wait, what? Peter said, phone forgotten. Did you just say that? Rose pressed her lips together a moment. I want him back, Peter. I really do, but there are things that might be best left somewhere where it can't cause any more pain. No, stop. Peter almost got out of the chair, but forced himself down again. I'm saying he seems well, despite the other issues. I'm trying to help him get his memory back, so don't start with crap like that. Exactly how are you helping with that? Walter's voice broke in behind Peter as he had re-emerged, a forgotten spoon in his hand now. Just... Peter sighed. He couldn't tell them they were trying to find out something helpful about Ward Winter. That in itself was insane. The fact that the CEO of the largest company in the city refused to see Ben was either an indication his friend was insane or he was on to something. Either way, if it could help retrieve his memories, then it was worth it. Ben remembers stuff about the city now and then, places, right? Rose and Walter nodded. Ben had said as much. He even remembered that they called Peter by his childhood nickname, Peter Pan. He had hated that name. They had called him Pan because he was the youngest by 2 years. As they had grown older, it became a small joke amongst them. The only thing, as far as Peter could see, that Ben now remembered about his friends. It was a promising step forward. He also remembers people now and then. No, not us. He hurriedly added at the oncoming question from Walter. We're trying to figure out if any of these people might have some information. Information about what? Walter asked. To restore his memory or remember the accident? Peter saw Rose's eyes narrow at this, but she didn't say anything. Well, Walter said, you need to work harder at that. He has clearly forgotten he was supposed to be here for dinner. Oh, he's busy with a text printing machine, Rose said. Walter rolled his eyes and suppressed a smile. Fine, but sooner or later you're both going to have to come to terms with this maybe not being reversible. Both Peter and Rose kept quiet at that. Despite their differences, that was a hard truth to swallow. Of course, Walter, with his analytical mind, was prepared to see the dire possibilities. It was how he faced the world, wasn't it? They all stared at each other a moment. But, Mr. Mayor, surely we should have seen some results by now. Or are we at the same level as 30 years ago? Come now, Robert. I have every faith in our police force. both now and then, but we have more methods available to us today. And what about the wounded, who will now have to live the rest of their lives with injuries that should never have been there in the first place? The citizens of Ashdale are resilient and resourceful people who help each other in a time of crisis. Of that, I am sure. We are currently planning an event with WGI to raise funds to help every one of the 42 and the loved ones of the 15 in the oncoming time. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Mayor? Sure, we plan to... Ugh, I'm so tired of them immediately criticizing the police. At least let them fail first, Walter said, as he sent Rose a questioning look. She muted the news and dropped the remote on the couch. Anyway, the food's ready. Oh, and I have to warn you, there might be a teeny tiny microscopic bit of burned onion. No kidding, came Rose's amused voice with obvious feigned surprise. Just barely singed, really. I'm so shocked, Rose laughed. Peter made to follow them as he noticed a clip from the square again. It was a glimpse, but he recognized himself helping the wounded man, while Ben held his jacket in place at the man's throat. Peter hadn't gotten the man's name. After all, he hadn't been able to talk. Ben had seemed uninterested because he was so sure the man was not going to die. So strange, so unlike him. But Ben was unlike Ben, wasn't he? And yet, something had happened. Peter had been busy with the man's bleeding leg wound and he hadn't heard it, but he knew Ben had said something to the man, something that had helped, really helped. It had taken the panic from the man. Peter shook his head and stopped walking again as the thought of panic made him remember. Ben's eyes. Right before the first explosion. Had they looked different? No, that wasn't possible, but his voice as well. Of course, he had then proceeded to take Peter with him to the ground, effectively avoiding being hurt by anything flying through the air. No. Peter shook his head again and this time followed the other two. There might be something different about Ben, but that was because he couldn't remember how to be himself. They needed to remedy that. Chapter 6. The car to Harrow took Peter from the suburbs east of Northwater and through that newer part of the city filled with shops and restaurants. It hadn't been able to achieve the quaint and historic feel of Charton yet, with time that would change like it had for all the other parts of Ashdale. Peter was not a native, as he had been raised in the nearby town of Charlotte Bay, but he loved the city and his life there. This was where he'd gone to and dropped out of college, where he had lived in his first crappy apartment, gotten his first horrible job. Now things were better as he was doing what he wanted instead of what was expected. Testing and sometimes even developing video games might seem a childish venture to some, but the money and freedom were awesome. Even better, Peter thought, he got to spend his time in stories where everything was possible. Sometimes even stopping assholes like the Grenade Man. He scoffed too quietly for the Uber driver to hear. What an apt and utterly stupid name. The car kept on driving over the Ashdale River where it flowed onward under them, always searching for the coast, the final release from the confines of its own banks. Peter relaxed as he looked out the window, the railings flying past, almost melding together as his eyes couldn't track them one by one at that speed. The railings? He sat up a little. They were driving across Central Bridge, the quickest way to get to Harrow. What the hell had happened here? Ben had been suspected of murder of all things, found together with the murder victim, and now he was friends with the cop who had wanted to arrest him. Peter had seen Detective Jones at the square. She had been genuinely concerned for Ben. That hadn't been the case when she suspected him of one of the worst things a person could do. No, he wouldn't do that. Not Ben, not even this weird version of him. Of that, Peter was certain, and he had been proven right, hadn't he? Turned out the real murderer had been an employee of WGI. She had ended her own life when confronted by police, and then things had been hushed up. There had been enough information to avoid questions. Ugh, he sounded like a conspiracy nut now, didn't he? The drive slowed down a bit as they left Central Bridge behind and entered Harrow. The streets were more crowded here, That was not unusual. But the increased police presence was. So were the flags at half-mast. Those were everywhere, though. It had been a blow to the whole city. Curie Square was now an open wound that they would work hard to turn into a scar at the very least. Ben was at home, busy at work in front of the laptop. As Peter walked into the apartment, he noticed ripped, torn, and curled-up paper strewn around the printer that was set up on one of the bookshelves. It made him smile, despite himself. "You forgot dinner," he said, as a way of greeting. "Huh?" Ben uttered, and glanced up before continuing with the laptop, full-on index finger typing. "Oh," he added, as an afterthought, and looked up again. "Was that today?" "No, it was yesterday, when Rose was busy working her ass off in the hospital." At least Ben had the ability to look contrite at that. "Sorry." "Yeah. So, what are you doing that's so important?" "Searching. Reading." "About what, smartass?" "Did I do something?" Ben asked, looking genuinely curious. "Nope." "Okay, then." Peter couldn't help roll his eyes as he grabbed the laptop and turned it to have a look. He could instantly feel his eyebrows furrowing. The WGI helicopter accident? Ben nodded and turned the screen back to facing himself. "There is something weird about it." "There is always something strange about helicopters and planes that fall out of the sky," Peter said, and walked around the table before sitting down next to Ben. "So tell me, what's so odd about this one?" "Not an accident, for one thing." Peter raised an eyebrow. "And how would you know that?" Ben stopped his infernally slow typing a moment before continuing. "Just do." "Uh-huh." Ben stopped typing again. "Are you sure everything's okay? Because you look suspicious or angry? Eyes way too narrowed for anything good." "I'm considering whether or not to keep helping you, Ben." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is—" He paused. What did he mean? Of course he was going to help. You always helped friends when they needed it. But this? Something didn't make sense, and Peter couldn't see what it was. "Weird things keep happening. Why on earth is the richest guy in town scared of you? You never used to scare people. And then there's that guy Param. What the hell happened there?" "Why are you asking this now all of a sudden?" Peter scratched his beard and glared at the laptop a moment. Sudden? He had asked after it had happened, and then he'd let it slide, hadn't he? "Because with recent happenings, I realize I can't follow blindly along." "Yes." Old Ben would have a better response than that. "I'm not old Ben." Peter sat back on the couch. "Not unless we can figure this out." Oddly enough, the look Ben gave him reminded Peter of Rose only a few hours earlier. Walter's words came back to him, but he pushed them away. They had to try at least. "What do you need to know?" Ben asked. Not what he had to know. Peter looked past him at the laptop screen. Under a headline, he saw a photo taken some distance away from the crash of the WGI chopper. That had happened a couple of months ago, he thought. There hadn't really been much media coverage of it, mostly to spare the families of the deceased. A horrible and unfortunate accident. And now Ben was saying the opposite. He hadn't even been there. Best to start with the simplest things. What exactly did Parham tell you after drugging me? They joked about Peter getting drunk after 2 beers, but that hadn't been the case. Peter could hold his liquor to a certain extent, and 2 beers were far below that limit. No, Parham had slipped something into his beer, probably because Peter had not believed the few crazy things he had said in front of him. What an absolute criminal way to react. Ben looked at him with blank eyes that revealed little as he thought this through. A flash brought Peter back to Curie Square, and the sight he had seen there. Or had he? "Well," he prompted, to avoid thinking about it. "White nothingness." "Parham is a severely damaged person," Ben began, and Peter noted that he didn't deny the drugging part. "He is ill, obviously. He remembered me, but not more than that. He knows who I am, but has a certain gap when it comes to this knowledge." Peter groaned. "Don't say he's got amnesia too." Ben actually smiled at that. "Not exactly, but he doesn't remember where he's seen me. You do realize this comes from a man who claimed to be a dead priest? How do you know he's not? I... What? It doesn't matter as far as this discussion goes. He alerted me to the fact that Winter might help. It is, after all, a fact they know each other. The Clement Moreau Foundation and the photos of different people and Winter's ancestors did strengthen that claim. Peter had to concede to that one. But why Winter? He knows me. I saw him recognize me. So did Param. Param was scared, but he's not actively keeping me away, especially after... Ben broke off, unsure of how much to reveal. See? Peter got up from the couch and began pacing back and forth across the floor as he wrenched his satchel and jacket off. It's that kind of secrecy that makes me question all this. Do you know how easy it is for the CEO of an international company to get a restraining order out on us? Because that's what we're becoming, stalkers. He almost spat the last word out, but it had little effect on Ben. He sat back properly on the couch now, laptop forgotten at Peter's outburst. What were you going to say? Ben eyed him at that, assessing something. You need my help, and you know it, Ben. For God's sake, what are you up to now? 5 words per minute? Ben's eyes searched out the laptop. He had been learning these last few weeks, but he was not effective. It was like trying to teach a caveman to use electronic equipment. Well, I suppose you don't have the authority to throw me into a mental hospital. Peter stopped pacing. He was by the balcony door and barely noticed the clouds moving in on the city, threatening rain that night. He turned and stared at his old friend. I don't have time to be confined, Ben added. Of course you don't, Peter growled, just as confused as before. If you need help, you need to be truthful. Ben's left hand shot up and scratched his head, making the blonde hair stand on end on that side. As this happened, though, Peter saw Ben's eyes looking at his arm, almost like you do when something unforeseen happens. All right, it happened when Olivia and I went to Winter Fortress. What happened there doesn't really matter. No, it doesn't, he added, as Peter was about to protest. When Winter came, he recognized me, and then made sure I was sent away. Even Param talked to me when he had no other choice. Because you attacked him, Peter thought, and then blinked and rubbed his temples. And, he prompted, and what? I have to get him to talk to me. What if you threatened him before? Both Param and Winter seemed scared of Ben. Out of the two of us, you're the one who remembers what I was capable of. Does that seem likely to you? A reluctant, no, escaped Peter. Reluctant because he didn't know if it applied anymore. So what about the helicopter crash? Ben pressed his lips together and glanced at the laptop again. Well, that's the part you won't believe, I'm afraid. Try me. Something happened after the accident, something that has no part in this world. Dude, enough with the crypticism. Come on. I saw how that helicopter went down, and there was nothing accidental about it. The rotors had been tampered with. No, come on. They fell off. Imagine what happens after that. Peter didn't want to. He did have a little fear of flying. Not much, but the thought of a free fall like that, the surge of the ground rising to meet you, to be aware of it happening. He shuddered at the thought. Do you have proof? Of course not. How did you find out then? Visions? Ben shrugged slightly. I guess that's one word for it. Oh my God. Do you hear how insane you sound? Peter pushed his jacket and satchel, taking care to put the last one carefully on the floor before sitting down in the chair they had occupied. Yes, Ben simply said, and then seemed to realize he needed to add something to clarify. It feels more like memories, though. How they imprint on me, I don't know. This is just... Yes. Peter looked at his friend since childhood. Ben had lost some weight since the accident. His light-colored hair was still short, though not the number 3 buzz cut anymore. He'd also stopped shaving regularly and usually walked around with some stubble. The old Ben would not have done that. It was like he didn't care all that much that he had a public profile to keep up. Not that he had been doing anything about his online presence at all. Peter thought he'd known everything. as much as one could know about someone else. About Ben, Rose, and Walter, but Ben had now broken away from that. The amnesia had seen to it. I need to know who I am, Peter. This hole in my memory is killing me, like an itch I can't scratch or a sound in the ear that won't let go. I need to fix it. Some memories went away during the accident, and others are appearing now. That's all I know. The migraine threatened to appear again. Food had helped, but with this, it was like inviting the thing by waving red wine and cheese at it. What was he going to do about this? Did he believe Ben? He wasn't exactly opposed to there being more in the universe than man knew, but there were so many frauds out there. So much trickery and greed. One thing was the advanced technology or magic in the games he tested in his job. That was fun, an appealing dream. That didn't make it real, though. What he did know now was that he couldn't let Ben out of his sight. He didn't know if he believed him, but maybe that was the kick he needed to keep helping. Ben had told him what he thought was the truth. Maybe Peter's job would have to be to prove or disprove it. How was he going to explain this to Rose and Walter, though? He couldn't, could he? A knock at the door saved him from having to make that decision. Then a jolly yoo-hoo erased it from his mind as he saw the always theatrical display of Bullfinch Sophie as she let herself halfway in. I come to borrow sugar like cliché neighbor, but then I thought that perhaps you would like some tea as well? Her fake Russian accent was as thick as could be, her smile wide and genuine. Around her flowed the red garments she donned in her business as a psychic. Peter didn't know what to think of Ben's visions, or memories, whatever they were, but he didn't for a second believe in Sophie's claims. Sure, Sophie, come on in, Ben said, and for a moment, Peter wasn't sure he believed that either. Ben had always been on friendly terms with her, but only confined to meetings by the mailbox or in the downstairs hallway. Just sit, I fix, she said, as she walked into the kitchen carrying a box which made Peter wonder, despite himself, if there was something good in there. He turned back to see Ben's smiling face. Turns out she's like 25% legit. Turns out you're 75% crazy, Peter replied, though he couldn't keep back a smile himself. Best to roll with it for a while, to help return things to normal. Chapter 7. The tall and narrow building that came off as a massive, old-fashioned factory chimney on the outside gave a sleek and sterile impression once inside. Ashdale City Hall was teeming with elegantly dressed people, walking to and from their various appointments. There was a continuing buzz of voices melded together in the lobby where Peter and I entered after what we had considered a long enough head start for winter. With Peter using social media, it had been no problem figuring out where he would be, especially since the mayor had announced it himself on the news. Okay, so maybe Peter was a little right about the stalker part, but they honestly made it too easy, at least this time. Winter himself was notoriously difficult to find, but not now. They were planning a charity event together, and in this case, that was not left to assistants only. Now what do we do? Peter asked as he glanced casually at WGI's CEO as he and his group stood on the other side of the lobby, waiting for something. Winter might as well have been on the other side of the world for all the help he would give me now. A security check and several front desks separated us. Not sure, I said, as Peter grabbed a magazine from a nearby table that he began leafing through. Maybe try getting his attention on his way out. Think he'll change his mind? No. I really didn't. Why would he? He was impossible to get a hold of. He answered no means of communication. Didn't refer me to anyone else either. No. He had recognized me and then decided to stay far away. I hadn't been lying to Peter when I said not knowing why was killing me. I had learned to feed and take care of the ever-demanding body that now contained me. But it was a chore. Something I had to do to find my answer. Not because I felt any true connection to the thing I wanted out of it. To return to my true self and try as I might, I could never leave the prison of flesh. If I couldn't get this man to talk to me, let me know what he knew, I might never be able to leave in a proper manner. To die could surely cause all kinds of unforeseen results. Best not to gamble. And there he stood, looking like he had few cares in the world. He was talking to a couple of his colleagues, I guessed, as I scanned the little group of people, all dressed in suits, the women as well, though with a different cut, talking with ease, laughing a little. I remembered the accident with his helicopter. Had the dead been friends with these people? Had they laughed and chatted together like this as well? I knew there had been some time, but Winter himself looked fine. Not a scratch it seemed. He didn't move like someone wounded either. I knew that, of course. I had seen him after Olivia had to shoot Sophia to prevent her from killing us. Sophia, Winter's friend. Was she not? Had she also been part of this social and collegial fellowship? Did they talk about her? I don't know why I wanted to know that. The woman had tried to kill both me and Olivia, and yet I felt a kind of pity for her. She had only tried to protect what little she had left in this life after her husband had died. What little she had left. I felt the face frown at the thought. What little she had left was checking his phone at the moment, tapping the screen a few times before putting it back into his pocket. So many people had died around him in a short time, yet he seemed happy enough. Looking closer, I got the distinct feeling he was good at hiding things from those around him. What was he hiding, though? Parham had said Winter was the one to talk to, that this was the place to seek help for those who needed it. Like Parham had, over and over again. Life after life. For some reason, the Winter ancestors had believed him, and they had passed the information on, always leaving Parham, or whichever name he went by, with someone he could trust. There was kindness in that, not fear. It all made a small part of me worry about what I might turn out to be. Parham hadn't right out called me a monster, but he instinctively knew I was someone to avoid at all cost. Only after being forced to talk to me had he realized I was no danger to him, yet that hadn't quite squashed his fear. It was more that it made him able to control it. Somehow, I was certain Winter was more in control of himself than poor Parham, who drowned his overflowing memories in alcohol. Yet, here we were. Me, reduced to a stalker, as Peter put it, and Winter surrounded by employees who hadn't yet perished in his presence. Okay, so that might have been a little harsh, but despite feeling like patience should be something I could handle, it was getting to me. An elevator door opened a few feet away from Winter's group, and a flustered woman exited, walking toward him at a brisk pace. "So sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Winter. We've had issues with the elevators all day." "Not at all," he said as he shook hands with her. "We're just happy to be doing this with City Hall." "So is the mayor," the woman said, and looked around. "Welcome to all of you. If you'll follow me. Nothing wrong with the elevators now. 30 floors are too far via the stairs anyway." The group laughed in agreement as they followed her into the elevator. I watched as the door closed and then wondered if it was going to fall, taking more of Winter's employees with it before jolting out of that thought. No, that would of course not happen. "Hey, how did you get here?" A hand clamped down on the shoulder, and I turned to see who was intruding. "Who are you here to see? Did you go past security?" An old mustachioed man in a security uniform was staring up at me as the body had a couple of inches on him. His question made me aware that I was in fact not standing with Peter on the other side of the checkpoint and metal detector. I was standing by a wall no more than 30 feet from where Winter and his employees had been waiting. "What the hell?" I blurted. Stupid, impulsive body. Couldn't the brain just stop spilling words out through the mouth? "Keep that language to yourself, son," the security guard said. "Yeah, sorry," I managed, and produced old Ben's press credentials. They had turned out to be handy to keep with me. "And you're here to see?" the man pressed as he handed them back to me. I was at a loss there. Why was I even there? I'd been so absorbed in my own thoughts I hadn't even noticed I had gotten that close. "Ben, there you are!" I heard Peter shouting. I turned to see him still where we'd been standing together. He was waving the magazine as he got our attention. "There was a mix-up. The interview's going to be outside." I forced a smile and shrugged for good effect. "Turns out I didn't get the message," I said, and headed back to Peter before the old man could say anything else. "That was some quick thinking. Thanks," I said. What was that? Peter hissed as we walked out of the building, the sun's heat forcing its way through the thin layer of clouds. One minute I'm reading, the next you're sneaking into City Hall. Um, I uttered, always so eloquent in this form. Anyway, he said, and ignored my failed attempt at an answer. We don't need to make contact with Winter here. It's obvious where we can find him the next few days. Peter strode down the steps in front of the building, not waiting for me. Given what he'd said, I did of course follow, 2 steps at the time until I caught up with him. "It is?" I asked, noticing he wasn't watching where he was going as he kept looking for something on his phone. "Duh, it's all over the news." "The Grenade Man?" "Close, but no, the charity event." Chapter 8. "This is the place for the charity event?" I asked, not bothering to attempt concealing my doubts. "Why not?" Peter countered, as we took in the double building of the Ashdale Archives and Library. It was a massive domed building divided into 2 identical parts, at least on the outside. Inside, each institution had their purposes portrayed in the interior. The archives sleek and light workspaces, the library open, inviting, and filled with books. Not really a place for a party. It won't be a party. It's to help support the wounded, remember? I nodded. Poor choice of words. "A gathering, then," I said. "Yeah, I guess that's what it'll be." There would be plenty of room, I had to admit that. And perhaps it was fitting. The institutions were always open to people. Everyone was welcome here. There was a crowd gathered at the entrances, and we had to pause a little while waiting to pass. I saw then that people were putting down candles and flowers between the 2 wide steps that led up to the entrances. Rumors must have started to spread. From what I had seen on TV, the central part of Curie Square was covered with such memorials at the moment. "I guess you're right," I told Peter, who hitched the strap of his laptop satchel higher on his shoulder. "Nope. Edgar Painsworth is right. If that guy reports something on his blog, odds are it's right." I shrugged at this. Local reporters were of no interest to me, and that included old Ben as well. Still, it was where Peter got his information about the charity event from, and we had little else to go on. We waited patiently for the little crowd to move before walking up the stairs. Our best bet was to wait in the library, find a place with a view outside, and keep watch for Winter. Stalkers indeed. Look, they even splurged on extra security. I'm telling you, this is it. I looked at the men Peter indicated, a couple of big guys, not dressed in any uniform like one usually could spot in public places. They were paying close attention to everyone who passed them, as well as talking to a third man inside the archives. I could see the guy on the phone in there, keeping eye contact with one of the men outside. "I guess they're not taking any chances since the Grenade Man is still out there," Peter continued. I had to concede that such a place as the library was a perfect target if this person with a penchant for grenades decided he was not finished. The mere thought made me look down to avoid any concealed tripwires. We managed to find an unoccupied table with a couple of chairs on the 2nd floor. The position gave a clear view of the open area in front of the building. If Winter and his team were to show up here, we would see them long before he would notice us. "So this is what life has become," Peter said, a couple of hours later, as he returned from the little cafe on the ground floor with 2 cups of hot beverages. He put the one, with hot chocolate, in front of me, but I could smell the delicious coffee from the other cup even as Peter moved to the other side of the table. I had been good, keeping the habit at bay. Controlling an addiction was not something I had any prior experience with, and as I grabbed the hot chocolate and sipped the too sweet liquid, I had to admit I was glad it was coffee old Ben had been addicted to, and nothing worse. "By all means," I told Peter as I took another sip. "Not only too sweet, but too thick as well. If you want to do something else, you're free to go." Peter scoffed. "Considering you almost got in trouble at City Hall, I doubt that's a good idea." He had a point. He was, despite his misgivings, better at navigating information and lies than I was. I had also noticed his increasingly negative tone as of late, probably a result of tiring of my plan, as well as the shock of Curie Square. But he was still here, Helping me. Too bad he wasn't helping the person he thought he was. Again, thanks for that. And besides, don't you work when you want to? Yes, and I like my job, which is why I want to work. You should do the same, Get back into it. Your funds will not last forever, and... I lost track of what he was saying as a familiar face vanished and reappeared behind a bookshelf close to us. It was the woman from Curie Square, though her face was more relaxed now. From what I could see as books obscured and revealed her face, she was now not as focused as she had been, but there was a sense of alertness there. Still, she didn't notice us. What had she done to the hand as I had tried to stop her from running straight for one of the grenades? There had been nothing in her hand at that point, no weapon or instrument of any kind to deliver that kind of pain. I got up to talk to her and then saw a sign prohibiting beverages in that part of the library. I quickly put the cup down on the table, ignoring Peter's interrupted sentence and questioning eyes, and ran after her. She hadn't gotten far, as she was walking with no apparent intent, strolling between the shelves, stroking a finger along the spines of some books here and there. She was dressed in jeans and a short brown jacket over a white shirt, her thick hair pulled back in a low ponytail. "Hey," I said. Avie?" She turned at her name, a frown on her face, as she had not expected being talked to by anyone. "Do you remember me?" I asked, despite seeing that she did. That wasn't really the issue, I realized, as her eyes were narrowed in suspicion. "You know, from the explosion?" I added, helplessly. "What are you doing here?" she asked, voice low, guarded. "It's a library. Books," I said. Not like I could tell her what I was really doing there. "What a coincidence," she said, folding her arms. "Did you follow me?" "No, I don't know who you are," I said, with absolute honesty. "And besides, one stalker project at a time. I just saw you? Are you hiding?" "What makes you say that?" "You're deliberately keeping your voice down, and you keep checking out everyone who comes near." It was true. She might have looked relaxed, but her eyes never rested. I wouldn't have been surprised if she had everyone locked down by size and proximity. In addition, her eyes kept returning to the large glass window a few feet down from where Peter and I were keeping watch. "Listen, Ben, was it? I'm grateful for your help when those grenades went off, but please just... Is it because of what you can do?" I asked bluntly. This time I didn't berate the brain for sending the words from me. Better to be honest with someone so suspicious. Besides, I truly was curious. Except Param, Sophia, and myself, and perhaps Sophie, I hadn't met many who were, shall we say, different? In possession of certain gifts, at least. Evie, however, didn't like this bluntness. She looked around first, making sure no one could hear her, before saying anything. "I don't know what you mean. Now..." That made me laugh, just enough to make it clear I didn't believe her. But what a wonderful thing the body could do, despite the muscle contraction. It felt good. I couldn't really remember having done that before. It made the mouth smile despite me. "Please don't," I said as I gathered myself, Evie waiting with an indecipherable look on her face. "You did something to me when you didn't realize I was trying to help you, like an electric shock, but not quite, into the hand." I held up said appendage for emphasis. "Dude, shut up," she half whispered, between clenched teeth, gesturing with flat palms to stop me from saying more. I didn't care, but I did lower my voice. "So what is it you can do?" Clearly, she didn't want this broadcast around the library, but she looked more offended than worried, like it was rude to ask. "Well," I continued, seeing as I was in a way disarming her. She was not running away, was she? "It's not an electric shock, is it? Because I've experienced that, and it was way worse." She began, and then remained rooted to the floor, mouth open. I let the smile linger in encouragement. "Was that all that happened to you?" she asked, and added, "It's been a few days." I felt the smile falter on its own accord. "What do you mean? What do you do?" "Damn it, Ben," Peter broke in behind me. I turned to see him halfway behind one of the bookshelves. "What are you doing? He's here." "I'm just talking to..." "Wait, Winter's here?" "Yes." Now? Peter rolled his eyes in response and disappeared from sight. I have to go, I mumbled to Evie as I headed after him. Her grip on the right arm prevented me from getting far. Winter? You mean Ward Winter? He's arrived? Yeah, were you expecting him? That would mean she was also waiting for him. For what reason, though? I was torn between running after Peter and remaining where I was to ask her more. Fortunately, she solved that by running past me, turning around the bookshelf where Peter had vanished. Hey, you're the woman from Curie Square, I heard Peter state as I caught up and saw them both by the window. Evie, she said as way of explanation as she pressed her fingers to the glass, looking down. Where? I demanded from Peter as I reached the window. I spotted the man before Peter could say anything. It was the same group of people as earlier, though there were more of them now. Winter had brought people with him from City Hall, as stated by Peter, moments later. That's the deputy mayor. I was right. They'll be hosting it here. Thought Painsworth was right, I said, watching the group. The same easygoing attitude among them, though it was dampened somewhat as they walked past all the candles and flowers outside the building. Hey, give me some credit. Fine, you were right. Damn right I was, Peter said, smiling. Between us, I heard Evie draw breath as she looked down. Then a decisive look fell over her. Why are you looking for him? I asked, convinced being blunt was the way to go with her. And why are you waiting here to talk to him? Why are the two of you? She countered, not turning her attention away from what was happening below us. He's impossible to get a hold of, Peter said, and we need his help. You do? Her eyes darted between us now. Something in Peter's words softened her a bit. Strange. The same thing had happened when I had told Sophia I needed Winter's help. Like it was a given, he could provide help to certain people. Because of what you can do, right? I said, before realizing Peter was right there. I saw him frown at the question. Evie, thankfully, was looking at me, and not him, at that point. You as well? I nodded, though I was not entirely sure I was telling the truth. By the look she gave me, it probably shone through. He is impossible to get to, she said, watching the man ascend the short stairway leading up to the doors, closed himself off completely, except for people he knows personally. Yeah, I said, knowing full well I was the cause of that. Before I could say anything else, Evie inhaled sharply as her eyes widened. What? I said as I followed her gaze. The last of Winter's and the deputy mayor's group were disappearing below us as they filed into the library, but she was not looking at them. She was looking at the security men we had passed on our way in. They were paying no one outside any attention anymore. They were instead staring after the group of people who were entering the building. The third man, who had been in the archives when Peter and I arrived, pushed through the grieving crowd to reach his colleagues. Evie looked terrified at the sight. They were not security. Why are they after you? I asked. What? Peter began, as Evie shook her head and stepped back from the window. The men outside chose that moment to look up before saying something and then heading into the building. What? Isn't that why you're trying to get Winter's help? She asked, eyes darting around, checking every crevice of the large space we were in, noting exits. No, I said, and realized that was the wrong answer. She glanced at Peter and me again. Crap, are you Yorov? Who? Peter said. Evie didn't wait for an answer. Instead, she turned and headed out to the large gallery that snaked around each floor, allowing a full view of the lobby downstairs. I met Peter's bewildered look before we both managed to move. Wait, I whisper shouted after Evie, as she had a few feet on us already. What do you mean? I caught up with her and grabbed her arm. I should have known better. Should have learned from Curie Square. But no. She whirled around and used her free hand to grab me and sent the shock into the right arm again. It wasn't quite a sting of pain, like an electric shock, more a slow, sharp sizzle that numbed the hand a few seconds. To me, of course, it hurt badly. Ow, I said through tight-pressed lips while trying to keep from shouting out loud. I didn't want to scare off Winter by alerting him to my presence while he could leave so easily. What the hell are you? Evie said, forgetting to free her arm from my lax grip as she stared at me. What's going on? Peter said, who, lucky for him, hadn't been subjected to her treatment. "Keep quiet," Evie said, as she stared over the railing, seeing the large group down there with Winter and the deputy mayor talking to some sort of official belonging to this building. The three false security men were following them at a distance while glancing around. "What the hell was Yorov?" I glanced at Evie while trying to make sense of it all. The fading pain in the hand. An unfamiliar name. "Who is Yorov?" I asked, knowing for certain it was important to me, to the real me. Heat spread from the core of the body into every part, feverish and fast. I longed for the outside to cool down, to manage to control this confused and weak. After that, things became blurry. It seemed I was looking at the ceiling as it moved, hands bracing my fall. It suddenly didn't matter, as I was again standing, not in the... I glanced around. Where had I been? I heard footsteps. What I saw around me now was only a metal staircase below and a door in front of me. Before I could think, Winter reached the top of the stairs. I jumped aside as he opened the door and went through. It wouldn't have mattered if I had been in his way. He paid me no attention, no fear. Obviously, I was not there. Again. I looked down and realized the stairs were the ones where Olivia and I had fled from Sophia, where she had almost electrocuted us. I saw the thick rubber edge protection on each step. A vision or memory of sorts had saved us then. I was not here for that now. I followed Winter into his office. It was dark, not easy to see, but the eyes adjusted. A large desk and chairs were to my right, where Olivia had managed to free us. I shook the head. Without her, I wouldn't still be in this form. If I had died, who knows what could have happened. Winter headed straight for the couch placed adjacent to the secret door in the wall. As the door snapped shut, the only lights came from the emergency exit sign outside the office. A weak green light not lighting up much more than its own whereabouts. Winter paid no attention to any of this. He was gathering papers that were strewn on the coffee table, stacking them together in a neat pile. The low sound of the papers was all Okanov needed to ascend the stairs unheard. As the door opened, I knew it was him. Had only seen him so far on surveillance tapes, but we had spent a cold morning on the same riverbank. He had naturally been more dead than me, at least most of the time. From what I could see now, he was tall and broad-shouldered. I knew his hair was light-colored, but not much more. The momentary light before the door shut again alerted Winter. He must have thought it was someone he knew because he finished his task too slowly and began turning too late. I knew this with certainty as I knew he had been attacked this night. It was what had caused Sophia to make the wrong choice, to have Okanov killed. Despite knowing this, knowing what was about to happen, I realized something was not as Olivia had told me. The tingling began in the neck again before it spread to the head. The sensation exploded there, the feeling like the brain had fallen asleep and blood was again flowing. Something was very wrong here, and it happened fast and with precision. Whatever defense skills Winter had, and for a moment it looked like he did have some, Okanov was faster and had the momentum of surprise. An underhanded fist connected with Winter's stomach. A strike that should not have made the man crouch like that. A grunt escaped him, but no other sound. Okanov didn't hesitate. He grabbed Winter's neck and struck again, against the man's shoulders, again and again. Winter's legs buckled under him, and he fell hard to the floor, a thin carpet the only thing breaking his fall. Okanov didn't relent, and I realized he was using a knife, stabbing Winter with every strike. The man tried getting up, but his hands slipped in his own blood before he collapsed. The last strike of the knife caused no more pain. Okanov straightened up at this, breathing hard. I could discern nothing from his shaded face, but it seemed he was waiting for something. Whatever it was, he never had time for it. A scream pierced through the multiple glass walls in the office space. I looked in the direction of Sophia's office and saw a figure over there. I could see no details, but I knew it was her. This was what had caused her inevitable fall. Okanov didn't hesitate, no matter what he was waiting for. He retreated to the door, the flash of light revealing a crimson shroud around the lifeless Winter on the floor. Then the door closed behind the attacker, and I saw Sophia running the other way, to recruit Alwyn Cooper, no doubt, an impulsive decision that would ruin both their lives. But Winter remained lifeless on the floor, brutally stabbed, yet I knew that was not what had happened. That was not what I'd been told. What Olivia had been told. And yet here I stood, looking at proof of something else. I walked closer to him, the blood not moving despite my stepping in it. The sensation in the head had subsided by now. He was dead. I was sure of it. His head was turned. His right cheek lay in the blood. His eyes wide open, mouth as well, no sound of breathing. Several wounds to his shoulders and back placed in the vicinity of vital organs. It was all the details I could ascertain in the dim light. He was dead. I straightened up and looked around. The rest of the floor was empty. There was no one there to help him. He was beyond that, of course, but I couldn't see an answer to this. Then a new sensation ran through me, and though it felt like it came from me, just like the sensations in the head, it was also outside me. Like something nearby channeling through me. Fury, pure fury. I couldn't even call it anger. The feeling that coursed through me was furious at something that felt unsound. Something I knew to be wrong, and I couldn't do anything about it. It went against everything that was right, and I wanted nothing more than to squash it. I could feel the muscles under the skin tighten, the fists clenching, eyes narrowed and focused. I wanted to scream out the anger, but no sound came. Except one, though not from me. A gasp of air, an arm moving involuntarily, flailing on the floor, pushing at the blood, making the already large pool of it wider. What the hell? I stared in disbelief as Winter came to life right in front of me, heavy breathing like his body craved air after its minutes of not getting any. Then he groaned and turned over on his back. I saw him feel around himself on the floor, realizing he lay sprawled in his own blood. "Damn," he said, and stopped moving. "Damn," he repeated, then groaned again as he was obviously in some pain still. Pain? I thought. How was he even conscious? All the blood in him had to be on the floor for crying out loud. Winter tried sitting up, but his hands slipped in the blood, like when Okanov had been stabbing him to death. "Damn it," he blurted, "like effing Bambi." He sighed in resignation and then whispered something that caught my attention even more than this spectacle. "Yorov, you bloody bastards." I saw all this in a mix of my own detachment and a white haze of barely contained fury and hatred. And then I heard or saw no more of the memory. The dim light around me faded quickly and engulfed me. An old and lost memory made new, and now an ever-present reminder in my consciousness. Chapter 9. Low, hushed voices kept repeating something. It was hard to grasp. The head was filled with images of a man lying lifeless in a pool of blood. There was no darkness as I saw it now. The voices were persistent, drew me away from something that made hatred course through me. And yet that felt like it was not quite right. Like it had little to do with the body I was now in. It took me a moment to realize I was seeing the library. That I was seated on a hard chair close to the railing of the gallery, a small table next to me with a neat stack of books on it. Peter and Evie hovered somewhere around me, asking me questions. There was only one thing I wanted to know in that moment, even despite what I was there to find out. I looked down into the lobby, Winter, alive and breathing, laughing even. What kind of creature was he? "Ben," Peter's low, insistent voice finally broke through. "What?" "I think he's come to," Evie said. "What happened there?" She had a look on her that told me she didn't quite believe I had simply passed out. I had no time or interest in explaining, as I noticed Winter's large group of people begin moving down there. She followed my gaze and straightened up. I lost track of the group for a moment as I watched her scan the gallery. Lots of people around us, though no one seemed interested in much but themselves and their own goings-on. "Glad to see you're all right," she said hastily. "I have to go now." She began walking along the gallery. If she kept up her pace, she would reach the group as they reached our floor. The problem was, there was more than one staircase, 3 in fact. Before she would get that far, the fake security guards from outside were going to cut her off. "Oh no," I said weakly and sat up on the chair. "Are you okay?" Peter hadn't seen what I had, and I pointed without speaking. The 3 men were walking quickly up the steps, not running, but still taking 2 steps at a time. Their eyes were studiously directed at Evie while they all put on gloves. "The security?" Peter said, and then noticed the intended crash course with Evie. So did she. It was almost too late, but she managed to rein herself in, her focus so intently directed at Winter. She halted for a mere moment and then hurriedly turned left where there was a door. She opened it and disappeared through it. The 3 men reached the top of the stairs and made a beeline for the door, pushing at a teenage boy on their way without looking back to apologize. "That can't be good," Peter said as he had grasped the situation. "We should call the police." "No time," I said, and got up, a snap decision made. I made my way to the door, not waiting to see if Peter followed. He was probably right about the police, but that would take minutes. Minutes, I suspected, Evie didn't have. The door opened to reveal a long hallway with a few doors on the right-hand side. They led to restrooms and storage rooms. I did, however, not have to guess at where Evie had gone, as I saw the 3 men exit through a door at the far end of the hallway. "Oh my God," I heard behind me as Peter stepped inside as well. "They followed her into a bathroom? Crap." He looked horrified at the thought. I began walking toward the door. "I don't think this is an assault," I whispered. "They're here to take her somewhere." "How do you know?" Everything about the men screamed of planned and coordinated actions. They had suspected she was in one of the buildings, hadn't they? Only Winter's arrival had spurred them inside, which meant they knew she was looking for him, and they didn't want her to reach him. Why? Well, that didn't matter at the moment. I stopped by the door and heard muffled sounds, interspersed with tense orders, barked between the men. "Stop her," one of them shouted. "Get her down from there." "Oh God, what's going on?" Peter said, pulling his phone from his pocket, ready to call the police, I assumed. I glanced around the hallway. I needed something that could help me. She has information, and I think they want it. I certainly do. You do? What about? Huh. Did I say that aloud? I spotted a fire extinguisher hanging nearby on the wall and grabbed it. Yes, you did, and pulling the fire alarm won't work with guys like that. "I'm not going to do that," I said, thinking little and simply pulling the safety pin free from the extinguisher. "Oh, crap. Ben, what the—" Peter hissed as I switched off the light switch to the bathroom behind the door that I opened. The sudden darkness confused the men as they shouted at each other. I didn't wait for them to gather themselves. Instead, I released the fire extinguisher on them, thick foam spraying wildly into the room. The shadows of the men flailed in shock as they had no time in their blinded state to defend themselves. The dark room filled with the whiteness covering the men, floor, and 2 of the walls, almost as if it had snowed in there. I had no idea if I emptied the apparatus as instructions that seemed to appear from nowhere flew through the head. I swung the extinguisher at the closest man and hit him square in the head, making him fall back against the wall. I lost the extinguisher with the impact and reacted quick as a second man tried getting control of himself and lashed out toward me. 2 things happened in quick succession then. I knew no one was dying at the moment, felt nothing to indicate such a thing, and yet the thought of weak places on the human body flashed through the mind. Knees, crotch, ears, eyes, and throat. I knew people had died from the wrong kind of impact there. And yet I sent a fist straight into the oncoming man's throat. He reeled back and wheezed before falling down. I proceeded to turn the lights on again, the bathroom now flooded in it. It was enough to stop man number 3 who had drawn a gun. The sudden bright light made him wince and step in the slick foam as he fell to his knee, gun slipping out of his foam-covered hand. "Holy hell!" Peter shouted behind me. "Evie!" I directed to the stalls on the other side of the room. "Now's the time to go." "Dude, what the hell?" Peter said, but was distracted by Evie, who opened the door to the stall a fraction. She spent a microsecond taking in the situation before opening the door fully and running toward us. There was a slight limp in her step, and I noticed a small window high above the stall that was open. She must have tried to escape that way when they pulled her back down. The third man, who had fallen and was searching for his gun, protested to her escape through the bathroom with a short "no" as he threw himself forward and grabbed for her. He threw his arms around her thighs, effectively locking her legs, making her fall forward toward me. I grabbed her under her arms and tried pulling her closer, but the man hung on, the foam making it difficult for everyone to keep balanced. I couldn't kick at him because I was too near a fall, and Evie was in my way. I could see a smile on the man's face as he realized this. And then the flabbergasted Peter stepped forward beside me and kicked at the man, hitting him half on the shoulder, half on the side of his head, enough to send him sideways into the slippery foam that splashed around him. I noticed the man who I'd hit in the head with the extinguisher begin to move where he lay close to the door. There was no time to waste. I pulled Evie with me outside, where she managed to gather herself and get on her feet as Peter slammed the door shut and turned off the lights again. It could buy us a few seconds. We didn't speak, only turned and ran in silence. Out of the hallway and down the stairs. Didn't care that we looked out of the ordinary where we ran, white foam on our feet, leaving a trail for startled visitors to the library. I thought I saw Winter's group a few floors up now, but despite my determination, I knew we couldn't stay and get his attention anymore. Instead, I followed as Evie led the way outside, Peter close by. Chapter 10. Trying to catch his breath, Peter followed Ben and Evie along the streets, his mind no longer processing where they were going. What had happened? Those were criminals. Actual threatening people. The kind you never met in real life unless you walked into a shady alley on a late night. Why had they still not called the police? "Are you okay?" Ben asked Evie, who was moving quickly enough, but with a limp. "I'm fine." There was a determination in her voice brought on by the need to be far away from the men who had cornered her in that restroom. Peter was not disagreeing with her on that point. They had seemed like they knew what they were doing until they'd been surprised by Ben's ridiculous stint with the fire extinguisher. Peter stole a glance at his friend as they turned a corner and kept the brisk pace down the next blurry street. What had Ben done? It was like he was a different person, attacking people like that, and succeeding. "What on earth came over you back there?" he asked him. "What do you mean? Attacking those guys? You shouldn't have gotten away with that." "Oh." Ben thought about it for a moment. It was the right thing to do? Somehow, Peter doubted that argument, at least to a degree. He had been insistent and curious about what few things Evie had said before she noticed Winter enter the library. Peter shook his head in disbelief over everything that had happened. He remembered glancing across the lobby in the library, seeing Winter some way up the other stairs as Peter, Ben, and Evie had run down the one on their side. He'd been mid-conversation with someone, a frozen smile on his lips as he noticed Ben, clutching at the banister, eyes wide in horror, easily spotted from that distance. The man was terrified of Ben, and there was something odd about Ben, wasn't there? He hadn't seemed afraid of Evie's attackers, not even of the risk of pain, something he'd clearly had a problem with after his accident, a trauma he had suddenly forgotten moments earlier. None of this made sense. This was nothing but confusion and violence, and Peter desperately wanted his old life back. "Why did you do it, though?" he pressed. "Normal people call the cops." "I don't think they can help with her problems. And besides, no one was going to die. Seemed like low risk." Peter opened his mouth to speak and then closed it again. No one was going to die? His mind flashed back to Curie Square a moment, but he refused to think about it. Nothing made sense. "We need to get off the streets," Evie said as she waited for them. Her interruption of Peter's thoughts was a welcome blessing. "Why, are they tracking you?" he asked as a half-joke. She was dead serious when she answered, her eyes darting around the street, taking as much in as possible. scanning for threats he realized. I don't think so, but they are skilled at what they're doing. She seemed oddly used to this. Who are they? And why are they after you? It's, she began, and then stared a little longer at something behind them. Peter turned to see a nightmare. The three men rounded the same corner back there, looking wet from mostly removed foam and angry. Without talking, they scrambled to leave the street via an alley that led to a less urban area. They were far from the city center now. "Damn it!" Evie hissed. "We need to hide." "Over there," Ben said, and nodded to a large half-open iron door in the protruding bedrock beside an auto shop and a laundromat. A bomb shelter, by Peter's reckoning. They didn't discuss it. They ran. A large municipal truck was parked outside, but as they entered the gloomy large room behind the door, they saw no workers. They could hear them, though, further in and below the level they were on. "Come on," Evie urged, and they walked away from the entrance, moving quickly to an area where the pretense of walls fell away. It smelled shut in, dry and moldy, at the same time. This was a bomb shelter, carved from the bedrock, and unlike most of the shelters in town, it hadn't been used for anything else. That much was clear from the sparse furnishings. After a few minutes, they managed to find a room that was some distance away from the voices of the workers. They didn't want to get caught and chased outside to face their followers again. Better to let them pass through the area. The room was spacious, though there was only one chair and a table in there. Luckily, what they needed most was also there in the form of a lamp that shone with a dingy yellow light. Still, it was better than darkness. "Are you sure you're okay?" Peter asked, as Evie limped over to the table and sat down on it, a sigh of relief escaping her as she could take pressure off her leg for a moment. "I'm fine. They pulled me back when I tried escaping through the window, and the side of my thigh hit the top of the stall as I fell down." "Damn," Peter blurted in sympathy. That had been a high fall. She had been lucky despite the pain. "How did you even get up there?" From what he could now remember, there was not much to hold on to reach that window. Evie shrugged like it was nothing. "I'm a gymnast, but I have to admit I was highly motivated to get out." "And these men are what you call Yorov?" Ben asked. Peter gave himself a mental nod. Ben had been interested in that name. It had given Peter a feeling that his friend had almost remembered something. But what did the word even mean? Evie said nothing for a moment, clearly considering them both. "You don't seem like you know." "Well, duh," Peter blurted and regretted it. Still, what was this about? "Why are they after you?" he added, and hoped his tone inspired a little more friendliness this time. "Because I have something they want." Evie placed her hands on the table and her shoulders tensed. She didn't want to say anything else. "Okay, let's deal with the immediate problem first," Ben said, suddenly the voice of reason. "We'll wait here a while, keep a lookout through the door. Hopefully we can leave before the workers notice us or go home for the day." "Fine," Peter said, and fished his cell phone from his pocket. He barely had any internet connection in the rocky hiding place. He typed in Yorov as a keyword and then opened the still unanswered text from George as he waited for the search results to load. The air in the room was uncomfortable. It made the nose feel dry, like there was too much old dust about. As far as I could guess, we had headed west from the library, likely outside Harrow by this point, judging by the more open-spaced area. The bomb shelter was a lucky reprieve from the trouble we had landed in. "Thanks for what you did back there," Evie said. As with me and Peter, her breathing had slowed down now, her tense shoulders more slumped. I felt a bout of fatigue and assumed it was the adrenaline leaving the body. I had been on high alert since the three men followed her into the restroom. It reminded me of being chased through the winter fortress by Sophia. That had sent adrenaline coursing through the body as well, like a dormant instinct welling up on its own, ready to fight for dear life. "Sure," I said. "How did you know that would work?" I pulled the shoulders up in a shrug. Peter was busy with his phone, but I had no doubt he was paying attention. His old friend was doing many unusual things these days. I felt a little sorry for him, and that was interesting. Apparently, every human has the ability for empathy, but all children must learn. Maybe I was as well? Old Ben must have, And since I was not him, perhaps I had to begin anew. That meant the body was affecting me more than I had thought. It had been simpler the first time after I woke up by the Ashdale River. It had all been about keeping up appearances then. I felt the body sigh without me telling it to, and went and sat down beside Evie on the table. I didn't know, I admitted, just had a good feeling. Huh, she said, and straightened up a bit. Well, thanks. To both of you, she added, and smiled at Peter. Why are they after you? I was impatient, had wanted answers since I learned she was after Winter as well. Is it because of what you can do? Dude, with the questions, she said with exasperation, but her smile didn't vanish. Probably a good sign. What about you? I don't usually give people a jolt like that. I shook the head in protest. Not a jolt, more like a dull, numbing, slow current. Current? Believe me, I know what it's like to have electricity run through you. She began, and glanced at Peter, who gave me an odd look but refrained from saying anything. Anyway, that has never happened before. Says here that this Yorov is a European industrial company. Steel, coal, machinery, some technology as well, Peter said, quoting his phone. They're everywhere, Evie said. What does that mean? Don't you have any affiliation then? She asked me instead of answering. A what? She sighed. You really don't know, do you? I've never met anyone like that before. Like what? Yorov are powerful, and there are reasons for that. They take advantage of people to get ahead. People like you? She shrugged and ran her right hand over her thigh, grimacing at the pain. That's going to bruise. Well, it could have been worse. It could, Peter agreed, still typing on his phone. What's your name? He added. Evelyn Moon, she said, and gave him a curious look. Is he always this suspicious? She asked me. Are you? Touché. He seems like the skeptic, though, she whispered. I simply nodded. It was true. Peter was becoming more and more shut in as things became crazier around him. I couldn't really blame him. Why did you get pain when I touched you? Evie went on in the same low murmur, hoping Peter couldn't catch it all. I don't know. What is supposed to happen? Not that. That's helpful. It's why Yorov has sent those men after me. Pardon me for being careful. Are you immune or something? Immune to what? She bit her lip a moment as she considered this. Maybe not, since it hurt you. Okay then, I'm sure you understand there are people who are, shall we say, gifted. I nodded. Besides myself and Evie, Sophia hadn't only been gifted, as Evie called it, she had been strong. And then there was Param, though I wasn't sure how he fit into this. And Winter, of course. Whatever he was. Hell, I didn't even know what all I was, only that there was something not human about me. Was that the same as the others, though? I didn't think so. People like us stick together, look out for each other. There are people who prey on us for their own gain. Like this Yorov company? Yes. She exhaled slowly and brushed a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. For some reason, she didn't strike me as the type who was used to fighting for her life, running from people who wanted to catch her. She was strong, though, that was clear, but maybe being a gymnast made you able to keep running even with a painful thigh. Still, she didn't have the same no-nonsense attitude of Olivia. You knew simply from the detective's stance that she was not to be messed with. Evie gave off an air of gentleness that was carefully and purposely hidden in Olivia, whereas it was controlled in Rose. Of course, these events were not normal for Evie. This kind of life was not something she had chosen. It had become a necessity, I supposed. Why do they want people like you so badly? She gave a wry smile. I'm like a slow-working poison no one can detect. Think of how they could get rid of their competition. Says here you're from Florida, Peter interrupted, his trusty phone giving him more information. Minnesota originally. She didn't seem perturbed by his prying into her past. How did you... I began. Social media, Ben. I showed you this, remember? The disappointment in Peter was not to be mistaken. We moved to Miami when I was 10. Why is that important? Peter frowned as he glanced up at her. I have trouble seeing how a European, Dutch, it seems, company has been chasing you from there. How did they even find you? They are excellent at that type of thing. They have been honing their skills for centuries. I've heard of them operating as child psychologists. What better way to find troubled and useful kids than when parents need help with them? With me, though, it was my coach. I could hear the regret and sorrow in her voice as she told us what had happened. She had told her secret to a fellow gymnast, someone she had thought a friend. Little had she known that her friend was sleeping with their coach and that he, in return, had bonds to Yorov. I had to leave town after that, couldn't even say goodbye to Mom and Dad. Your accounts have been stagnant for a couple of years now. She nodded. Usually, Peter went on, when people go missing, people post stuff on their sites. We miss you, please come home. That kind of thing. And? I prompted, confused. There is nothing there, Evie explained. Peter nodded. That's because my friends and family know why I left. Contacting me puts everyone at risk. See? Peter put his phone back in his pocket. I have a hard time believing this. Of course, you have no affiliation to this. She turned to look at me fully. You, on the other hand, well, I'm not quite sure about you. So why are you after Winter? Oh, geez, here we go again, Peter mumbled. I've been hiding for the past 2 years, found a nice town, settled there, but I was stupid enough to keep to my training. That must have been how they tracked me down. She went quiet for a moment and took a deep breath, controlling herself as bad memories threatened to take over. Anyway, I was told to find him. He's like a last resort. Yorov can't touch him, I think. Oh yes, they could. I had seen that myself. But something made sense. Winter was helping Param, was he not? As much as Param could be helped, of course. Winter's family had been doing it for generations. Maybe Param was not the only one? If this was true, it was disconcerting that I was the only one he wouldn't help. And for some unknown reason I couldn't figure out, because he would not talk to me. A vicious circle it was. One I desperately wanted out of. A cracking noise drew my attention, and I realized I had cracked the fingers on the hands, not on purpose. It had to be something old Ben had done as a habit. The popping of the joints felt calming for some reason. That, in turn, made me want out of this flesh container even more. Don't you think we've been here long enough now? Peter said, making it clear, as he turned toward the door, that he didn't want to hear anything else about this. How long has it been? Evie asked, as she eased herself off the table. She winced as she put weight on her leg, but kept at it. 20 minutes, Peter said over his shoulder. Surely they would have found us by now if they were still here? I asked. I would not underestimate these guys, Evie said, as she walked over to Peter and looked out the door with him. She was right. I was aware that I had been lucky when using the fire extinguisher. The violence? Well, I didn't quite know what to do, and hadn't in that moment either. I had only known what actions that could lead to death, and that they would not in this case. A certainty that had spurred me into action as I needed to know what Evie knew. Unfortunately, she was not very forthcoming. She had only just met us, though. I had to concede that. But if I was going to wait slowly for people to trust me, then I was going to be stuck in old Ben's body for a long time. No, thank you. Best to leave before the workers do, Peter said, and pushed at the door. I don't want to get locked in here by accident. We walked back into the large hall where the walls were mostly uneven bedrock, patched with concrete here and there. We could still hear talking further in, as well as a clanking noise of someone hitting stone with a sledgehammer or the like. They were probably doing work to use the space for something. Let's just figure out where we are, Peter said, as he led the way toward the sharp beam of light that forced its way into the gloom by way of the door left ajar. Then we can call an Uber and get the hell out of here. Sounds good, Evie said, as they walked through the door that had saved us earlier, which turned out not to be the case this time around. I had barely taken a step outside before one of the men came forward in a rush and grabbed at Evie's arm and yanked her to him. She cried out in anger and then half stumbled on her pained leg. Peter and I stepped after her on sheer reflex and were rewarded with a gun aimed at us. For a moment, we all just stood there, taking the situation in. Evie tried twisting her arm free, but the man said something short to her in another language. Spanish, maybe? She looked at the gun and stood still. I noticed the man still had gloves on. "Unless you want me to use this," the man told us in English with a heavy accent, "we are going to leave peacefully, and you will not follow." He glanced around, and I knew his friends were not far. They must have been spending the last 20 minutes splitting up and searching the area. Then it dawned on me that yet again I couldn't sense anyone's imminent demise. No pressure and tingling in the head. I took a step toward the man. It made him yell at me in the other language again. Still no sensation. He didn't want to shoot. His finger wasn't even on the trigger. Either he wasn't much of a murderer, or he didn't want to attract attention. "Ben, are you crazy?" Peter hissed somewhere to my right. The man seemed to order me to stop. He raised the hand with the gun, ready to strike me with it instead. Quick as a snake, Evie raised her free hand and laid 2 fingers to the man's temple. I could see her eyes narrowing in concentration, and then she stepped back. The man's eyes widened as he lowered the gun and turned toward her. He said something to her, voice broken and afraid. I grabbed the gun from an uncaring, limp hand. He repeated the words over and over again. "What have you done to me?" "What you deserve," Evie answered him in the same language as she twisted loose from his now lax grip and stepped back. "Come on," she added in English to Peter and me. "What have you done? What have you done?" The man staggered backward, almost stepping into the road as a car drove by, honking at him after it had passed. "What has she done?" I asked, not doing as Evie said. I was too curious. "Why?" The man. "What happened?" I asked him, not really paying attention to the fact that I actually understood what he was saying. His eyes barely managed to focus on me, desperation shining through. No trace of the malice he had met us with mere moments ago. He was desperately afraid of something. "She has killed me. I can't survive this." "That's your own fault," Evie broke in. I felt her grab the right arm, trying to pull me along. "You're alive, aren't you?" I can't. The man was reeling as some sort of revelation was hitting him. "The hell, Ben!" Peter shouted behind me. "When did you learn to speak Spanish?" "What?" I said, as I glanced back at him and then toward the man who was moving unsteadily, panicking, hands to his distraught face. "Never mind that," Evie said, tugging at the arm. "He's not alone, remember? We need to leave." Feeling as confused as the man in front of me, I gave in and followed her, noticing, not for the first time, Peter's worried look. I handed him the gun, which he, without a word, promptly stuffed into his satchel. Chapter 11. "This is all madness," Peter said, before we'd all managed to get through the door to old Ben's apartment. "What am I supposed to do with this?" he added, and pulled the gun from his satchel. He held it up between his thumb and index finger. "I'll take it," Evie volunteered. "Do you know how to use it?" "A little." "Oh, a little? Well, that's comforting. We should have called the cops." He put the weapon down on the coffee table, and then, with more care, the satchel with the laptop on one of the chairs. "I need a beer," he announced, and headed for the kitchen. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 3:15. Had this not been an issue with Parham? "I don't care," he yelled back from the kitchen. "Unless you can schedule attacks from criminals until after 9 p.m., I don't give a crap." "He seems nice," Evie said. It looked like she was suppressing a smile. "Yeah, I think he generally is." "You think? I thought you were friends." I considered for a moment what to tell her. She was, after all, different as well, but I decided to go with the basics. "I was in an accident, ended up in the river. After that, I don't remember much." "Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, you mean like amnesia?" "Yes." "For real? Why does everyone have such trouble grasping that?" She gave a short laugh at that and shook her head. "I need some air," she said, and walked past the furniture, the gun, and headed toward the little balcony. "You coming?" she added, over her shoulder. I heard Peter bang something down on the counter in the kitchen and nodded as I walked after her, adding a yes as she couldn't see this. "So?" she said, and inhaled and exhaled fresh air as I closed the door behind us. "He doesn't know about you, does he?" "No." It was a little colder up there than down on the ground, but the air was better than down in the midst of traffic. "I'm thankful you didn't call the police. I know that sounds shady, but things tend to go bad when they get involved. They don't understand what's really going on, and while they're keeping you, Yorov usually gets a chance to zone in on you." I believed her. About this company, I knew they had tried to kill Winter, and about her gift. Or curse. "What did you do to that man?" Evie held on to her own elbows at the question. She looked like she was trying to comfort and steady herself at the same time. "When I touch someone like that." She trailed off and looked down at the street below. The sound of cars driving by reached us and mixed in with shouts from people, alarms, and building work a block down. "You can tell me," I said. "I do believe you." She gave a quick smile at that. "Yeah, that's not the issue, though. I know you do. It's just that it's a difficult thing to deal with." "How so?" "I bring forth the worst in people. When I touch them like that, when I provoke it, bring the bad to the surface. Well, it's like a conjuring of guilt. You remember every bad thing you have ever done to someone. People you've picked on, stolen from, used violence against, lied to, everything that has ever hurt someone, both physically and mentally, even things you didn't consciously know hurt someone." "Oh," I said. I wasn't even annoyed at my lack of eloquence. That was an interesting talent. "Yeah, that's not even the worst part. Do you know what hell is?" I understand the concept. When the people I touch begin to remember this, it is not only their own memories that come to life. They feel the pain they have caused others, not the violent pain, but the one within. They feel it, and they understand it. Imagine what that does to someone like that guy outside the bomb shelter." I nodded. He was hired muscle. He was there to abduct Evie, and who knew how many other shady jobs he'd done before today. If what she was saying was true, there was no wonder he'd panicked when she had touched him. He knew what was coming. "Is that why they wore gloves?" "Yes, it requires skin contact." That hadn't helped him much since she had gotten close enough anyway. "He said you'd killed him. He seemed alive enough." Obviously, he knew what will now happen to him. The thing about guilt is, it can become unbearable. Throw the true understanding of others' pain into the mix, and you have a recipe for people who will want to end it all. "That's what you meant by Yorov using you like a slow-working poison?" "Exactly. I could see it. If they used her to touch someone they wanted to get rid of, and they were certain the victim had done enough harm in their life to warrant a massive reaction, well, what would happen by their own hand a few days later couldn't be traced back to the real culprit. Truly understanding and feeling the pain of the people you've harmed," Evie continued as she let her arms drop to her sides, "that is what I think true hell must be like. No amount of torture will ever teach you any lesson. But this lesson, if you deserve it, then you will likely not survive it." We stood together in silence a moment. I had a feeling she didn't go around announcing this to people often. I could see why. I looked down at the hand I had placed on the railing. The same thing hadn't happened when she touched me. Why didn't it work on me? I have no idea. I've never experienced that before. What's your what's your thing anyway? I don't really know. I looked sideways at her. How much was I supposed to tell? For some reason, I felt I could trust her. I had known her only a few hours and briefly met her once before that. Sure, we had some things in common, but being human was not truly one of them. I did understand why she'd chosen the balcony, though. I turned and saw Peter on the couch inside the apartment, laptop on the table. I decided to trust her, somewhat. I seem to be able to sense when people are about to die. "Death warnings?" she said, and then nodded slowly. "I think I've heard of that. Yeah. They're not common, but there are people who get them." That lifted my spirits a little. And visions of people who have died before, though they feel more like memories. Huh. Never heard of that, though. What do you mean by before? Other times, other places. Most often here, where I am. And you don't know anything about this? I don't remember who I'm supposed to be. Yeah, amnesia. A gust of wind hit us and made her long ponytail fly up before the thick mass of curls and gravity forced the locks down again. Maybe that is why my trying to provoke your guilt didn't work. If you have no memories, then there is nothing to feel guilty about. I have been lying to Ben's, my friends, since I woke up. Shouldn't that matter? She chewed her bottom lip at this for a moment. It should. Why are you lying to them? They don't know about this. It all happened after the accident. That's unusual. How so? People are born with these gifts, as far as I know at least, but I'm not an expert, only a normal member of these abnormal communities. I'm sure there are people who can help you more than I can. That's why I'm trying to get in contact with Winter. I know he can help. Evie nodded as if I had confirmed something she had suspected. You're not on the run. People who seek his help often are. No, I'm not. I hadn't even heard the word Yorov until this morning. We didn't meet this morning. One of the visions. That's why I wanted you to explain when I met you. I saw him, you know. Winter, that is, when we escaped the library. I shrugged. So what? Well, he was there, wasn't he? He looked terrified at the sight of you. About that, I began, suddenly understanding where she might go with this. For some reason, it was important that she didn't fear me. He has been impossible to get a hold of unless you know him, locked himself off completely, and now I think I know why. Her face gave no emotion. She had turned to face me fully, the view from the balcony no longer interesting. What threat do you pose to him? I don't know, I said honestly. Nothing intentional, at least. All I know is that he knows who I am. He recognized me, which means he knows more than I do. Nevertheless, Evie said, and took a step toward the door, I have a better chance at contacting him on my own than with you, and so I think it's best we part at this point. I felt her lay a hand on the left shoulder as she said this. A comforting gesture, probably. Thanks for your help today. Maybe I can repay you by putting in a good word if I can get him to listen to me. I felt the head nod, so I had to have given the signal for it to do so. And then I simply remained stranded as I heard her open the door and walk back into the apartment. I heard the muffled voices from her and Peter before it went quiet in there. What else was there to say anyway? She was right. She would have a better chance without me. And yet I remained on the balcony, looking down until I saw her exit the building far below, the thick chestnut brown hair separating her from anyone else. She glanced around first, then shortly up before she headed north toward Winterland and WGI, I guessed. I found myself hoping she would succeed. Chapter 12. The queue felt like a never-ending test of patience, and I was beginning to question how much I was in possession of. The want of a decent cup of coffee made me remain where I was. Apparently, wanting something bad enough makes humans put up with all kinds of things. It gave me time to think, though, and the problem on my mind was an old tune that would not budge. Winter surviving Okinov's attack. How? That knife had hit strategic places. That much I did know. With some hesitation, I pulled the phone from the jacket pocket and texted Peter. As usual, it was slow going, but so was the queue. Is there any way for someone to avoid dying? The reply came quicker than I could manage. Avoid dying of what? And why? Not sure. But evading it somehow? Not unless you're a werewolf or something? Or a vampire? Or an elf? I sighed and noticed. I was next in line, at least. Who's an elf? Olivia's voice said, as she startled me a little. How do you walk so silently? I stuffed the phone back in the pocket and gave her my best glare. You of all people should not complain about that. What? How can I help you? The wide, grinning teenager behind the counter asked. I ordered 2 coffees and was relieved when I could finally find somewhere to sit and drink the wonderful liquid. Weren't you supposed to quit those, alien boy? Olivia said, as we found 2 empty bar stools by the window. Not an alien, I said, and sipped at the coffee, feeling a little happy for a second. And not a child either. Besides, I'm not supposed to quit drinking coffee. I'm supposed to remember to eat other things as well. Well, she said, and put her cup on the narrow counter to wait for it to cool a little as she always did. Welcome to the boring world of being an adult. So, what's with elves and vampires? Are they real now as well? Don't think so, I said, and regretted it as I saw the resigned look of oh crap on her face. She was the only person who knew I was not Ben Reed, that I inhabited his body, and that this didn't make me the same person. After our ordeal at Winter Fortress, nearly getting killed by Winter's colleague, Sophia, it seemed appropriate that she knew. She was also the only friend I had managed to make on my own since waking up by the river, and from what I could gather, she didn't let many people into her life. Somehow, I had managed to get through a rare crack. So, how are things with work? I asked, to take her mind off the more unnatural things that could mess with her perception of a world that was chaotic enough. You mean with the grenade man? I nodded as she took off her short leather jacket and hung it on the peg under the counter. Her dark hair hung loose now, unlike at Curie Square, as she expected no trouble in a coffee shop. I'm on a special task force assigned to the case. These past few days have been long. Thanks for your warning, by the way. Warning? About the grenades. There was a last grenade, but we spotted the tripwire. Oh, they've said nothing about it on the news. Because they don't know. We're using it as information when we get the guy. Should you be telling me then? No, but then again, you are many things, Ben, a crappy reporter among them. That was true. Not like I had or would publish anything, so I simply shrugged and left it at that. Will you get him? Just a matter of time. We've brought in some retired cops. They worked the case 30 years ago. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. I hope so, I said, and meant it. There had been a lot of pain on that square, pointless and unnecessary. Are you all right, though? She asked. That was a traumatic event. She picked up her coffee cup and tasted it to check the temperature, but kept her eyes on me. Yes, I said, and then thought about it. I was all right, at least when it came to that. It has had little effect on me in that regard, like it was, I wouldn't say normal, but rather something that can happen. Sophia bothers me more, probably because it's rare. How so? Like the deaths are easier to deal with than the violence. Olivia shrugged and put the cup down again. Seeing people suffer like that is hard. I nodded and remembered Evie's words. Living with the true knowledge of pain would be hard. It was hard to witness in the first place. A text alert sounded from Olivia's phone. She checked it and laid it screen down on the counter. Anyway, I guess you didn't just want to talk about Curie Square? No, I experienced a few more memories. The vision things? Let's call them memories. Whatever, parasite man. Not a parasite. We've been over this, I said, and then noticed her smile. She was teasing, and I rolled the eyes at my slow reaction. It's about Winter, I said. Her smile turned into a frown at the name. He still refuses to see you? Yes. Well, I tried to intervene on your behalf, but he kind of ignored me while answering me at the same time. He should be a politician. There's still something I think you can help me with, I said, and drank the coffee. After cutting down on the thing, it tasted even better when I allowed myself to drink it. When you investigated the Okhanov murder, I'm sure you did some research on Winter and his company as well. I did research on everyone involved, she said, and tested her coffee again. This time it was the perfect temperature for her. She gave me a look over her cup, which is why you know more about Ben than I do. That made her wince, though not out of guilt. I wish you'd stop that. Hearing you, Ben, talk about Ben is just plain weird. It's true, though. I'm not Ben. You kinda are. Whether you like it or not, that's your name now. Fine, but back to the point. Do you know about the helicopter accident? The WGI chopper? I nodded my confirmation as the mouth was full of delicious coffee. I read about it, yeah. An accident that happened before the Okhanov murder. Alvin Cooper was convinced that Mr. Winter died in that crash and that WGI then used doubles to avoid word getting out. It would make the stocks plummet. She gave a wry smile at that. I think he truly regretted doing Sophia's bidding and killing Okonoff. It got him questioning all kinds of things. But the accident, was it really an accident? Something wrong with the propeller, if I remember correctly, a malfunction. And how often does that happen? Don't know. I'm not that kind of an investigator. Why? I think it was an attempted and successful murder. That made her eyes widen a moment. Why? Because I saw it happen. One of these memories? Yes. You know you're stretching my belief, right? Yes. She sighed and shook her head before draining her cup. Okay then, tell me. I did. I told her what I had seen, how the propeller had fallen off, how the chopper had fallen, weightless yet heavy, straight to the ground. How Winter had somehow survived it all. He must have the best luck, she said when I was finished. It's rare, but I've heard of skydivers surviving falls from impossible heights when their chutes have malfunctioned. Maybe something like that occurred. There's more. Of course there is. You investigated the Okonov murder. It was instigated by his attack on Winter. Yes. What's your take on that attack? That stopped her short for a moment. She eyed me first, then the window as she stared blankly at people passing by. She knew something. That much was clear. Despite not feeling that way, I waited patiently and finished my coffee, which was now getting too tepid for my taste. I asked him about it, she finally said. There was something that didn't add up on the surveillance tape. He was stabbed, I volunteered. Olivia pressed her lips tightly together as she nodded, looking curiously at me. It looked like it. Yes, like Okonoff stabbed him repeatedly, but he was healthy when I saw him. Must have some damn good doctors on hand. Well, I began, and then thought better of it. Maybe it was best not to burden her with more. Have you heard of a company called Yorov? I asked instead, and got a stronger reaction this time. How did you hear that name? Memories? Fine, yes I have. From Winter, actually. He told me not to go looking for them. They're the ones that have been targeting him. They seem to not like competition very much. I don't think it's the competition that bothers them. I met this woman when the grenades went off. You romantic, you, Olivia interrupted teasingly, making the best of any situation. And, I said, ignoring her, she was looking for him as well, the same way Sophia did 10 years ago. Huh. And Evie is on the run from Yorov. Why? And why hasn't she called us if someone's threatening her? We can help. She has certain gifts. That makes her a target for this company. And she doesn't trust the police. It seems Winter protects people like her. That certainly explains a lot. Does she have the lightning thing too? No, seems there are varying talents about. Olivia drummed her fingers on the counter a while. Whatever she was going to say was interrupted by her phone. This time it made her grab her jacket and put it back on. I need to get back, she explained, then added, So is seeing when people are about to die one of your talents, then? That and the memories, I guess. Not the walking? Walking? She put her phone in her pocket, but stopped and looked at me. Yeah, the walking, stealthily. It's hard to spot you when you do that. What? You didn't know? It's almost as disconcerting as the eye thing. What eye thing? I was out of my depth here. I had no idea what she was talking about. She pointed at her own amber eyes. The eye thing you did when you knew Sophia would die. It was what truly convinced me you weren't kidding. I have no idea what you're talking about, Olivia. The only thing I knew was that I hadn't known Sophia would die, just that someone in my presence would. I was glad it hadn't been Olivia. Your eyes went white when it happened, like this milky film covered them. I've seen it on dead bodies before, but never like that. Sorry, but it was as creepy as hell. Sounds creepy, I agreed, because, well, seems you still know more about me than I do. That made her smile again, soft and friendly, something she didn't show often. Then her phone made a new noise. Yeah, I really gotta go. I thought you knew all this. As always, Ben, it's been a pleasure and an absolutely confusing conversation with you. Think of how bored you'd be without me, I managed, despite my confusion. True, she said, as she got her phone out again and left. I remained passive on the bar stool, hardly noticing as Olivia gave me a short wave when she passed by the window. Apparently, I was getting more and more information about myself. If I could only understand it, then maybe I could control it. And control meant the possibility of leaving. That was all I wanted. Chapter 13. Slashing and stabbing the oversized blue orc felt like a tension drainer, so he stabbed some more until the thing was dead, and then some more for the hell of it. Then he swung the sword at the pixie he was supposed to be saving because he wanted to smash something. The colorful and winged creature died with a squeaking noise, and Peter was docked points, but did for some reason not lose the game altogether. He got up and tossed the game controller on the chair before heading into the kitchen to find something to eat. Nobody squeaked like a squeaky toy when they died that horribly. He knew that from experience now, and he hated knowing. He found some leftover pepperoni pizza in the fridge and decided it was easier than making something proper. Peter realized another migraine was coming on as well, the telltale throbbing behind his right eye leaving little doubt. He found his medicine, downed a pill with some water, and brought the pizza back to the living room. With any luck, the medicine would quench the pain before he reacted to any cheese. Sometimes, food simply helped. The pause music from the game didn't help, a repetitive synthetic wailing noise that made him grab the remote and turn it off. Instead, he switched to the news. Despite not wanting to think about Curie Square and what he'd seen there, he also couldn't stay away from the news. He wanted to know what had happened, if they were any closer to getting the guy. And so he ate cold pizza and watched a long segment on the Grenade Man from 30 years ago. It was so strange how quickly this had been forgotten. The younger generations hadn't learned about these events in the following years. The Grenade Man had terrorized the citizens of Ashdale during a 6-week period then, with 2 explosions going off and killing no one, but wounding people, while 2 more grenades had been found without being detonated. Maybe the lack of dead bodies was why it had been forgotten? That had certainly changed, Peter thought with annoyance. Why did people always have to die before things like that were taken seriously? He angrily chewed the last piece of the pizza and then lay down on the couch to wait for the medicine to push back the pain. He noticed his laptop, still open on the coffee table. A Wikipedia article on werewolves of all things displayed. What kind of weird things was Ben asking now? And why was Peter even looking into it? Creatures that couldn't die? Peter stared at the accompanying illustration on the page, a man-wolf running amok, surrounded by body parts and devouring a child. Ugh. Peter focused on the TV again. They were, yet again, showing video snippets of the explosions, pixeling out the most grotesque sights. If he'd only been so lucky when he was there. One shaky cell phone video showed the first explosion by accident, someone filming a gray and white speckled pigeon that came close to eat breadcrumbs by their feet. The first explosion. Ben had saved them both from injuries due to debris flying through the air. It was the explosion that had been closest to them. How had Ben known? Because he had known. White, dead eyes tried forcing their way to the forefront of Peter's mind, and he resolutely turned the volume up to avoid thinking more about it. Sources within the police say they suspect there is only one person behind the Curie Square attacks. The urgent voice of Robert Smythe communicated through the screen. Peter wondered vaguely if the man had gone home during the last few days or if he was running on autopilot by now. He always seemed to be on. Then again, Peter felt like he was running on autopilot himself these days. Curie Square was bad enough, and the business with Ben didn't make it easier. They should have called the cops the moment they saw those men running up the library stairs. Ben would never have gotten involved in such messed up things before. You may claim to have reliable sources, but at this moment I cannot comment on whether we have more than one suspect, a gray-haired and lean policeman was stating through a video feed. But Captain Costa, we know from the case 30 years ago that there was never any suspicion of there being more than one person. That's not quite accurate, Robert. And besides, we need to take the present situation into account, not just look backward. I assure you we have our best people on the case. The FBI is also. Peter tuned them out. The media had nothing to report at the moment, that was clear, so they made large stories out of crumbs, only to have something to report. Who cared if there was one or several guys, as long as the police got them all? The minutes ticked by, and Peter managed to pull a blanket over himself. The medicine always made him a little drowsy, but at least that meant it had begun to work. He stared blankly as the mayor was interviewed yet again. Is it even responsible to arrange a function on this scale at this time? A female reporter out in the field asked him. The field looked like the lobby in City Hall. The mayor looked as put together as always, gray hair slicked back, though his suit was traded in for a shirt and a simple blazer. I think it's important to show ourselves and the world that we will not be scared to silence. So yes, I think it's not only responsible, but our duty to go on and help those of us who need it. And what about the fact that we do have the person responsible for the explosions still running free on our streets? We will have all security manners in place for the event. There is nothing for anyone to worry about. Everyone is safe, and we encourage every Ashdale citizen to participate and show their support. We will show our unity in this difficult time. Great, Peter thought. Security was well and good considering everything, but if he knew Winter and he was beginning to see what precautions the man would take now, the tightened security would have been on their list. The charity event was the best place to get a hold of Winter, to get a word with the guy. There would be too many people there to keep an eye out for everyone, but if you couldn't get in the first place? Peter needed to find another solution. He was going to get his friend's memory back, and that was that. Maybe then all the madness could end. Was it even possible to intercept Winter outside the library? A shift on the news drew Peter's attention again, as a picture of Cathedral Bridge showed in the left-hand corner of the screen above Smythe's shoulder. In other news, we shortly go to Curtain Fields. The 3 bodies that washed up from the river last night have been identified. 2 of the 3 were of foreign nationalities. The 3rd man was not an Ashdale resident. The police suspect foul play, but have no suspects at this time. Peter was surprised they even bothered with other news stories at this point when 3 driver's license photos showed up on screen. The police needed help from witnesses who could shed light on these men's whereabouts over the last few days. Peter stared in shock as he recognized the men. The very same men that had chased Evie into a restroom to abduct her. The same men that had chased them all through the streets. One of them who had been in a panic when Evie touched him. Peter winced and shook his head. What the hell? These were big guys. Big, threatening guys who no doubt could and would have made their threats real. Ben had only taken them by surprise. This was not good. They were supposedly hired by a big company to abduct someone, and they had failed. Peter sat up and ran his hands through his hair and then over his face as he tried collecting his thoughts. It could be a coincidence, sure. But really? He didn't think so. If these guys had been taken out, that meant someone worse was behind it, and those people were still likely to be after Evie, a person Peter hardly knew but now feared for. With a flood of expletives, he fell back on the couch as the throbbing behind his eye intensified again. Chapter 14. The day before the big charity event, I found myself outside Current Magazine, which was Old Ben's now and then employer. The magazine occupied a large brick building that looked to occupy an entire block, though that wasn't truly the case. At least 4 stories high, it dominated the neighborhood with its ochre-colored walls, and the wide and rounded arches framing the windows were impressive in their simplicity. At the bottom level, the arches reached up 2 floors, while there were an additional 2 rows of smaller ones above, framing the last 2 floors. Honestly, it reminded me of a train station more than a publishing house. "Are you sure about this?" I asked Peter as he checked my email again before handing me the phone back. "More or less," he said. He had sent an email to old Ben's boss to set up a meeting, going through old ones to see how we had communicated in the past. Unfortunately, he couldn't accompany me into the meeting itself. If the boss got a whiff of my amnesia, he would likely not give me any job or help. "You have nothing to lose in trying at least." "Fine," I sighed. I had even shaved and put on some decent clothes for a respectable appearance. And so I walked into the building, which reminded me even more of a train station as I entered a large open space. Half the first floor had been removed, leaving the rest as a giant mezzanine with office spaces up there. At least that was what it looked like from down where I stood by the door. A sort of reception area was closest to me, but there were plenty of desks and cubicle walls that spread out further in. A helpful receptionist that kept calling me Mr. Reed like she knew me confirmed my appointment and guided me through the myriad of desks toward the nearest stairs that would lead up to the boss's office. Edmund Sear was a middle-aged and short man with an impressive head of red hair that had barely faded in color throughout his years. A smile met me as I entered, and my guide left. "Ben, good to see you." "Ed," I responded, having learned this from the old email correspondence. He came toward me, hand extended, which I took, landing me in a strong, enthusiastic handshake. "I haven't seen you in ages," Ed said, as he gestured to one of the chairs placed around a meeting table. "What have you been up to?" "And for the love of God, don't say amnesia," Peter's voice sounded in the head. It had become a mantra of his by this point. "Working on different projects," I said, per our practicing being a normal human being. "New book, then?" Ed said as he poured some coffee into a couple of cups and handed me one. I liked him already. "Something like that." "Are you going to let me publish the next one, then?" he said as a half-joke. "Sure," I said, distracted, and noticed him almost choking on his coffee. He had not expected that. "But I do have a request," I continued, not wanting to talk about things that could make him money, yet would never come to fruition. "A job?" "Yep." "Well, you know I take your suggestions seriously," he said, with a look like he still didn't quite believe what I had agreed to. "I know press credentials are not enough on their own, what with all the security at the charity event tomorrow, but I would like to gain access to the press area." "You want to write a story on that? Really?" "Yes," I said, throwing the big punches with the best word there is. "Not your typical kind of story, is it?" I honestly had no idea, but judging by the books in old Ben's home, I guessed that he was into self-help themes. Still, Ed's question led me to the right answer at least. "No, but this is not a normal situation, is it? I was at Curie Square when it happened, and—" "Damn, Ben, I'm sorry. That must have been awful." "Yes, well." "All right, I can get you on the list. We have a couple of reporters attending, but one more is fine." I smiled at that, hoping Winter hadn't banked on me getting in that way. So I listened politely to Ed's small talk because I hoped this was going to help me. I even managed following along, not alerting him to the truth that Ben Reed was in fact not sitting in front of him. In the end, he let me go, though, as he was, thankfully, a busy man. I followed him down the stairs again as he wanted to personally make sure Ben's name ended up on that list. Or my name, as Olivia had pointed out. It wouldn't matter for long, I thought, with rising hope. "Just wait here a sec. I'll get Belinda to get you on the list," Ed said, before vanishing between his own employees. I remained where I was, noting the hectic activities around me. People were clicking away at their keyboards, talking on phones, chatting together over their thin walls, walking back and forth, taking breaks in the snack areas to the sides of the room. All the low sounds made for quite the noisy area. It had to be annoying, and yet they got things done. And then the sensation of tingling pressure came back to the head so suddenly, it startled me. I felt despair a moment. This uncontrolled physical sensation intruded on me again, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I didn't want this, and yet I felt myself drawn to the middle of the room, a wheezing sound, boring itself through the general noise of the space, luring me in. It was a man, dressed a little different from the others. White shirt, black vest, arm garters, glasses with small lenses and a thin metal frame. The haircut was different as well. Short around the head, a little longer on top, slicked back and looking wet from whatever product he used. He was wheezing because he was clutching at his chest. Heart attack? That was my guess. A few people around him noticed and began coming to his aid. Not that they could do anything. I knew that, and I also knew, as I saw them dressed mostly in the same manner, that this was a memory, again. There were few women in the room, and the air felt thicker, harder to breathe in. Small clouds of smoke were rising from ashtrays and the cigarettes in people's hands. And the man continued his solitary journey of pain. He didn't respond to those trying to talk to him. He continued clutching at his chest, then a man's arm as he slid out of his chair and to the floor, halfway dragging the man with him, terror in his eyes. He knew. He knew, and he didn't welcome it. So few do. And then the sensation subsided in the head as a shade of darkness fell before the eyes. Strange, I thought, for that hadn't happened before. But I had little time to think of it as the space around me changed. It was almost like watching burning paper singe away to reveal something behind a thin screen. The same large hall, fewer desks, but the same purpose for the room. Not the same name, though. Large letters on the wall told me that this was the headquarters of the Ashdale Daily Post. Not that I read much news, but I couldn't remember that name from any newspaper. Underneath the large letters, I was informed in smaller, yet still big ones, that I should buy bonds. And then the sensation of tingling uneasiness, well known, yet unknown, returned. My attention again drawn to someone, to the people around me in general. Lots of women this time. Almost only women. They worked much in the same manner as Ed's employees, though they were hammering out their texts on typewriters, bringing paper copies with them around the space. They were dressed differently as well. Shorter curly hair, colorful makeup. Narrow skirts went below their knees, though some were sporting pants as well. The few men around seemed to hold the management positions, one of them being the one I was drawn toward, the sensations growing stronger as I did. He had been reading, a piece of paper still clutched in his hand as he stared straight ahead, eyes blank. Or was that frozen fear? Perhaps it was confusion? Regardless, it would not matter how he reacted. The outcome was set. The paper curled in his hand, and I barely noticed the picture of an old flying Spitfire crumble before the paper showed no more details. His face began changing as well, the left side of it losing muscle control and drooping. A woman came by to ask him something, and then he was finally noticed. Not quite alone in his final moments any longer. As he fell forward so his upper body rested on the desk, I did notice in the growing crowd around him that some of the women looked not happy exactly, but a little relieved. Small facial expressions, carefully hidden, a few shared. The man might not have been alone in the end, but he would not be missed. Surely that had to be worse. The room shifted around me again, and I had no time to think about it, as the fabric of the hall crumbled before the eyes. Yet, I felt no fear, only despair at the lack of control, anger at my lack of understanding. The large brick building vanished around me, leaving me standing in a small room near a window. I glanced outside to see the street one story down. It was a run-down wooden building, if I was to judge by the room I was in. Thick layers of dust covered surfaces not in daily use, and I saw various kinds of insects scurrying under a carpet and into the faded green wallpaper that was peeling off the wall on its own accord. A woman lay on the floor. By the looks of her, she had been there a couple of days. Her skin was pale and clammy, her eyes distant. Long and filthy gray skirts lay flowing around her legs, the bustle looking grotesquely huge now as she was wasting away underneath. She looked thin enough to snap in two. How long had she been there? I could see she had fallen while trying to reach something on the top shelf in her tiny kitchenette. A jar of pickled fruit? Too far for her to reach now, as it had rolled away from her. She must have broken something to render her immobile like that, but broken bones were not what would take her now. Lack of water would. Her breathing only got more and more shallow as she finally gave up, her eyes still open, seeing no one there to neither help nor care. How long before someone would find her? When she was gone, it all shifted again, as I knew it would. My hopes of returning to wherever I was, it was getting hard to remember, was stepped on. The house I was in disappeared altogether now. I stood in a small barley field, a tiny crop for anyone, but important nonetheless. No more buildings covered my view in any direction, and I saw a small farmhouse and what constituted a barn close by. A young boy ran toward the barley field, shouting in anger at the dark birds that tried eating from the crops. It was clear this farm had little to spare. His abrupt entry to the field and shooing of the birds scared up a wild dog, big, gray and brown, long fur in twists and knots. The large animal was startled into blind anger, a sudden and imagined need to defend itself. The boy's cries of despair before the dog ripped his throat out was only enough to bring his parents out of their little home. The mother stumbled in her hindering long skirts. There was nothing but nightmares to meet them in their life-saving patch of grains now. The birds were scared off by the noise and flew eastward, low over the Ashdale River that sparkled in the sunshine. I felt something behind me then, something familiar, a presence I recognized, yet couldn't remember. I turned and startled at the sight between the barley sheaves. 8 figures stood in a row, watching me. I saw no eyes, but still knew with certainty that they were watching me closely. They were near humanoid in shape, but mere shadows in form, dark and unmoving, the sun not interfering with their existence in the middle of an open field, empty of anything but the barley. "Who are you?" I asked. They didn't fill me with fear, only a longing for an answer I realized they had, something I couldn't see. I moved to walk toward them, and the world spun around me. Shacks shot up across the field before I again was enveloped by the wooden house, and then the familiar brick building rose around me and brought me back. A hand fell on the left shoulder. "Hey, I lost sight of you there a sec." Startled, I turned to see Ed's friendly face smiling at me. I hadn't moved far, 30 feet maybe. The large hall surrounding me was again filled with people working for Current magazine. The logo hung on the wall of the mezzanine, clearly stating that I was where I was supposed to be. "Sorry," I said, and shook the head in an attempt to clear the confusion away. I thought I saw someone. Since the lying abilities were back, I took that as a small victory. "Well, you're on the list. 800 words would be great." "Sure." "Are you all right? You seem a little different." "I'm fine," I insisted, not wanting him to stop me from getting into the library during the charity. "Thought I saw someone I can't quite remember." "Yeah, I hate it when that happens. I just smile and avoid mentioning names. That usually works." I smiled at the thought of things being that easy as I said goodbye and headed back outside into a city that for a little while, at least, would stay the same. Chapter 15. "Looks like the whole city is attending," Rose said as they all stopped and took the building in. Peter had to agree. The lights were on in every room in there, the archives as well, though from what he could see from the windows, only the archives lobby was in use for this night. Music streamed outside, joined by the voices of thousands as they came together to comfort and support each other. And there were people everywhere, out the front of the building and inside as they could see in the large windows. Everyone was dressed in colorful clothes per the request of the mayor. This was not a funeral, but a celebration of life. "Let's see if we can get in," Walter said as he put his arm around Rose's shoulders and they headed toward the entrance. "I'm going to go look for the alternative," Ben excused himself. "I'm glad to see he's begun thinking about work again," Walter said, as he had to let go of Rose to manage to navigate through the throng of people surrounding the long line. The security check in front of the doors was holding the line up, and Peter could see more security guards and police in the crowd as well. It made him relax a little. It would be a catastrophe if the grenade man tried anything there. "Peter?" Rose's voice broke through the general noise of all the people around them. "What? He really contacted his editor himself?" "Sure," Peter said. It wasn't like he could elaborate on that. Ben had no interest in his old job. It was worrisome, but not as much as everything else regarding him these days. "I guess that's another sign he's getting better," Rose said, the hope evident in her tone. Peter tuned them out and scanned the area around them. It was not as if he expected to see Winter there, nor would the guy listen to Peter any more than Ben. He knew he was helping through their written attempts at getting in touch with him. Another face drew his attention, though, making him forget the mess he was mixed up in. George was standing with a group of friends further up the line, smiling back at him. He felt a mirroring smile answer her before he could think of what to do. She was dressed in a light blue skirt, a pink top, and a yellow jacket, all pastels that mixed well together. Her thick curls were held up in a loose bun, and her smile was easy and beautiful. A sound from Peter's jacket made him jump a little. His phone. He got it out, trying to maintain eye contact with George, but the text was from her asking him if he wanted to meet inside. He nodded while he answered yes, to be sure, before George and her friends were herded through the security checkpoint and out of Peter's view. At least the night was looking better. He had been a little absent these last few days, which made for little contact with her. Getting inside suddenly took much longer than he liked, but after 15 minutes they set foot inside the lobby, an area as crowded as everywhere else. It seemed bookshelves had been moved out of the way, while every possible room was in use. Even the librarians' desks were gone. A smell of undecided perfume hit him as the throng of bodies was even tighter in there. It didn't take long before Rose and Walter slipped from him into the crowd as he was more interested in finding George. Searching for her golden hair, he instead laid eyes on a stranger with a familiar face. Evie. Peter blinked. No, that was certainly her. Further ahead of him, her chestnut hair caught in a low ponytail as she tried moving quickly through a crowd of people with no hurry whatsoever. So, she hadn't found Winter yet. He must not have left the Winter Fortress during the last couple of days, then, which left her in a state of limbo while trying to avoid the men following her. The murdered men. Peter froze, yet kept getting bumped around by the crowd surrounding him. Evie kept looking back as she tried moving through the crowd, but Peter couldn't see what or who was distressing her. He began to follow, pushing his way through between people, realizing he wished Ben was there. He might be an absolutely different person in some aspects, but for some reason, he might also know what to do. Maybe calling the cops was the best thing, but then again, they would likely overreact to anything happening in this place right now. Besides, did he really know something was wrong? He ignored the voice telling him yes, but decided to keep following Evie, just in case. As he came further inside the building, it became clear that much of the event was taking place outside as well. Windows and doors were open, leading outside to large party tents in the tiny park behind the building. That was not where Evie was going, though. Peter managed to follow her as her head popped into view in the crowd now and then, and she was heading away from the throng of people, into the backstage area. Peter lost her for a moment as she went through a door further ahead. Shortly thereafter, it opened and closed again. Peter hesitated as he reached it himself. He didn't have an access card, but then he noticed the little green light on the electronic lock. He opened the door and went inside, seeing waiters and other staff milling about, some walking toward and passing him on their way out. The door needed to be open. Evie disappeared around a corner further in, and Peter pressed on. There were dozens of people between them, and as he didn't recognize anyone, he was more convinced the 3 men from the other day had been killed for their failure and replaced. That had to mean the new guys were worse. Because there were new guys, weren't there? And now these guys were somewhere between him and Evie. They might be outflanked, he thought, but they were not the ones in any danger. Chapter 16. With Ed's help, getting in hadn't been a problem. The reporters could enter via the archives through a narrow side entrance, but that didn't mean there was no security check. Still, I figured I got inside faster than the people who waited in line at the main entrance. Stupid lines. I knew that in my old existence, if I had needed to be somewhere, I was simply there. There was nothing more to it. Why I was anywhere was another matter. I pushed through the crowd of people and soon found myself outside, behind the building in a large, fenced-in area with 4 large party tents. People were milling about everywhere, talking, laughing, eating. Despite the darkening night, there were plenty lights from the round orbs hanging from wires above and all the cell phones in use below. I saw people dancing together on a large deck of wooden tiles nearby, getting lost in the music, either in groups or as couples. There were stalls to the sides where vendors sold food and drink, as well as a myriad of waiters in white shirts and dark pants or skirts that navigated the crowds handing out free drinks. Still, people left money at the stands and walked away with dry and wet nutrition. The smell of food, perfume, and bodies blended and covered the area, but didn't put me off. This was how they smelled and sounded. Those who were gathered to mourn, to comfort, and support each other. All the money would go to those affected by Curie Square. But I had another purpose, and I scanned the area as I tried to stand still. I was bumped into from every side, as not moving with the crowd kept me out of balance with it. If I could only get one word in edgewise with the one person who could help, the one person who could tell me who I was, that might unleash my memory, at least help start a way back to regain it. Where would he be, though? As one of the hosts of this event, there was little chance Winter would not attend. So I looked around as best I could, surrounded on every side by people. The eyes finally rested on the tents. One was a large food tent, people entering and exiting with empty and filled beer glasses. I began moving closer to see what the other tents contained. One had long tables and benches and was filled with people who wanted to rest or a place to eat. Another filled with fun-time activities. It looked like a whole carnival or fair had been stuffed in there, as well as a large part of Ashdale's population. People were certainly leaving money, buying trinkets and shooting at targets to win stuffed animals. One man screamed as he was thrown from a mechanical bull. The last tent gave me some hope. This was a calmer place, though filled with people. There were fewer places to sit, more waiters, and more people dressed in suits. I walked up to the wide entrance and took a peek. Yes, definitely more suits about. And then I saw why. The gray and thick hair of Mayor McLaughlin moved about inside. I saw him talking to people, shaking hands and generally smiling. Then he vanished behind some people. But for me, that was enough. He was the main host, was he not? And he was here. So I was going in there, no matter the people in my way as I moved around the obstacles, only to find new ones. A happy and probably drunk couple saw each other from each their side of me and met in a sloppy and laughing kiss right in front of me. A man and a woman embracing, crying on each other's shoulders. 2 guys juggling their phones between them for some reason that was obviously clear to them. I heard myself growl in annoyance at the ever-moving crowd, a sound that was drowned out in both laughter and serious words. Chapter 17. Peter realized he was clenching his fists as he walked. He didn't understand why these people were after Evie. These vague claims she was useful to them somehow didn't make any sense. He tried recollecting what he'd found out about her online as he followed the little crowd. They walked ahead of him up a flight of stairs instead of heading toward a small, overpacked kitchen area. The library was not built to accommodate such events, and there were table upon table outside the kitchens, lined with glasses on trays, ready to be filled and brought outside. From what Peter could tell, there were no particular skills a large international company like Yorov would be after. Not that Peter could see, at least. She had dropped out of college her senior year and then gone on the run. It looked like she had been on her way to becoming a social worker of some kind, but her true passion had been her training. There were photos from training sessions, her gymnast friends in different social settings, as well as all of them participating in various competitions. Hell, Evie's profile picture on most accounts was of her hanging in a pair of still rings, wearing a long, elegant dress, arms straight out to the sides. Why was she being hunted like this? Maybe she had seen something she was not supposed to? Stuff like that did happen, didn't it? It was not like he was blind to Ben's hints of her being like him, whatever that meant, but it did seem to make her trust him marginally. As Peter reached the top of the stairs, his view got easier, as the crowds had thinned considerably. Evie was gone. He stopped and looked around, but no, she had vanished from view. Where? There was a long gallery ahead of him that stretched parallel to the serving area below, and there were several doors on the wall to his left. It looked like they led to offices, as few people were up there, and no more than one or two went in or out of these doors. Was she hiding behind one of them? Then where had her followers gone? He was hoping to avoid a repeat of the restroom incident as he remained next to the railing, looking around in confusion. That was when he spotted her, below and beyond the busy waiting staff, further behind. Peter had taken a wrong turn when he took the stairs. Evie had pressed through the crowd of waiters and could get no further. Pressed against a wall, her escape through the closest door was made impossible by a tall man, muscles stretching under a shirt that should have been a size larger. On the other side stood a woman, long blonde hair, something in her hand that Peter couldn't quite see what was. Between these two stood a man with shoulder-length dark hair, with a much more calm demeanor than the other two. It looked like he was saying something to Evie, but her head kept swiveling back and forth, like prey taking in her surroundings, considering her options. It was not like she had many, Peter thought as he watched from above. These new guys had managed what the old ones hadn't. They had cornered her, and with weapons, they could get her to come with them peacefully. Peter noted the object in the blonde woman's hand again. A gun? Knife? He couldn't really tell. It was held like that to be kept hidden, yet stay in sight for Evie. How had the blonde woman even managed to bring it past security? Peter was at a loss. Normal people called the cops. Evie didn't trust them, claimed it would make it too easy for the company that was after her. He glanced around. He had to do something. But what? This was not a game. She could get hurt if something went wrong. That was the intended threat, too. A fire extinguisher hung on the wall nearby. Well, it had worked the first time, he thought, and went to take it down. Maybe if he threw it at one of them. That could cause enough of a distraction for Evie to make a run for it. Surely they would be distracted enough to look up to see the cause, in which time he would make a run for it himself. But he never got to it. As he returned to the railing, ready to lift the red container over his head and aim for the muscle guy, he saw the man in the middle move his right hand a little. Only a small flick of the hand, really. It was down by his side, but what came from it was not normal. Something dark. Something swirling around his fingers. It floated in the air and then began moving down toward the floor in a maelstrom of dark shades. "What the hell?" Peter whispered and lowered the fire extinguisher without thinking, and then Evie screamed, high-pitched and purposeful. She was not afraid of the unnatural black tendrils swirling from the man's hand. She was using the moment to her full advantage. "Don't touch me, you perverts! I said no!" she shouted. She sounded horrified, which she likely was, but not because of some sleazy proposition. It acquired the desired effect, though. Several of the waiting staff came to her aid, yelling at the two men, apparently overlooking the blonde woman. Peter saw her slip her weapon into her pocket as she joined the oncoming group in chastising the two men. And in the midst of this, Evie moved along the wall behind her, her back to it, like she didn't dare to lose sight of the three as she made her escape. She didn't have to feign fear, and one of the waiters actually opened the closest door for her, allowing her escape. Peter put the fire extinguisher on the floor slowly and with his eyes on the man with the long hair. There was nothing to see around his hand now. Had Peter imagined it? But the other three had seen it as well. He had seen them react to it. White eyes came to his mind like an attacking shark in murky waters. Peter blinked hard and frowned. He remained frozen to the spot as he watched the two men push through the group of waiters. anger clear on their faces as the woman followed a little behind. Chapter 18. Inside the tent, the crowd thinned, not a lot, but enough for me to move a bit more freely. The ground in there had been covered with a hard surface of large wooden tiles, put together like a puzzle piece, which also made walking easier. There was no music, and the melodies from outside were subdued by distance and hundreds of people talking. I spared them little thought, focused on my goal and searching the place as I moved between bodies. They shook with laughter or were rigid from the seriousness of the events at Curie Square. Strange that there were few in between, but then people react in different ways. I focused on myself and hoped no one would bother me as I walked between them, closer and closer to the inner part of the tent. I could see the crowds spreading a little more in there, more room to maneuver for those lucky enough to be there. At some point, I passed the mayor who had moved in the same direction as me with a head start. He was shaking hands and smiling, not too much, only enough for the sad occasion. I moved on and began noticing that people didn't lay eyes on me. They only seemed to move a little as I passed by, a swing of a body to make way, an unconscious step to the side, small movements that allowed me to pass. It drew me out of my reverie, and a waiter stopped abruptly in front of me, shocked at the sight of someone directly in her path. I could see she was about to say something bad before gathering herself and letting me pass. I turned to ask her, as I noticed my actual goal and all other thoughts had to take the passenger seat. Winter. He was standing no more than 50 feet away from me, talking to a well-dressed couple and toasting something with them. I could hear the clinks of the glasses through the general noise of the people around me. I immediately turned left so he wouldn't see me approach. If I could get him to hear me out, then maybe he could see that whatever he thought I was up to, that was not the case at all. I only needed help. Again, people moved subtly around me, allowing me passage as I walked, eyes fastened on Winter. Like most people in this area, he was wearing a suit. The sandy-colored hair was neatly cut and trimmed. He even looked to have a healthy complexion. No signs of illness or injury. How could that be? Was it possible that I was approaching some sort of monstrous creature? If that was the case, what did that make me since he did his absolute best to stay away from me? I hoped he could answer that. Felt the fists clench as I put one foot in front of the other. A few people between us now. I saw him nod at the man and woman as something disturbed him. Was he on to me? I felt the body exhale as he pulled a phone from his pocket. He glanced at it and seemed to excuse himself from the conversation he was in. The couple took no offense as they smiled and laughed and turned to leave. Winter also turned. He raised the phone to read something on the screen as he glanced up and looked right at me. No more people in my way now. "Percola," he blurted as he was startled by my appearance. He dropped the champagne glass in his hand. It smashed against the wooden tiles, spraying the bubbly liquid around. Winter looked like he'd stepped in front of a moving bus, and he took an involuntary step back. His eyes widened as he realized what was happening, which is more than I can say for myself. "Listen," I began as I noticed his eyes darting to someone behind me. "I just need to—" "Mr. Winter," a familiar voice broke in as a hand was placed on his shoulder. "I need your help." I forgot to say more as Evie was suddenly there, winded from running, as much as one could in there, and wearing the same clothes as the last time I had seen her. Instinct then made me glance back. A big guy in a suit was heading in my direction. Winter's security. Damn. I turned again to see Winter stepping further back as he pushed Evie's hand away. She looked so confused at the refusal from him to at least listen to her that she only stood there a moment. That was more than I had. The security guard was not alone. More of them were coming toward us, and I had no choice but to step back into the crowd and blend in with them. I was not going to end up in their clutches or the police's. Evie also noticed them by this point, and as Winter had no attention for her, she did as me and went back into the crowd, her face stricken with defeat. He had been her last hope. His security lost sight of me. I could tell by the way they spread out to scan through the crowd, but I was ahead of them. Even as I walked backward a few steps, trying to see where Winter went, he remained a little further back from where I'd encountered him, security at his side, and unlike them, he looked straight at me, knew where I was. A look of confusion, fear, and anger directed at me. I stepped in between a group of non-caring friends who were toasting with their champagne glasses as well. They obstructed me and him from each other's and anyone's view, or so I thought. Chapter 19. By letting confusion and the movements reign, Peter found himself by one of the side entrances of the library. He had gone down after the waiters had sent Evie's tormentors away, and followed through the same door she had used. That had led him to a smaller lobby that led back to the outdoor area belonging to the Ashdale archives and library. He could see the large white tents out there and all the people. Evie was long gone, thankfully, and while he remained indecisive, he had moved with the crowd and ended by one of the exits that was used as a delivery entrance because of its large double doors. Peter opened one of them and stepped outside. The cool air and lack of bodies packed too close was an immediate relief. To his left, he saw the fences raised for tonight to keep people outside the security checkpoints. Two uniformed men by the doors made Peter aware that he would likely have to pass through security once more to get back into the building, but he didn't care. The cool and fresh air was worth it. The continued events of the evening cruelly decided to stomp on that moments later as he noticed a car further down the street and some people getting into it. The long and thick hair that unmistakably belonged to Evie was placed among four people. Peter recognized the man and woman from inside the library, but the other two hadn't been there. A man and a woman, also dark-haired and dark-eyed, were dressed in suit and pantsuit, unlike the other two that sported jeans and jackets. The new man held something pressed to Evie's side, and she walked with stiff and restrained movement as she, to Peter's horror, got into the car. The two new abductors got in with her, the doors slammed shut, and the car skidded to a start as it drove off. The blonde woman and muscle man walked toward and blended with the crowd further down by the front of the library. Peter found he was gaping. He glanced around. The security guards had seen nothing. They remained by the door, checking their damn phones. Peter looked up and down the street before he decided to disregard Ben's refusal to call the police. Evie had been abducted. How? She had gotten away. It had to be the two new ones. And where was the man with the long, dark hair? That thought gave Peter the shivers, and he struggled to get the phone out of his pocket as the thing got caught on the pocket lining. The door opened again somewhere to his right, and a few people came out. Likely to get some air themselves, he figured, as he dialed 911. He never got further with the call as he glanced up and looked right at Mr. Winter, who was yelling, with a voice so low Peter couldn't discern the words, at one of the men that were with him. The restrained anger in the man actually made the other two men, who were bigger and broader by far, look like scolded schoolchildren. One of them tried saying something. "Never mind, just get the car," Winter said with the air of someone who really, really wanted to yell at the top of his lungs. The men went off to do exactly that, glad to be away from their angry boss. "Did she find you?" Peter asked. His words made the man spin around on his heels at the unfamiliar voice. He was highly strung and on the alert. "What? You?" he said, recognizing Peter as the guy who was helping Ben. Winter took a step back and looked around, probably trying to see if Ben was there. "Did she find you?" Peter repeated. "She?" Winter echoed as he stopped moving. Peter noticed that he too had a phone in his hand. "Her name is Evie. She needs your help, and she's been looking for you." Peter could hear an unfamiliar broken rasp in his voice. He knew he was in shock after seeing Evie forced into a car, likely by gunpoint, but the sight of this man, who was supposed to help her, angered him beyond any social conventions of politeness. "What?" "Did she find you?" Peter pressed. He could feel the grimace of anger on his face and saw the two security guards put their phones away. "A woman?" Winter asked to clarify that Peter was in fact not talking about Ben. Peter nodded, but didn't take his eyes off Winter. Ben's crap could wait. This was more important now. Then something changed in Winter's whole demeanor as something dawned on him. His mouth opened as he drew breath, shoulders lowered. There was a woman, he admitted to both of them, like he hadn't realized until now. She was... He pointed to the door and looked that way too, before turning back to Peter. I didn't listen to her. You didn't listen to her? Peter said, barely controlling his voice as the outrage seeped through. He didn't know why. He hardly knew Evie. But what had happened to her wasn't right. The security guards made to come closer, but Winter stopped them with a quick motion of his hand, palm out. Peter hardly cared that they stepped back and found their phones again. I was distracted by your friend. I don't give a crap, dude, Peter said. He didn't care who he was talking to. Didn't care this man could probably blacklist him from any job in the city and beyond, if he so chose. She was forced into a car and taken away. I think they had a gun, and you didn't listen to her? What? Where? Winter glanced around as if the abduction could still be happening right next to them. I don't know what kind of weird stuff she's involved with, or you for that matter, but she was fighting hard to find you. She needed your help. Winter squinted his eyes shut a moment, trying to get his head around this. Then he opened them and spread his fingers, minus the two that were holding the phone, in a placating manner. Hold on, Mr. Klein. Peter was not surprised he knew his name. Winter had in all likelihood had him investigated along with Ben. Peter wouldn't even be surprised if that had extended to Rose and Walter as well. Let me get this straight, Winter continued. What kind of weird stuff, exactly? I don't know, something about being a slow-working poison, some foreign company being after her. Yarov, I think it was. Yorov, Winter corrected him. And that was all it took. The man's face fell into a blank mask as he drew his conclusions. Peter had the distinct feeling that from his confused and short explanation alone, Winter now understood more than him. He was starting to see where Ben's frustration was coming from. You are right, Mr. Klein. Peter. You are right, Peter. I should not have made that mistake. Tell me what you know, please, he added, as a large, black town car approached. He held up his index finger to the driver to get him to wait. If you do that, I will help you with this. Really? Peter couldn't hide the doubt in his voice. Really. Now put that away if you don't mind, Winter said, and nodded toward Peter's phone, where the screen still lit up the 3-digit number he hadn't yet called. No need to call them yet. Peter nodded as he thought it over and then did as told. Good, Winter said. I'll do what I can, though I can't promise it will be much. But I need to be clear about something. I am going to help only you. Chapter 20. I weaved my way through the crowd, focused, decisive, unnoticed. No security guards ever stopped me or found me. I didn't think about it, not even the botched attempt at getting Winter to talk to me. I only had my eye on the exit. I felt a concentration that didn't extend outward, but inward. It was as if I was drawing a shield of some form around the body that caged me. I walked, and people subtly moved out of my way. Despite this halfway trance, a small part of me observed it with curiosity. I was doing something not to be noticed, and more importantly, it was working. Cool air hit the body as I stepped outside by the main entrance of the building. It felt like such a relief I lost control of the cloaking effect at once. Because that was what it was. Olivia had mentioned it. I had been walking, not invisible, but somehow hard to spot. I hadn't done it on purpose when she saw it. Not even now had I done that. But I had done it. And it had saved me from the security guards. Once they lost track of me, they hadn't been able to spot me again in the crowd. Maybe I had a knack for being ignored? You would think that was a bad thing, but then again, in this case, I felt the corners of the mouth move upward. Then I felt the hairs on the back of the neck rise, an odd sensation, like shivers from cold, even though I wasn't freezing. I glanced around, but people were busy with themselves and their companions. I had a feeling I was being watched. It made me uneasy, and I began walking away from the library. It couldn't be the security. They would not watch from afar, nor was it Winter. He had seen me all right, likely because he had been paying close attention, or he was immune to it. Either way, he hadn't made a move to follow me. So who then? None of the people around me stood out. Not one of them paid me any attention beyond smiling in passing. This was a night of community, if nothing else. I sped up a little and decided to leave the charity event. No point in trying to reach Winter again that night. He would be long gone, judging by his reaction. It was not only that I frightened him, he also looked angered at my being there. Or rather, not being there, just being in general. Why? What was it he recognized in me? He had been angry, confused as well, surprised, but that was understandable given the circumstances. He had brought that on himself. Both Peter and I had been civil in requesting meetings, some sort of communication. But from the moment Winter saw me trapped together with Olivia that day in Sophia's office, he had done everything to keep me away from the truth. How was that helping anyone? If he could help me put the puzzle pieces back together in this weak and broken mind, then I could most likely leave. Surely that would benefit all? The sound of boots walking on the ground somewhere behind me drew my attention away from the frustrated anger I felt regarding the knight's defeat. I stopped a moment, and so did the sound. It hadn't been loud to begin with, only soft footfalls that were amplified a little due to hard soles under shoes. I didn't look back. It was curious how the instincts in the body went on high alert. Suddenly, the sounds of the city around me were tuned out or in, depending on their possible connection to the threat. I could feel the whole body getting warmer, and the eyes scanned the surrounding area, trying to get a sense of the location of the perceived threat, as well as find any possible escape route. That reminded me of Evie's hazel eyes. She had done the exact same thing when we met her in the library. And through all of that, I managed to stay still and feel the sensation that told me most about imminent threats. The one instinct that was mine, not the body's. I was standing in North Street in Harrow, on my way south to Old Ben's place. Usually there would be lots of people out, even if it was late and dark, as it was now. The charity event must have drawn most of them. I saw a person or two up ahead, but they were walking purposefully towards something, not wandering about the area, going to bars and restaurants like people usually did there. I began walking again, keeping to light footfalls myself. The shoes I was wearing had softer soles, and by doing this, I could hear the steps somewhere behind me again. I inhaled the crisp night air and took stock of the situation. Someone was following me, and no one was going to die. At this point, at least. Who could it be, though? Winter's goons had lost track of me inside the tent, and there really was no one else to take an interest in me. Had someone noticed my little trick in the crowd? That could have happened, I realized. I was not invisible. Simply hard to notice unless one paid attention. Someone had indeed paid attention. I kept walking a little while, considering what to do. From what I could hear, straining the ears, I thought whoever it was walking on behind me across the street. That could give me some time. I didn't particularly like being cooped up in Old Ben's apartment, and so I did spend large portions of days outside, which meant I knew the area of Harrow pretty well by now. As I came up to the entrance of a narrow alley that was situated between a vegan restaurant and a steakhouse, I quickly went left and into it. Not something any sane person would do this late, especially when the area was this deserted. But sanity is disputable. I was less worried about being robbed than I was the person following me figuring out where I lived. Also, I knew that the alley made a 90-degree turn to the right further in, before continuing between the large buildings out into Caraway Street. I sped up once I was inside and hurried through, almost stepping out into the next street. That would probably have been the sane thing to do, but I wanted to know who this person was, so instead I maneuvered the body over some bags of trash thrown next to an overstuffed dumpster and took cover beside a protruding back entrance of some restaurant. Sure enough, the steps came shortly after me. They reached me like an escaping echo flying before the owner of those feet. Whoever it was had sped up when I took an unexpected turn into the alley. Time to test my new trick, I thought, and tried to recall how I had done it in the tent. I had been focused on my goal, not paid anyone around me any attention, but that didn't seem to work. I'd had a sense of being there, but not a part of it. I shook the head as the steps came closer and tried again. I hadn't concentrated on doing it. It had happened without my trying hard. Like breathing. The brainstem took care of that. I could override it, of course, but not for long. Don't think about it. I moved the head from side to side and tried again. Didn't focus on much around me, simply observed. The foul smell of the trash was now getting even sourer as it had lain there too long. The looming buildings that surrounded me, all in concrete except the one I was leaning against that sported ochre red brick on its walls, the little source of light in there that came from Caraway Street, and a small lamp further in. It didn't give me away, but made it possible for a person to walk through without tripping. A sensation of being shrouded made itself known. I observed this with detachment. That seemed to be the trick, because as I looked down the body, I thought I could see a shade around me, a dark gray, yet see-through film that hovered around the body. I tried releasing it, and saw the shade move inches away from me. I observed the steps again, and pulled the sensation back toward me. The shade reacted, and enclosed me, before I saw a figure emerging by the lamp. I watched with detached interest, observing, but not letting emotions cloud my thinking. And that was it. I understood what Olivia had seen now. Not the shade, but a person that was hard to focus on unless you knew where to look. The sense of accomplishment almost made me lose it, but my newfound stalker was too close for that. I let go of the emotions and observed him as he came into view, and then disappeared from it. The little lamp was obscured by something dark. I saw tendrils of it move like smoke before the glass orb was completely covered by it, and the alley fell into darkness. Something flowed before the man. I had at least had time to determine he was one before it blinded me. I could hear the steps, though. The body wanted to betray me. The heart rate increased, and I felt warm again, and a need to breathe faster. As with pain, you learn to stay in control. I pushed all of this back and remained where I was. The fog itself gave off no scent. It didn't feel different to breathe in as opposed to air either. The steps moved a little slower. Could he see me through this fog? It was not a natural occurrence, I was sure of that. Yet his steps came faster and with purpose. Unlike me, he was not blind. I fought down a bout of impending fear and remained still, cloaked and silent. His steps moved past me. The darkness began to give way as I could discern details of the buildings around me. He was nearing the street, and whatever he was doing was not something he would be doing out in the open. No, this was his way of camouflaging himself where he risked being attacked. He let the dark fog fade, the swirls thinning and disappearing into nothing. And there stood a man I hadn't seen before. Young, maybe the same age as the body I was in, tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in clothes much like myself, jeans, shirt, jacket. Heavy boots, though. His hair reached his shoulders, and from what I could see in the dark alley, it was either dark brown or black. He stood looking to each side, wondering where I had gone. He glanced at his phone as it lit up in his hand, but made a grimace of impatience at the intrusion, before making a decision to head to the right. If I had gone out there first, I guess he would have been correct, as that was the way toward old Ben's apartment. I waited a few seconds before I disentangled myself from the wall and walked gingerly over the trash bags strewn around me. Not once did I lose grip on the shaded cloak around me. I followed the man out on the street and saw him further up ahead, walking without purpose in his strides. He had lost me. I couldn't help the grin that escaped me, and as a consequence, the mirage around me almost did as well. I refocused and followed after the man. I could think while doing this, but I couldn't let emotions get the better of me. It would break the illusion. I kept as close to the buildings as I could, marveling at the fact that no one seemed to notice me as I passed. Not that there were many people out. After a while, I noticed there were even fewer than you'd expect. It might have felt like the whole city was at the charity event, but that was, of course, not the case. I let my attention wander a little wider as I kept the eyes fastened on the long-haired man. He had given up by this point and was walking with purpose toward some place. I wanted to know where that was. I wanted to know why he had been following me. But as the area became void of people, and I paid attention to it, I realized we were headed toward Curie Square. People came here in large numbers during the day, but not at night, even after the police had cleared the scene. What was this man doing here? He didn't seem like the morning type. I knew the area well enough to expect the narrow little alleys and passageways. It was what made for quaint little eateries and craft shops. Unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough. Despite my soft footfalls and the illusion surrounding me, the long-haired man could still move too fast for me to react. I came upon the square itself, still messy, broken, and empty. Facades had been damaged, and brick had fallen down. Windows were barred with plywood, and there was some garbage floating, but no long-haired man. Much like he had earlier, I remained standing a moment, looking back and forth to see if I could get even a hint of where he'd gone. There wasn't a sound. Only a siren far away on the other side of the city, and the soaring undertone of the river right behind the buildings across the square. Chapter 21. Peter stifled a yawn as he approached Ben's door, then wondered why, as he went with it, eyes squinted shut as the sensation overtook him. He was so tired, but Ben wasn't answering his phone, and Peter hadn't been able to find him anywhere at the library. In addition to needing sleep, he was also tired of pushing through the crowd of people to see if he could spot his friend by chance. With slow movements, he found the right key and put it in the lock as he hoped there was some heat on in there. He was cold as well, not used to being awake in the middle of the night. Before he could turn the key, the door opened to reveal the tall frame of Walter. "Well," he said in that level-headed voice of his, "at least one of you is alive." "Give me a break." Peter straightened up and walked inside, effectively getting Walter to take a step back. He was not surprised to see him. They all had keys to Ben's apartment. They had needed them after his accident, and then kept them. "We never saw you again," Rose pointed out. She sat in one of the soft chairs next to the couch. "Oh." Peter stopped and looked at both of them. He had completely forgotten they all came together to the library. He had gotten separated from them the moment he saw Evie on the run in the crowd. "Sorry about that." "We tried texting you," Rose said. "Oh." "Never mind that," Walter said, as he walked over and sat down in the other chair. He did stifle a yawn, holding his hand in front of his mouth as well, which in turn made Peter yawn again. All he wanted was to go home and get some sleep. "Did you see Ben?" Walter said when he could talk. Peter shook his head in answer to that. "That's why I'm here. I wanted to know how it went. Not with the supposed job, obviously, but what had happened with Winter. Those two had met, that much was clear, but Winter hadn't said anything, and Peter hadn't dared to ask. The fact that Peter had told Winter off about his treatment of Evie made him a little shaky even now. Walter gave him a look that indicated he didn't quite see how that was necessary. Wouldn't it be enough to send a text in the morning? That kind of look seemed a good thing for a lawyer, not so much for his friends. "Listen," he said, "we're just worried. Ben's obviously still dealing with the trauma, but what is he really up to?" "You've been spending the most time with him," Rose chimed in. "What's going on? He's always running around looking for this person, or persons, that's supposed to know something about his accident. He's getting thinner, cares little for things that interested him before. If you exclude tonight, he's done nothing regarding his work." "He has savings, doesn't he?" Peter tried. "Maybe he needs a break?" "That's fine," Rose nodded along with this. "But those savings will not last forever. And anyway, if this obsession of tracking down people who might know something doesn't lead anywhere, well, I'm worried." "Okay. So what do you want me to do about it?" They glanced at each other at that, in that almost thought-reading way long-time couples do. They had been discussing this repeatedly between them. They had been together a few years now. Out of all Rose's boyfriends, Walter was the one Peter genuinely liked. He was happy they had found each other, even if it had been a little awkward in the beginning. They had all been friends before that. But maybe that was why Peter liked his sister's now fiancé. He knew Walter and what kind of guy he was. Decent, upstanding, loyal, and kind. Like Rose. They were a good match in that regard. So, of course, they both worried about their friend when his life, and in a way theirs, had been turned upside down by an unforeseen accident. "We know you have been trying to help Ben," Rose said as their silent communication came to an end. "And we are grateful that you're doing it," Walter continued. Peter had to force himself not to roll his eyes at the we. He might like them being together, but did they have to be a single entity? "The thing is," Rose bit her lip a moment as she weighed her words. She didn't want to start an argument. "Are you helping him? Or enabling him?" Peter didn't know what to say. Enabling Ben? "Does that mean—" He paused, not sure if he understood them right before pressing on. "That you think he should give up trying to remember? His life? Us?" Rose shook her head before he was done speaking. "No, absolutely not. God, you have no idea how much I want him to remember, but I don't think trying to force it is any help." "Besides," Walter said, "you're putting your own life on hold in the process." Peter shook his head in silent protest. Wasn't Ben part of that life? He had been like a brother to Peter and Rose since they were kids. "Family looks out for each other," he said. "Yes, I know that," Rose agreed. "But that doesn't mean you have to give up the important things." She shared a glance with her fiancé again. "What was that?" Peter demanded. There was something they were not telling him. "We met George at the library," Rose explained, and then said no more. Oh, crap. Peter fished his phone out of a pocket and checked it. A message from George awaited him. A short text asking if he wanted to meet somewhere, as she couldn't find him in the crowd. "Damn it," he added, for good measure, but didn't feel better. He had been distracted, and for a good reason, too. George wouldn't know that. She wouldn't understand that some people with weird abilities had abducted a woman he had first met when Ben saved her from one of the explosions in Curie Square. That the attack he'd experienced there wasn't even the most unexplained thing he'd seen in the last few days. White eyes, black smoke. Peter shook his head, forcing those thoughts away. And Evie being abducted by someone good enough to sneak weapons past security checkpoints, by someone who had likely killed their predecessors. No wonder Peter kept missing her at every turn. Were Rose and Walter right? They weren't completely wrong, at least. But he couldn't tell them, could he? They would not believe. He hardly did himself, didn't even know what to tell as he understood nothing about it. So, he promised them that he was going to fix this before it became too late. It wasn't like he was going to abandon Ben. Peter couldn't in good conscience do that, not when he had seen what had happened to Evie, who was unquestionably linked to Ben and his new circumstances. But he had done what he could for her now, however little that might be. So, as Rose and Walter got into a taxi and Peter waited for his own to arrive, he sent George a text apologizing for not seeing hers earlier and asking if she wanted to meet the next day. No matter what. If she wanted to, then he was going to keep to that meeting. Chapter 22. At around 6 a.m., I decided to head back to old Ben's apartment. I had spent the better part of the night searching for the long-haired man, and then when I gave up, I had kept going, practicing my new little trick. It turned out, as daylight broke, that even though it worked then as well, it was a much more useful skill when the light around me wasn't bright. Not that people paid me much heed, but there were a few eyes who noticed why they were stepping aside. A few were startled or confused to suddenly be aware of a person that hadn't been there a second ago. That was good to know. The body did, however, not want to practice anymore. Fatigue hit me, and I could tell sleep was the only thing that would remedy this. Despite that, I still went into the coffee shop down the street from old Ben's apartment to get a warm cup of coffee. I was cold from being outside all night, and in truth, I still didn't like sleeping. The drift off into a black nothingness always made me uneasy. I didn't dream much, which might have made the experience better, but the few fragments that came during a night always vanished before I could remember if I truly had dreamed them. The barista was well used to me by now, so her quick nod before turning to get my unspoken order as I entered was not unusual. Her lack of a smile was. I noticed about 10 other customers in there beside me. That was not unusual either, as many were on their way to work, but no one had much attention to spare either a newcomer or their coffees. Everyone was looking at the flat-screen TV that hung high on the wall behind and to the side of the counter. The barista handed me my coffee and simply put the money I gave her next to the register. No attention to spare for that, as she looked up at the screen as well. A serious-looking news anchor kept talking non-stop as white letters raced across the thick orange crawl on the bottom of the screen. Grenade man arrested. One man has been arrested by the Ashdale police in connection with the Curie Square explosions. I took the lid off the coffee cup and absent-mindedly blew on the dark liquid, the familiar aroma wafting up to the nose, making me sigh in relief. Instead of leaving with my order, I took a seat by a table, and, like the others, watched the screen with interest as the news anchor was replaced by a reporter outside the Harrow police station. It was in the early hours this morning. "It's still the early hours," one coffee drinker interrupted, before laughing at his own comment. No one else cared. "At an address in South Harrow. At first, they didn't inform us where, but neighbors filmed the entire thing." Sure enough, the footage of police entering an apartment in some building kept running on a loop in the bottom right corner of the screen as the reporter kept talking. From what we understand, the suspect is known to the police, and he's an elderly man. This indicates that we may be dealing with the same grenade man as the city did 30 years ago. "Have the police made any statements as of yet?" the news anchor asked. "We are currently waiting to hear from them. We've been told there will be a press conference at 10 p.m. Hopefully, we will know more by then." The reporter signed off and the news anchor came back into view. The footage of police entering an unknown apartment still kept rolling in its own little frame. For anyone just tuning in, we have learned that the police have made an arrest in connection with the Curie Square explosions. From what we know so far, there are indications it might be the same person that carried out these types of attacks over a quarter of a century ago. Curie Square was his most damaging attack, with 15 dead and 42 wounded. As the city came together last night to contribute in helping the survivors and those that struggled to keep their livelihoods, it seems that at the same time the police were busy narrowing in on the one responsible for all the murders and physical harm. I sipped the scalding hot coffee as I watched this. People came in to get coffee and pastry and stayed for the news. Those who had to leave all took their phones out and put earplugs in to keep listening. While reporters were busy scrambling to get anything new to report, old clips and interviews with various experts were shown. It was all interrupted the moment something more recent could be reported. The mayor entering City Hall, for an example. The man barely got out of his car before he was bombarded with microphones and cameras. Everyone wanted to be the first to report something new. The mayor looked tired, but alert while giving his brief comments. He had looked better the night before, but then he had been busy with the charity for most of the night. Now something more pressing was happening. I wondered a little at why I kept seated to watch. The whole event at Curie Square had been a violent ordeal, but what I had seen when passed out had affected me more. The appearance of Evie and her attempt at using her talent against me had also taken most of my attention. Of course, avoiding death and injury had been on my mind, but it hadn't bothered me much afterward, not like Peter. I knew he kept churning it over in his head. It had been traumatic, no doubt, but I was not reacting to it the same way others did. Yet here I sat among others and wondered who was responsible for it all. The caffeine did its little trick as well, and I ended up buying another one with a ham and cheese croissant. "Nell Sterling, welcome," the news anchor told a young woman with soft red hair as they sat opposite each other in elegant steel chairs that reflected the light in the studio. "In your novel, Think of Me to Keep the Memories, the grenade man of the 80s is part of the narrative. What did you come to find when researching your story?" "Well, Robert, it's a work of fiction, of course, but part of the story takes place in Ashdale during the time these attacks happened the first time." The woman sat in a relaxed position, legs crossed, hands lightly folded in her lap. I actually came over the story by accident. It was reported in the media, of course, for long periods of time even, but then when the attempts at blowing people up stopped, so did the interest, it seems, like the city wanted to forget. Yes, because you were born 3 years after these events? I was, and I never heard about it growing up. It was my research for the story that made me familiar with it. People have asked me after reading the book if I made that up. They think it's strange that they haven't heard of it themselves, and I have to tell them that, no, it really did happen. Ask your parents. So it's a whole generation that has forgotten or has no interest in it? I wouldn't say no interest. How can you show interest and outrage if you don't know in the first place? Why do you think it was, in a sense, forgotten? Well, I suspect it's because no one was killed. The fear that flowed through the city was palpable. I interviewed people who remembered it, and they said no one dared walk anywhere without staring at the ground in case there would be a tripwire. But then it stopped, and it's like the city wanted to forget the bad things. Ben, a familiar voice interrupted. I looked up to see Bullfinch Sophie, looking more like the bird as she was sporting a long black coat over her red tunic and wide pants. "You've seen, then?" she asked, and indicated the screen. She was standing there with a paper cup in her hand. I had been so absorbed in the news that I hadn't noticed her come in, and with Sophie, that was hard to do. "Yeah," I confirmed, and pointed to one of the unoccupied chairs by my table. "Good news, but such a shame," Sophie said. "I knew you were in trouble that day, you know. I felt something bad near your energy, but didn't understand until after." Retrospect, I thought, every psychic's friend. Still, she had helped me once in getting a semblance of a true memory back, so I didn't disregard her self-declared ability altogether. The interview with the author went on for a few more minutes before they had any more news. Someone in the police department had talked to a reporter long before the press conference. Knowing the address that had been raided helped as well, I figured, as they showed a photo of a man in his 50s or 60s. Short gray hair, a little thinner on top, but not much. He was smiling with a cocktail in his hand in a garden somewhere. A couple of people were in the same photo, but their faces were obscured. A man named Gil Barber. Such a nondescript and normal name. He had recently retired as a crime scene investigator, had worked with the police for years, it seemed. He was described by neighbors as an upstanding guy, smiling and helpful. Of course, there were the interviewees who always thought he was a little funny. I guess hindsight makes anyone smart enough to see such things. The man looked ordinary. Why had he done this? Why had he waited 30 years between? People had been hurt. Some were dead and would never be among the other people of this place again, torn from their families. And Peter had been close to that happening to him as well. Somehow, that didn't sit quite right with me. I thought about it happening to Rose, Walter, or Olivia as well. And no, that would not be good. I was used to them, found them worth paying attention to, didn't wish for them to go away when they were around. It was not simply that I needed them anymore. I liked them, yet I still wanted to leave them. But that was different, wasn't it? Yes, it was. I didn't want bad things happening to them. After the attack, Peter had become uneasy and didn't quite know how to deal. I had seen the deaths, felt them even, seen the injuries and pain, bodies flying, body parts as well. And that did strike me as wrong, despite the inevitability I felt from sensing it beforehand. It could have been someone I knew. Even if it wasn't, that didn't mean the poor victims deserved it. "Oh, crap," I whispered into the croissant. I was truly starting to care, wasn't I? That could complicate things. Sophie and I decided to go back to the apartment building. Sophie had customers, and I could continue watching there. Likely, it would take all day for all the information to get out anyway. On reflex, I took the phone out of the jacket pocket to check the time and noticed missed calls and texts in the little menu on top of the screen. There were so many notifications up there. Old Ben had all kinds of social media accounts, and by now several hundred different reminders that things were happening on them. I had learned to ignore them and pay attention to what mattered, and therefore went straight to the thread of texts from Peter. There were several asking where I was. They had been sent during the charity event and increased to where the hell I was. I had completely forgotten. I had been so angry at the botched attempt at getting Winter to talk to me, and then the whole being followed through the empty streets of the city, that I forgot he might want to know how it went. But that was not how the messages ended. No, it was bad. I stopped walking as I looked down at the screen, seeing words that filled me with worry and guilt. It had to be guilt, because I immediately wondered if I could have done something as I stared in disbelief at the letters. Ben, answer me. Those guys who followed her took Evie. Chapter 23. I do not like feeling uneasy and helpless. Before this all happened, before I took over this body, that never happened. There was never any doubt then, only existence, mixed with duty, watching, and the odd curiosity. The feeling of needing to take action was unfamiliar because then I only had to wait, and never long. But now I wanted nothing more than to do something to help. That was how I felt the following couple of days. I knew Evie was in trouble, and there was nothing to be done to help her. I had no idea where she was. I wouldn't be surprised if her captors had taken her abroad by now, but for some reason, Peter didn't think so. Given the current security measures at the airports, despite the arrest of Gil Barber, it would be high risk trying to take an unwilling person through such a public place. "You look like crap," Peter said as he walked beside me onto Central Bridge. "I don't care," I said and glanced ahead. There was little traffic as it was Sunday, but there were already some people on the pedestrian part of the bridge. "What I mean is, we can do this later if you need some time." I shook the head and walked on. We were early on purpose as we had some business to attend to before the ceremony over at Curie Square that would draw many people to the bridge. Being early allowed us space in the middle of the bridge which gave quite the view. To our right, we saw Northwater with its modern architecture. It seemed as quiet from a distance as Harrow to our left. Now that I knew about it, I saw the large brick building containing Current magazine rising a little above a few other buildings. Straight ahead stood City Hall, which loomed over Charlton further north. It could be seen from most places in Ashdale. The river flowed slowly below us. It had a murky brown-gray color, only hints of the blue it had once been. That is what happens with rivers as cities grow up on their sides. Except being driven over the bridge, I had in fact not been up there since the night old Ben died. In a sense, I hadn't been up there then either. I had a fragmented memory of the large construction. However, I was not certain if I actually remembered anything or if the brain confused it all with what I had been told afterward. It was probably the latter. No. The first thing I remembered for certain was Olivia giving me a suspicious look as I woke up and committed a crime against nature and breaking every law of existence in her book. Good thing she had come around. I looked down at the flowing water below and saw for the first time how far down it really was. I could remember the pain from the body setting itself right. Old Ben had been broken on impact. As far as I understood, the city's 3 bridges had been built this high to accommodate large boats and barges bringing in shipments of goods. That was before transport had been made easier with airplanes and trains. There were still boats to be seen now and then, but these days they usually went no further than Ashport by the coast. "Now's a good time," Peter said as he glanced around. There were few people close by us, but that would change. I nodded and pulled the gun from the jacket pocket, moving the hand carefully and trying to avoid any attention. The weapon was concealed in a white handkerchief, but it still looked odd. Without any fuss, I unwrapped the gun and let it fall. We stood in silence as we watched the now black dot race toward the water. A small white spray came as it hit the surface, and then it was whisked away under the bridge. "What a relief," Peter said, still looking down. Neither of us had any use of it, and the fact that it belonged to a now dead man meant it was a dangerous thing to keep lying around. After all, he hadn't died under normal circumstances. According to the few news reports that covered anything other than the grenade man, it was clear one of the dead people had died by his own hand. The others had been murdered. Getting rid of the gun was for the best, so we had agreed to do this as Peter wanted to come to the bridge anyway. A loud ping from Peter's phone sounded and made him wince. Damn, I should mute that. He glanced at the screen and then stared some more, his whole face a question mark. Something wrong? Peter shook his head. I don't think so. I'll read it later. More and more people trickled onto the bridge, ready to take part in what was happening at Curie Square. There was not enough room over there for everyone. After a short while, it began to get crowded on the bridge as well. It didn't take long before getting a space by the railing became impossible. People stood close together as those who were late looked over strangers' shoulders. Some also went to the other side. In the end, it wouldn't matter, as for the view anyway. I wonder if Evie's okay, Peter said, his voice low and blending seamlessly into the general murmur around us. I mean, if they need her, they won't hurt her, right? I didn't know how to respond to that. He was only hoping. But we were standing there because a man had decided that others should die because he was angry about something. I was at that time not particularly impressed with human kindness. I don't know, I hope she's okay. Olivia has her feelers out, but... I had nothing more to say. I had been surprised when Peter didn't want to call the police. He had sounded so much like Evie herself then, but he had agreed to calling Olivia. Unfortunately, she didn't know more than us, and so Evie was beyond our reach. We stood in silence a while longer as we waited with everyone else. We could hear the muffled voice of someone giving a speech at Curie Square, the echoes spreading further than the confines of the square. Then a song. I have heard many a dirge in my time, but if this was one, I couldn't discern it. The human ears could not pick up what was sung at that distance. Peter seemed uneasy, like he had something on his mind. He looked better than he had the last week, though, like he was sleeping more and eating better. I knew he'd spent some time with George, finally. It did him good. He absent-mindedly scratched his beard while thinking about what to say. I let him be. He had seen and struggled with a lot lately. I couldn't blame him for being confused. In an echoing subconscious gesture, I felt the hand scratch the stubble on old Ben's face. It seemed pointless to remember to shave as it came back again, annoying and itching as ever. How did Peter stand it? I read about this woman who was in a coma, Peter began, pointedly not looking at me. What? Yeah, she'd been in an accident, a car crash, I think. Anyway, when she came to, she was speaking with a South African accent. Not a bad one either. Okay? I eyed him sideways, wondering where he was going with this. The thing was, she had never been out of the country. Ever. He turned his head and looked at me now like I was supposed to understand everything from those words. Well, I prompted. Well, people don't change accents like that by accident, especially to one they have no reason to. I guess she'd heard it somewhere during her life, and after the coma it manifested, and she can't get rid of it. I'm at a loss here, Peter. What's your point? It's just... He looked out over the river again. You've never spoken Spanish in your life. And now you do? With everything that had happened, I had to think about that one before remembering that the man Evie had used her ability on had in fact spoken in Spanish, and that somehow I had understood him. Anyway, Peter went on, I thought maybe it's sort of the same thing, that after your accident you woke up being able to speak another language. I felt the lips press together as I thought this through. It was odd how much of what I thought manifested physically in the body. He was wrong. That was the first thing that struck me. I hadn't woken up able to speak Spanish. I had no idea why I was even speaking English. The other thing was the fact that he was attempting at finding a reasonable explanation. He had seen and heard so much by now. He even referred to Ben's fall into the river as an accident. It was in a way interesting to see the human mind at work in such a situation, but it was also a bit sad. Peter was old Ben's friend, and my friend. I didn't want to be the cause of his distress. Still, it was best to let him figure it out himself. Maybe, I heard myself say as a whisper went through the crowd. I looked toward Curie Square and saw they had begun the flower shroud. Flower upon flower was put in the river, some from the other side in Northwater as well. Hundreds of thousands of them, if not more. They were given by the people of the city who had flocked to the square to do so, and even more, were gifts from the city. Though it was a river, soon it looked like an ocean of colorful flowers that floated through the city and down toward us up on the bridge. The murky water turned into a painting of colorful celebration, for that was what it was, a memorial of the dead and a celebration of those still there, of the city's strength to carry on. "It's beautiful," a woman to Peter's left said to the general murmur of approval. As the shroud of flowers reached the bridge, many let their own flowers fall from above. A woman not far from me was crying at the sight. "But I don't understand why he had to hurt people just because he doesn't like—" "Shh, Carrie," a man said, as he put his arms around her and held her close. "I don't think that guy understands much himself." I had to agree to that. The news about the grenade man had intensified as there had been more to report over the last few days. The attacks 30 years ago had happened before he got his job, but while he was in training. One police detective had recognized him one night as a spectator at one of the grenade man crime scenes. There had been no reason for him to be there in that part of the city. Almost getting caught had stopped the attacks then. He prided himself on being smarter than the police, and the detective had had no evidence against him. During the next 30 years, the grenade man had had a good career and been respected in his job. Respect had been something he craved as well, but after retirement, something had changed. He had become unimportant, as one reporter had put it, and so he had put his grenades to use again, and in a much more cunning manner this time. No, this man didn't care about the people he hurt. He cared about his pride and anger, as if it justified what he wanted. No one spoke more of him, at least not around us. We all stood in silence as the flowers floated by us below. They would follow the river until they sank or reached the coast. In its way, it was a fitting farewell to grief, though that would last a long time, of course. We stayed on the bridge for the better part of an hour before deciding to leave. "I need a coffee anyway," I said, as Peter asked if it was okay if we left. "There's a difference between need and want, and besides, He broke off and resolutely turned to face the river again. "Something wrong?" I asked. Stupid question, I know. "Don't turn around," Peter said, his voice strained from not shouting in panic. "What's wrong?" That was a much better question considering the circumstances. "Promise you won't turn around." "Okay, I promise. So who is behind me?" Whoever it was not close enough to hear us talking. Otherwise, Peter wouldn't have said a word. I figured we were not in any immediate danger, despite Peter's apparent discomfort. No, discomfort was not right. He was afraid of someone. He was pretending to look calm, but his voice and the way his knuckles whitened as he pressed his hands around the bars of the railing told me that. "I don't know his name, but he was there when they tried taking Evie the first time, when she got away." I nodded. He had told me this before, and I had silently berated myself for not paying more attention to her when she tried getting Winter's help. "I'll try a discreet look later. Describe him for me." "I don't know. Tall dude, dressed casually, long hair, kinda dark. Why are you smiling?" "Nothing. Don't worry about it." "Don't worry about it? The guy is an abductor. He hangs out with other abductors. How is he someone not to worry about?" "Listen to me, Peter," I said, going for a decisive tone. "Follow the crowd and take a cab home. I'll call Olivia and she'll figure this out." "No, you can't involve the cops." "I won't. Only her. She's okay with that." I was lying, of course. I had no idea if she would be okay with such a thing, but then again, I had no intention of calling her. Peter seemed to believe me, though, because he did as I said. I let him have a good head start. I didn't want the long-haired man following Peter as well. Hopefully, he would only think he was a friend who was not involved in this. The end of the flower shroud was reaching Central Bridge as I began walking, as well as making no attempt to hide in the crowd. If he was following me, I knew I could at some point turn it around and follow him instead. Chapter 24. Peter looked up at the house for the second time and wondered why he hesitated. The name on the mailbox stated that the person living there was named Alexeyev, so it had to be the right place. He hadn't hesitated the last time he met this man. It was foolish to do so now, he thought, and walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. It was a nice house, but that was to be expected on the outskirts of Charton. It was an expensive part of the city to live in. The door was opened by a familiar face, but there was no fear or pain to be seen there now. The man's lined and wide face cracked into a welcoming smile at the sight of Peter. "Peter," he said, with a voice as warm as between lifelong friends. Yeah, are you Armin Alexeyev?" The man nodded and extended his right hand, which Peter took. "Yes, I must look different, huh?" "Yeah," Peter agreed. "You look different without all the blood." "Thanks to you. Come in." Peter entered a spacious and lovely home full of warm colors and lots of pictures on the walls. This had clearly once been a family home, but he got a sense that was no longer the case. There was too much silence. "I made some coffee," Armin said as he led Peter into a large living room that sported a grand piano in one side of it. "But I can make tea if you prefer. Or a beer?" Peter smiled and sat down on a soft couch covered in a golden-brownish velvet. He carefully put his satchel with his laptop next to him. "Coffee is fine, Mr. Alexeyev." "Armin, please. I may be old, but no need to be formal." Armin poured Peter a cup and handed it to him. He didn't look old exactly, and Peter knew from his Facebook profile that he was 50. Way too young to die, especially in such a pointless way. Armin poured a cup for himself and walked over to one of the matching soft chairs and sat down, facing Peter. "I see you're not limping. That's good." "Yes, again, thanks to you. I was so curious after the attacks, you know. I never got yours or your friends' names." "His name is Ben." "Reed. Yes, I found out. But he hasn't responded to my message." Peter sighed. How many times had he tried getting Ben to check his various accounts? At this rate, it was a miracle he responded to text messages. He may look like he's in his 20s, but he's like a 90-year-old grandma online. That made Armin chuckle, at least. To Peter, it had become an everlasting frustration. "Well, be sure to thank him for me. If he wants to stop by, he is welcome to do so any time." Peter nodded. "So how did you find our names?" Armin took a sip of the coffee and then put the steaming cup on the table between them. "I wanted to thank you for what you did for me. Without you, I would have been trampled by running people, or at least damaged from the shrapnel that hit me." "Oh, it was nothing," Peter said, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't understand why. He had nothing to be ashamed of. But it was something, for me at least. The doctor said I could have ended up with nerve damage in my leg if you hadn't done what you did. "Wow," Peter blurted, a little surprised by the man's frankness. "Then you don't know how lucky you are, because I only know a little bit of first aid and I had no idea if I did anything useful when it was happening." "More than you know. Anyway, I didn't get your names. Everything happened so fast afterward. It felt like an eternity while the explosions were going on, but after, everything is a blur." "Yeah. But you gave your statements like everyone else, and a helpful police officer came to my aid." Was that even allowed? Peter wondered, and decided he didn't care. "Let me show you something." Armin got up from the chair. He went over to a dormant fireplace and took a framed photo from the mantelpiece before he returned and handed it to Peter. It was of a little girl, light brown hair to her shoulders, with about 30% of it gathered on top of her head in the most untidy of ponytails. A pair of large blue eyes stared at the camera and smiled with the rest of her face. "Your kid?" Peter asked. "Granddaughter," Armin corrected. "How old?" 3 years. I'm showing you that because I am so thankful, Peter. 5 years ago, my wife died." "I'm sorry." "Thank you. It was breast cancer and it happened fast. I was absolutely unprepared for it. She was not." His smile vanished at this before he shook his head a little and focused on continuing. "Anyway, I lost my purpose for a long time after that. My kids are grown and married with careers of their own. And then little Miriam came along, my daughter's daughter." Peter sat silent for this, oddly not feeling awkward at the man's honesty about something so personal. "When I was lying on the ground, bleeding and in danger of all the fleeing people, I thought of this little girl and my children. How I would give anything to see them again. I had only swung by the Happy Bakery to get some pastries for their visit later that day. Well, I'm glad you got to see them, Armin. So am I, but that's not all. See, when the doctor mentioned the possibilities of nerve damage in my leg, that saddened me. At this point, I was in the hospital, so I knew I was going to live, of course, and I was so thankful for that. Somehow, I got even more than that. Suffice it to say that earlier this morning I was helping little Miriam learn how to use her tiny kick scooter. She may only be 3, but she's a force to be reckoned with on that thing. She looks like a tiny pink lightning. He laughed, and Peter couldn't help joining him. This activity demands a little running to keep up. Running I am very happy to be able to do. Glad to hear it, I really am, Peter said, and set the photo on the table before picking up his coffee cup. So he had done something right in the midst of that chaotic disaster. He wondered what he would have done if Armin hadn't been pushed and hurt by the panicking man who'd shown no regard for another wounded person in his way. Would Peter have panicked and run off himself? No, not run off at least. Ben had been adamant he stay on the ground through the whole thing. He had been doing all kinds of things that day. Peter chewed the inside of his cheek a moment while considering Armin, who drank carefully from his warm cup of coffee. The man had been frank about a lot of things. I have a question for you if you don't mind, Peter began with a tentative tone. Go ahead. Something happened at Curie Square, besides the explosions, I mean. I couldn't quite hear it, but I think Ben said something to you. Something more than comfort, something important. Armin gave him a blank look as he leaned back in the chair and rested one leg over his knee, the coffee cup between his relaxed hands. Yes, he did. Peter nodded and sat up straight. Do you mind telling me what it was? I gather you haven't asked him yourself? It's not that I can't, but if I'm wrong. Yes. Armin sighed and gave a small smile, not unfriendly, but rather resigned. The few minutes the attacks lasted passed slowly. I guess it's true what they say about time. It does not pass at the same continuous speed. I was hurt and bleeding from an explosion in a nice part of the city, a place people go to get food and drink and be together. It was a nightmare come true, and I was sure I was going to die. Ben was sure of the opposite, Peter said, as he remembered Ben's comment when Peter had wanted to help Armin. It had been completely out of character, but then he figured people reacted differently to disasters like that. Armin simply nodded at his comment. I didn't hear that, exactly, but it fits well, I suppose. How so? As I said, I was certain I was dying, that I'd never see my loved ones again. I think he saw it. It looked like he recognized that fear in me. He didn't seem overly invested in this knowledge, though. I guess it's normal to take in your surroundings under those circumstances, but then he took pity on me, as it were, and told me straight out that I was not going to die, and I believed him. Why? His whole face changed in that moment, like your friend wasn't looking at me anymore, but someone else. Someone... It's hard to explain. Someone I simply trusted to know. His voice? Armin smiled as he exhaled. Yes, it changed. Lower, rasping, almost like a whisper, I'd say, but a little voice in the mix. He looked pointedly at Peter. Wouldn't you agree? Obviously, Peter would not have asked that had he not heard it himself. Twice, to be specific. Yeah, he did the same thing before the first explosion. He knew someone was going to die. Peter couldn't keep from shuddering as he finally thought consciously of his friend's eyes as they had gone white. Not back in his head, but white, as he had spoken with that unfamiliar voice, stating that people were going to die. It had been surreal, and even more confounding was the fact that he had been right as the grenades started going off around them. How long have you known each other? Armin asked after a short silence. My whole life. Do you believe in such things? Armin pressed his lips together and moved his head from side to side in a thoughtful manner. I never used to, but I am old enough, at least, to know that I don't know everything. I looked it up online, tried to figure it out. There were such weird pages, almost conspiracy-like, it made me feel like an idiot for checking them out. And there were a few mentions of something called a death warning, whatever that is. I think it might be exactly what it sounds like, Armin pointed out, with some amusement in his voice. I gather this whole thing is new to you. Peter swallowed some coffee and nodded before briefly telling Armin about Ben's accident. He had no idea why he was being so honest, but it was a relief lifted off his shoulders to finally talk to someone who didn't look at him like he was insane. Well, I wish I could elaborate for you, Peter, but I am as new to this as you are, it seems. There are plenty of self-proclaimed psychics out there. Maybe one or two are the real deal. Maybe the accident your friend had unleashed something latent. I don't know. All I know is that he helped me when he told me the truth, that I would get through it and get to see my family again. It gave me hope. I guess there are worse things, Peter said, and drained his cup before putting it on the table. I think you'll find, Armin said as he leaned forward and reached for the coffee pot, that without hope, there are only worse things. More coffee? Peter smiled, nodded, and held out his cup for the refill. Chapter 25. I had been to Peter's place exactly 2 times since the fall from Central Bridge, and one would think that getting lost was therefore not a risk. As I walked past Ashdale Cathedral and looked up at its towering spires, that was not the case. Somehow, I was certain I would not have gotten off the tram 3 stops too early in my previous existence. I hadn't required a body then, so slow-moving and rickety carts hadn't been even remotely part of my daily struggles. Somehow, I was pretty sure I'd had no struggles. Still, it was best to start walking, as I would be there anyway when the next tram came along. I also thought I knew where I had to go to get there. They had made it a little too easy, I realized, as I wound my way through the streets of Curtainfields, the cultural district of the city. It contained most such institutions, excluding the Ashdale Archives and Library. After I had woken up by the river and been brought to the hospital, Old Ben's 3 closest friends had spent a lot of time in his apartment with me. They had keys. They had taken time to help out. Simply been there. After I came to terms with not being able to leave the body, I hadn't minded much as I got frustrated with little to do on my own. Still, I should not get off at the wrong stop when going to Peter's. When it came to Rose and Walter's new house, it was somewhere in the Northwater suburbs, where I always went by cab. Maybe I should change some things, I thought, as I passed an active flea market. Despite the weekend being over and it being late afternoon, a lot of people had come out to peruse the possible treasures. I walked on. I was in need of Peter's technological help and could imagine his eye rolling at that, but when I told him why, he would be on board. A quaint little side street to my right caught my eye. It had small shops on each side of the street selling handcrafted wares such as textiles, jewelry, and pottery. And then I walked straight toward it. What? I heard myself mumble as I veered from my path. The familiar sensation sprang up from the nape of the neck, a returning reminder that something inevitable was happening. I don't have time for this, I said a little louder, making a passing woman look at me with skepticism before averting her eyes and speeding up. I stopped outside the first shop, which was now something else. This confused me a moment before I realized it was another memory and not something happening right now. I tried peeking in through the window, which led into a small apartment, but bedsheets covered the glass in lieu of actual curtains. It didn't matter, though, as I soon found myself inside the space which I could swear a moment ago had been announcing a deal on handcrafted silver bracelets. It was not a bad place to live, it seemed. In the front room was a small furnished living room with a kitchenette. Books lay strewn on the coffee table, one side of the couch, and otherwise stood in a narrow bookshelf near the door. From what I could tell, they centered on the topics of economics. A student was my guess. Sure enough, I didn't wait long, as the sensation was now ringing inside the head. A young woman came walking into the front room from the back. She had a long and wide green sweater on that almost reached down to her knees, covering most of a pair of gray leggings. What struck me about her was how these clothes couldn't hide the lack of any real weight on her. Her legs didn't fill in the leggings. her shoulders and hip bones poked out behind the loose and soft fabric. Her face had once been beautiful, I thought, but her gaunt and pale features showed a tired soul behind dull eyes and skin that stretched over her bones. Her dry blonde hair, made voluminous by tiny curls, made her face look even smaller. She found her way to the kitchenette, which, unlike the couch area, was pristine, not a grain of dust to be seen. She found a glass in a cabinet, which she filled with water from the tap. I stood there observing her prepare this. The sensation in the head felt like a scream of the inevitable. Something was there with me, something that had to be there. The woman became dizzy. That was the first sign. She staggered a little, clutched at her chest. She was young, maybe 20 or so. Whatever protests her body made, it was her head hitting the kitchen counter that took her away in the end. It made her unable to brace herself and knocked her out, so that when she hit the floor, the second impact to her head sealed the deal. I stood there in the silence, noticing framed photos on the wall of her with smiling people, family and friends. I was interrupted by a piercing blast that made the tiny apartment shake. I knew that sound. I also knew I would not be here much longer, so I moved to the front door, which had a non-covered little window. I looked outside and saw dust and plaster whirling around in the air. A man lay on the ground and screamed out his pain as his face was bleeding from several wounds and his left hand was missing from the elbow down. Around him lay parts of what had to be a dumpster. It had likely taken most of the force from the grenade. I had no doubt that was what I had heard. I was back where I had stopped outside the woman's little ground floor apartment. I stood where I had seen the torn pieces of the dumpster. Perhaps that was why the grenade man hadn't killed anyone the first time around. He had been busy hiding the traps so that the blast always hit whatever was covering the explosives first. Too bad he had gotten more cunning. I glanced over at the little jewelry shop and wondered how long it had taken before they had found her. Judging by her photos, she had been loved. On account of the explosion outside her door, I guessed she had been found in no time. The photos on her wall made me think of the ones hanging on old Ben's fridge. I had seen the beginning of the grief the woman's loved ones would have felt after her death. I had seen it in Rose when I woke up in the hospital, a grief that had barely begun and then been quenched. That would not have happened to this woman's family. A buzzing sound from the phone in the pocket stirred me. As I turned and headed back in the right direction toward Peter's place, I read a text from Rose inviting me to dinner the next day. At least I made it there quickly with no more interruptions. The memory visions worried me. They had increased and I had no control over them. Were they a symptom of the brain not handling whatever I was? Was that organ going to overload at some point? That was something it might be best not to think about. Denial, lovely. Another ridiculous human quality to add to my list. "Ben, hey," Peter said with a smile as he opened the door. A low electronic type of music was playing in the background, quite repetitive. "Yeah, I need your help with Evie." "You know something?" he asked and ushered me in. There I found George eagerly at play, slashing a huge, bulky creature in armor. "Oh, hey, Ben," she said, and gave a quick smile before turning her attention back to her prey, which died horribly by the looks of it. They were perfectly matched, I thought, as I made my way through some grueling small talk. George actually knew old Ben a little. By my estimation, they were acquaintances. Luckily, Peter seemed to pick up on my impatience. He knew Evie was in a bad spot after all. We excused ourselves to the kitchen, which was for the most part separated from the living room by a wall. Add in the noise from the game, which George continued. We could speak freely when keeping our voices down. "What did Olivia find out?" Peter asked eagerly as we sat down at the kitchen table. I knew he struggled with guilt from seeing Evie being forced into a car with the people she'd already escaped from once that night. I was about to tell what I had found out, or not found out, to be more precise, when I remembered my promise to leave the long-haired man to her. "Oh," I said, without consciously telling the body to. "Oh, what?" "Okay, so I didn't involve her." "What?" "I didn't involve her." "No, I heard you. It's only that stupid comment makes me suspect there are worse things coming." "Okay, so I followed him myself. He's been following me for some reason since the charity event at the library and... What? Peter raised his voice and then looked toward the living room. The sounds of dying monsters didn't stop. Tell me you didn't say that. I shook the head. Listen to me. I don't know why he's been after me, but it doesn't matter. Peter opened his mouth to interrupt again, so I held up a hand to silence him. It actually worked so well I remained mute a moment in surprise myself. I turned it around on him and followed him that night. Then I did the same thing yesterday and once last night. No, just listen, please. Peter nodded and kept quiet. I have followed the man 3 times now, and each time I have lost track of him in Curie Square. You said he was one of the people who took Evie, so I figure there's a chance she might be there as well. Nobody lives in Curie Square, so why else would he go there? Especially now when there's no one keeping their shops open. This time, Peter took his time in answering. He gave me a curious look. How did you, a helpless technophobe, track a dangerous criminal that was targeting you? His voice was calm now. The words came slowly as well, not the fast-paced talking that usually flooded out of him. I drew breath, the smell of an unfamiliar dinner in the room. I recognized only the lingering scent of lime and cilantro. So, this was where we were, I realized. He had been avoiding asking these questions, hadn't wanted to think about any of it. Talk about denial? But it was to be expected. I knew that. Change is difficult, and everything had changed after old Ben made a decision that could warrant nothing else. Are you sure you want to know? I asked. Peter nodded his confirmation. How did you do it? Do you remember in City Hall when those security guards stopped me getting in? Yeah, how did you get past them anyway? That's the point. I can get past people without getting noticed, kind of like redirecting people's focus. Unless your attention is directly on me, you won't notice me. Peter frowned. Like invisibility? No, I blurted. That's impossible. Mass is mass, and it can't become perfectly see-through. It's all about redirecting attention. Like a trick, I'd say. Okay, so, wait, really? Okay, you believe me? Yeah, I think I kind of have to. I remember you disappearing in City Hall, and you did, in fact, get past a tight security checkpoint. Not one person noticed. Besides, those first thugs were wary of Evie. I guess she wasn't lying when she said they wanted her as a weapon of sorts. There is nothing else in her past that warrants that kind of attention from any organization. That guy who killed himself was a violent, dangerous thug, and he was scared out of his mind when she touched him. I don't know what she can do, but it's something worth controlling her for, and it's not like she's got the cure for cancer, is it? All right, I began. Something had changed with Peter. I don't know what happened to you during your accident, he continued, revealing he hadn't accepted all truths. But something changed. Something that's not easily explained. But I guess I believe you. Yeah. Okay then. I leaned back a little and crossed the arms over the chest. So the man with the long hair, he must have noticed me during the charity event because that was how I got away from Winter's security. And this man also has a trick. Some sort of black tendrils of smoke, I saw it, Peter said, with resignation in his voice and eyes. More like a fog. Peter put his hands up in surrender. It could still get a bit much, it seemed. Okay, go on. He has disappeared on me 3 times in Curie Square now. Not outside, but somewhere inside the enclosed square itself. So, maybe he knew you were following him? Couldn't really see me, remember? Okay, so what do you think? Where was the first time we met Evie? Curie Square? And she had rope burns around her wrists. Oh man, I didn't notice that. I think she escaped them that day. The explosions must have helped her somehow. And now they've taken her back. I think so, but I don't know where. I was hoping you could help me narrow it down. Peter tapped his fingers on the kitchen table while considering. I knew him well enough by now to know he was considering the options. He was not a guy who wouldn't help when he could. You seem a little less winter-centric, he finally said. I haven't forgotten my goal, but I feel bad about Evie. If I'd taken 1 second to help her, take her with me, something. You're not the only one, Peter commented, fingers still tapping the table. I didn't understand that. He'd been too far away to do anything in both the times he had seen Evie. Guilt is not a reasonable thing, I guess. Okay then, let's see what we can do. Peter stopped his infernal tapping and pulled out his cell. Don't you need your laptop for that? He hardly ever went anywhere without the thing, and always used it unless he was checking news or something on the phone. I knew he didn't like to work with the small screen on the phone. But he didn't spend much time searching anything. Instead, he typed something and then put the phone on the table. Not this time. Evie was looking to get help, remember? Yes. Well, she's getting it. Through me. I felt the eyes narrow as my suspicions exploded. Fragments of thoughts and information flew inside the head and collided in a realization. There was only one person who would know anything about Evie and her situation. Did you just contact Winter? Yes. You've talked to him? Had his number this whole time? The heart was beating faster, and I felt the muscles in the fists and the face tighten. Anger rose before Peter confirmed it. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would have used the information to try and contact him, and it wouldn't have worked. You went behind my back? Suddenly, I felt so very human. A flock animal with the need for others in their life. People to trust and rely on. To be relied on. Okay, so maybe I hadn't lived up to that last one, but still, I had trusted Peter. Assumed he was there to help me, not sneak around and talk to the one person who could help me with my identity, and then not even ask him about it. I was certain he hadn't done that. You know what? Shut up, Ben. Peter spat the words out, voice low, probably only a murmur for George in the other room, but he might as well have yelled them at me for the reaction it gave me. I simply did as he said. Yes, I talked to the guy, yelled at him actually. He was being as stupid and thoughtless as you were. Neither of you noticed Evie. When I saw her taken into that car, her situation became more important to me than yours, even if I had only known her a couple of days. So yeah, I made a deal with Winter, so he could help me if we needed it. But no damn buts. If I had given you that number, and you had tried anything, he would likely have thrown his phone in the river. That was true. I felt blood rushing to the head. Peter was right. Was this what it felt like to be chastised? Blushing, warm, angry at being wrong? I didn't like it. Honestly, what is most important right now? Peter asked. I could feel the temptation of grabbing Peter's phone. It was 3 feet away from me. I wanted that number, but the thought of Evie made me think twice. She belonged to a world I currently had half a foot in. She knew things about living with these unusual abilities. She knew the good and the bad. And she had stayed when I had been hit at Curie Square, despite her need to escape. Crap. Damn flock animals. Damn human capacity for giving a crap. I was even beginning to think like Peter now. Fine, I began as his phone buzzed, the vibration against the table surface causing the loud sound to startle us both. Peter picked it up and glanced at it before turning it toward me so I could see. Curie Square 16C, Strand Election Campaign Headquarters. Go, I'll send someone. Chapter 26. You don't have to be a part of this, you know, I told Peter as we saw Curie Square ahead of us through one of the narrow passageways that led in there. I know, no normal person should do this, and I am one. Normal, that is. But that doesn't matter much now, does it? I'm just glad George is cool with this. She didn't know what we were actually doing and thought Peter was helping me with a more sound matter. He was right. She was easygoing, and that had helped. With Winter's message telling us to do something, I figured one of two things. Either he was too far away to act quickly, or he wanted us to die if things turned nasty and then clean up afterward. I honestly wasn't sure which possibility I believed the most. Damn, Peter whispered as we neared the open space. I haven't been back here since the explosions. It's actually messier now, I said. After the flower shroud, they began working on the reconstruction work. Sure enough, as we came through the passageway, we saw the area, quiet and semi-dark, with various construction vehicles and machinery parked all over the place. A few of the facades had even gotten scaffolding raised along them. Almost the entire area had been sealed off with a new tape that replaced the police tape. A small sign things would at some point return to normal. Most importantly, it couldn't keep us out. Number 16C was situated close to where Peter and I had been sitting before the blasts. It had been a little behind us, and to the side, so I hadn't paid it any attention. I didn't care about the election. It wasn't like I was going to be in the city or anywhere long enough to care. At least that was the plan. The election campaign for the contender to the mayoral seat was placed inside a medium-sized building. It had a storefront, but banners and posters advertising and encouraging people to vote for Strand covered the large windows on each side of the door. Most of it was torn and even burnt. The door, which was a metal frame around a large glass plate, had shattered during the blast. The windows seemed to be held together by the posters. I could see that the door had been covered with plywood on the inside. "How can he be sure this is where they are?" I whispered to Peter as we rounded the square and kept a good distance to the building. "Let's assume Winter knows more about these people than we do, okay?" I thought about it, but he was right. People came to him for help in getting away from Yorov. He likely had some information about them. "Watch out," Peter said as I felt him grab the right arm and pull me back behind a stack of bricks that were halfway covered under a tarp. I peered around the thing to see what had gotten him so riled up when I noticed we were not alone. I had seen other people there the other times I had followed the long-haired man as well, but Peter recognized a blonde woman walking across the quiet square. "She was with them, Ben. She was there when they took Evie." The woman walked purposefully toward the building we had been told to check out. I saw her walk up to the door until she only became something moving in the shadows. Then there was nothing. "Okay then," I said. "At least we know we're in the right place." We waited a while to make sure she wasn't near the door before moving closer ourselves. Being spotted out in the square was not a big risk, as lamps and surveillance cameras had been destroyed by debris or shockwaves. Getting in turned out not to be problematic either. As we reached the door, covered by near darkness now, it became clear the thing was open. That is, the plywood behind it could be pushed inward enough for a person to squeeze through. I pushed at the thing to try and see if the woman or the long-haired man were inside, but something else caught my attention. A silhouette of a person, made visible by a solitary light further behind it, stood in one of the passageways, and I had a strong feeling of being watched. Then the person moved back and was gone. "Something wrong?" Peter whispered, as I made no move to go inside. He turned and looked in the same direction as I did, but saw nothing, of course. "Just thought I saw something," I said. "Must have been someone wanting to see the square." It wasn't like that was unheard of. People were curious and came by every day, either to have a look at the place where all the bad things had happened or to put down flowers. They still did the latter despite the flower shroud, though not in the square itself anymore. Outside, in the nearby streets, there were still small patches covered with flowers, candles, and cards. "Should we keep going?" Peter asked. I nodded and pushed at the plywood again. I agreed with Winter on one thing. Someone needed to do something now. Evie had been in the abductor's hands a few days by this point. She shouldn't have to be anymore. If we could only sneak in and then out again without being noticed. Well, such a nice dream. I pressed past the plywood screen and the door, taking care not to cut the legs on the sharp remnants of the glass window that still was attached to the door. "I don't like this," Peter whispered as he followed me. "Isn't that what they say? That it's no problem getting into a prison? The issue is getting out again?" I hoped he was wrong, and though this wasn't technically a prison, I could see his point. Still, there was no one in the front room, so at least we could get out of there. The room, which had obviously once been a store of sorts, was cool like the outside, and it smelled raw and dusty. It was full of rubble and debris from the square. The old storefront had taken a serious hit during the explosions, as desks and chairs lay overturned, papers scattered over it all. The election volunteers had been right in the path of the blast zone of the first grenade. From what we heard in the news, no one in here had been killed, but with the close call and the destruction of their workplace, the campaign had moved elsewhere for the rest of the election. No outside lighting helped us in there, but a lamp further inside gave us enough to not walk into anything and make noise. We didn't want to alert Evie's abductors. As we walked further inside, it became clear the space was bigger than it looked from the outside, as the owners had expanded into the building behind the store. There were many small offices that would likely serve as storage if a store of sorts was ever put in there again. It became clear that the place was too large for 4 people to guard, and since I suspected Evie had been held there before the explosions, I figured they were not keeping her in the open. Peter agreed, and it didn't take long for us to find an entrance to a basement. It had to be that, or some secret entrance through to the rest of the neighboring building. We headed down a pair of concrete stairs that thankfully would never creak. Then we heard the first voices. They came from a room down and to the right. It was the only room it seemed in that direction, as turning left led into a long hallway that turned right further in. The ceiling was covered with pipes of varying sizes, making it clear that down here the ventilation system and heating system was exposed because no one used this space for any work that required a person to be stationary. One female voice spoke in an unfamiliar language, but was cut off by a male voice telling her to speak so everyone could understand. Peter's eyes were wide, as he looked like he wanted to listen and get away at the same time. Instead of any of that, he pointed down the hallway, and we made our way there in silence, away from the abductors. As we walked, I felt no sign of imminent threat, no sign that someone was going to stop breathing. We were at that point not in any danger of dying, and neither were the abductors. And still, the body reacted to the circumstances. The heart was beating fast, every sense was on high alert, especially the hearing and sight. The eyes darted back and forth, scanning every nook and cranny for possible threats. Survival instinct, I figured, as I knew I wasn't in mortal danger. That did, of course, not mean I was not in danger of violence and being taken prisoner myself. Excitement mixed with it all as we followed the hallway to the right and saw several doors. One of them was closed, while the others had been left open, with hoses coming out of them. They were all connected to a large dehumidifier, which was again connected to a thick hose that led everything out into one of the many pipes above us. You couldn't very well leave the door open if you had a prisoner, though I did notice none of the doors down here had any visible locks. I pointed, but Peter was ahead of me as he sped up and moved toward the closed door. He wanted to get out of there before we were discovered, and I wholeheartedly agreed. We crossed what felt like a great distance before Peter finally reached the door and grabbed the handle. I could feel the body inhale in anticipation as I stepped forward and then remained standing with the mouth open in dumbfounded surprise. Chapter 27. Evie was not there. The room was empty of any living being, though it had clearly held a person until recently. "What?" Peter blurted, and then stopped himself, lowering his voice. "Where is she?" he shout-whispered. I closed the damn mouth and stepped into the room. White, dull walls. A table by the wall to my right. A mattress in the opposite corner. From the wall next to the mattress hung a small chain. Connect a pair of handcuffs, and that was how you solved the problem with unlocked doors. Unless the thick metal gadget in the door and frame was a magnetic locking system. I glanced around. Handcuffs allowed for no movement that would get a prisoner close enough to a small window or to the table. Not that any of that would have helped. The window was too small for even a child to climb through. There was also a metal grate covering it on the outside. It only provided a little light if the lamp hanging from the ceiling was turned off. "Oh my God, Ben, look," Peter said, and pointed toward the chain. I did, and it took me a moment to notice the blood on the wall next to the fastening of the chain. "Crap," I said, in my best impersonation of Peter. "That couldn't be good. We should get out of here," I added. Evie was not there. I felt a sinking feeling in the stomach. She must have been, but not now. Peter nodded, and we made to leave, hopefully without being noticed, when a voice stopped us short. "What the hell are you doing?" I whirled around, expecting the blonde woman or the long-haired man, but there was no one down the hall in front of us. I looked at Peter, but was only met with confusion and fear. "Up here, guys," the voice came again. It was strained and low, with a hint of anger and fear as well. I did as told, and it took me a second to notice a pale face among all the pipes up there. "Evie," I blurted, thankfully, in a whisper. She didn't look like herself. Pale didn't even cover it. She had lost any color on her face. Even her lips looked pale. Her eyes were alert, but she seemed to struggle to concentrate. It was sheer will and determined strength that kept her going now. What had happened to her? "What are you doing?" she repeated. "You're going to get caught. You do not want to get caught by them, Ben." The warning was clear. They might have a use for me, but not for Peter. That didn't mean they wouldn't hurt him. I couldn't let any of them be hurt. "We're here to help you," I said. "I'm doing fine on my own." Peter and I looked up at her a moment. "Okay, there's no arguing that," he conceded. "But come down, though. We need to—" "Hey!" a voice said behind us. I turned to see the blonde woman staring at us. She was holding a tray with food on it, likely on her way to give it to Evie. "Oh, crap," Peter whispered so softly it was almost unintelligible. The woman let a smile mix in with her already angry features, making it more like a sneer. She didn't show the least bit of fear at the sight of intruders near her prisoner's cell. She put the tray down on the floor, the leather in her jacket creaking at the measured movements. Her long hair was pulled back in a long and tight ponytail that made every feature of her face visible. A face filled with confidence. "What do we do?" Peter whispered, looking at me for the answers, as the woman began walking toward us, calm, arms down, and palms out to the side. "Stop her?" I suggested. I sensed nothing. No one would die. Yet. The threat of pain was not tempting. I may have gotten more used to it, but that didn't mean I wanted it in any way. Nor did I want to be trapped by these people. But this was bad. Peter was not a fighter, and I only reacted to whatever knowledge the brain handled when it deigned to come through. Right now, the primal part of the body screamed to attack, so I moved forward. I could see Peter do the same to my side as that unsettling smile on the woman's face came closer. She raised her arms, almost as if to hit, though she never touched us. A blurry, silvery mist struck me, though I realized, as I was brutally pushed backward and fell, that it was not a mist, but a shield. Pure energy pulsed from her hands as she turned it toward Peter and did the same. My fall to the floor forced the air out of the lungs. I gasped as I tried getting up, the body trying its best to let me overrule the pain. The woman grabbed Peter and sent a silvery fist to his face before turning to me. The impact hadn't hurt her hand in the least. I could hear Peter groan in pain as I scrambled to get up. That only made her smile more as she swung her fist at me and missed as I gave up and fell back a little. I twisted to the side and grabbed her right wrist, tried forcing it away from me, but the silvery shield expanded from her hand, up her arm, and pushed so painfully that I lost the grip. "Who are you?" she asked, and was promptly silenced as Evie jumped down from the ventilation and heating pipes. I gaped at the sight of the flailing woman as surprise transformed her whole face. Evie landed on the woman's back and effectively knocked her sideways into the wall. Despite the pain in his jaw, Peter didn't hesitate. Before the woman could get to her senses, he flung himself at her legs and knocked her over. As she fell toward me, I grabbed her and put an arm around her neck. I hesitated a second and then squeezed. The woman fought back half-heartedly as she tried to grab me from behind her. Evie got up on her knees and stretched her hand out toward the woman, who then proceeded to kick free from Peter's grasp. It felt like she tried escaping backward through me. She was terrified of Evie touching her. I could feel it in her tense body, fighting to get away, if not from me, then with me. "Stop it, Ben," Peter said, breathing hard. "You're killing her." There was no indication of that. I felt no forewarning, no presence. He was wrong. "No," I said, my voice level. "She's not dying now." And somehow he believed me. At least he sat back and waited as the blood flow was cut off to her brain. She fought until the end to get away from Evie, who made no move to actually touch her, merely kept her hand threateningly close to the woman's face. As her body became unconscious, I let go of her and she slumped to the floor. Evie and Peter both fell back a moment as they both groaned in agony in unison. I knew what Peter's pain was. But Evie's? She was clutching her left hand, cuffs dangling from her right wrist, and she was not only pale, but shaking. She also had a sheen of sweat on her skin, despite looking cold. Something was not right. "We need to move," she wheezed. "I can't climb up there again now." I stepped over the unconscious blonde woman and helped her up. "What's wrong with you?" I whispered back. So far, we had, by a miracle, not made any sounds that would carry far. We heard no one approaching. Were the others still in the room at the other end of the hall? "It's nothing," she said. "Let's move. Peter?" Peter was on his way up. Taking a fist to the jaw was one thing, but a fist powered with a rock-hard shield was something else. I was surprised he was standing. "Okay, follow me," I said, and headed down the hall as they did as told. "What happened to your hand?" I asked over the shoulder. "I broke my thumb, or part of the hand, to get free from the cuffs," she said. "What?" Peter said. "That's insane. Better than staying there." "I thought they used ropes on you," I said, remembering the red burns around her wrist the first time we met. "They did, but when I learned to get out of them, they learned to use something else." "Why didn't they find a way to lock the door?" Peter asked. "They did. Some magnet thing. It doesn't always work. That's why they tied me up in the first place. One of them forgot about the door last time as the explosions happened. That distracted them. This time I paid attention every time they closed the door. The lock didn't always click shut. Then I managed to get free from the cuffs. I learn as well." "No kidding," Peter said. We had come armed with nothing, and she had picked up on that. "You're a very interesting rescue party." Steps coming the opposite way distracted me from their conversation as I stopped to listen. They caught on and soon heard the same. Was it because the blonde woman had taken too long? She was, after all, only supposed to deliver a tray with food. I didn't hesitate and ran toward the corner where I knew the new threat would soon emerge. Had I waited to see, I may have thought twice about it. But as I rounded the corner, a giant of a man came toward me, luckily completely unsuspecting. He probably thought Evie was being difficult. With no point of return possible, I stayed the course and ran into him, pushing him against the wall. He gave a surprised "oof" at the impact, before his training kicked in, and he twisted out of my grasp before I could do any real harm. Turned out that discombobulating him was enough. While twisting away from me, he turned halfway around to gather himself. Then he tripped over one of the hoses coming from a room and leading to the dehumidifier. He fell flat on his face, a heavy drop with all that muscle. And then Peter ran forward and kicked him in the head. He looked absolutely petrified as the giant cried out in pain but didn't pass out. Behind him, I could see the blonde woman coming to as well. Evie must have noticed my expression because she never turned around. She simply grabbed and hauled at Peter with her good hand and ran past the giant man and toward me before we all made a run for it toward the stairs. A shout sounded behind us as they no doubt got to their feet. I saw someone exit the room on the other side of the stairs, but didn't stop to look. I only saw the shoulder-length dark hair on the person that came out, before the door leading to the ground floor was in front of me. I slammed it open and stepped aside as Evie and Peter ran past me. A quick glance back down showed the furious faces of the man and woman we had gotten past. I banged the door shut and ran after the other two through unfamiliar hallways, hoping we could remember the way out. Finally, we tried desperately not to stumble over the debris of the campaign. The body heaved for air, but willingly pushed on as I forced it to. At the door, Peter ripped the plywood screen off and we jumped over the stalagmite-like shards of glass. Peter ran blindly to the left for no other reason than to get the hell out of there. And as Evie and I followed, we heard our pursuers reaching the door. The sound of their feet landing on broken shards of glass gave them away. And then the whole damn square was lit up by red and blue blinking lights as a sharp electronic-sounding voice shouted, louder than the cacophony of several others accompanying it, that everyone was to freeze. Chapter 28. The blinking and sharp lights blinded me as I followed the others. The screaming voices behind us made every attempt at thinking straight difficult. A figure stepped out in front of Peter, gun aimed in our direction. I never heard if anything was said, but Peter stopped, forcing Evie and myself to do the same. "What the hell?" the figure said as I was near enough to hear, and stepped closer, revealing the ever-suspicious face of Olivia. She made a snap decision as she lowered her weapon and indicated the narrow space between the two buildings closest to us. "Quick, get in there." Too shocked to do anything else, we did exactly that. Olivia held me back a second. "You stay there," she told me, voice stern and low as usual, but I could still hear her now that the shouting by the door had subsided into frenzied talking. "Don't move until I get back, you got that?" I nodded, and she let go of me as she ran back to her colleagues. I stepped in between the buildings, the space barely wide enough for one person to fit. So we ended up standing in a row as we listened to the noise from the square. The space was not a passageway, meaning that if we were to try and leave, we risked being spotted by the police. "Why are the cops here?" Peter whispered. In our enclosed little space, we could hear each other, and so could a police officer walking by if we talked too loud. "Did you guys tell them about me?" Evie asked. From what little I could see of her face, there was a true worry there. And then I noticed they were both looking to me for answers. Why? I leaned back against the wall and inhaled sharply, and then regretted it immediately. The passageway smelled of urine and vomit, sour and almost chemical. Only one person knew we were here. I gave Peter a pointed look. He, in return, looked down at his feet, so at least I got through to him. The silhouette, of course. Winterd had a lookout keeping an eye out for us when we arrived. I suspected that person had called the cops. "Who?" Evie asked. "So," Peter began as his eyes left his shoes, "Winter helped us find you. He must have called the police." "That makes no sense." Evie caught her breath while talking. The broken bones in her hand had to cause her serious pain after all the chaos in the basement and the subsequent running. "He knows better than that. That's why we trust him." "Yes, well, trust is a fickle thing sometimes," I snarked. Yes, me, like a petulant child. "Hey, shut the hell up," Peter snapped. "She's out, isn't she?" I sighed. "Yes." "Then stop being an idiot." Peter winced and then moved his jaw tentatively. "God, that hurts. What did that woman do?" At which point Evie halfway leaned and fell against the wall. "Are you okay?" I asked, as both Peter and I grabbed an elbow to keep her steady. "I'm fine. It's only a little painful." "She needs a hospital," Peter began, but Evie stopped him by shaking her head. "No, no." She swallowed hard and forcibly got herself together, straightening up, her left hand hanging limp by her side. "No hospitals, no cops, please. They will find me." "It's a little late with regards to the police," I remarked, the red and blue blinking lights ever present it seemed out in the square. They were a faint echo of themselves in our tight space, but quite noticeable nonetheless. Let's hope Olivia knows what she's doing. Whatever that was, it took its time. We could hear voices and car doors slamming, people moving around out there, and sometimes more muffled voices that made me think some of them were inside the building. "What's going on, do you think?" Peter asked after a while of silence. "Are they looking for us?" It had been chaotic when we exited the building, and dark until the lights came on. They might not have seen us clearly. I hoped not. Maybe they were looking for more people. No police officers came our way, though. "No idea," I said, and stepped toward the square. "Hey, weren't we supposed to stay here?" Evie whispered. "I'll just have a little look," I said, and concentrated on drawing myself in as I walked toward the opening, toward the square itself. The little trick had come in handy before. Why not now? I was getting impatient, and Evie couldn't stand there like that the whole night. "What just happened?" I heard Evie say behind me. "Oh my God, it actually works," Peter chimed in. I paid them little heed as I walked on, hidden by shadows and my own encompassing shade. I rounded the corner and saw the square lit up from the lights on the police cars. 3 uniformed men came walking out of the building we had escaped from. The blonde woman and the big man we had encountered in the basement were wearing handcuffs and directed into the back of 2 separate police cars. A little farther off, I noticed a familiar face as the long-haired man was given the same treatment. Why had he been following me in the first place? I realized I wanted to know. He must have seen my way of cloaking myself on my way out from the charity event. According to Evie, that was the kind of thing these people were interested in. A small part of me was a bit disappointed at his arrest. He could tell me nothing now. The sight of Olivia exiting the building drew me out of that dangerous thought process. She was scribbling something down on her notepad before joining the other police officers. Dressed in civilian clothes, she stuck out in the uniform crowd she belonged to. She always seemed a little out of place wherever I saw her, like she kept most people at a distance. Maybe that was safest, I thought gloomily, as I decided to head back to Evie and Peter. The anger I had felt when I realized Peter had made his little arrangement with Winter could be avoided if you stayed away from people. Still, I thought as I caught sight of the two of them leaning against the wall while waiting for a moment to be able to leave, I hadn't had to go alone tonight. I would not have found the right place if I'd been at it alone. I had lost track of the long-haired man each time. Keeping a little distance had always given him enough time to enter the building before I could see where he'd gone. I didn't know anything about his employers, so how could I have known? I was beginning to hate reason much more than denial. I shed the concealing shade as I stopped beside them. "It's going to be a while," I said, and ignored their staring at my sudden appearance. After a little while, it got boring anyway. Turned out I was right. We were there for a couple of hours as we waited for the police to leave. It dawned on us that they had found the room where the abductors had kept Evie, and it would not look good. Of course, they had to take their time. A couple of the cars left during everything. The tight space of the square forced them to drive slowly around all the construction equipment and then out through the one alley that allowed vehicles access to the square. Eventually, though, the last car left, and the square fell into silence and darkness again. The three of us remained silent and immobile a long while. "Should we move?" Peter whispered. I tried hearing if there was anyone else out there, but except the sounds of the city further off, there was nothing. "I guess so," I said, noticing Evie looked like she was about to keel over. "She needs to leave at any rate." "I'm fine," she repeated, almost like a mantra for her that night. "Yeah, but—" "Hey, guys," Olivia's voice interrupted as her footsteps approached. "You still in there?" I answered in the positive as I supported Evie on our way out from the foul-smelling space. "Are you okay?" Olivia asked at the sight of her. Evie did not look good, her skin still pale and pallid, eyes a little unfocused now and then. The pain needed to be dealt with. "I'm fine," she repeated as we stopped by a low stack of planks where she could finally sit down. Olivia did not believe her as she knelt in front of her and gently took her hand to have a look. "Am I right in guessing that the blood on the wall in the basement is yours, Evie?" she asked. How did she know this was Evie, I wondered? I had mentioned her, but... "How—" I began, but was silenced by a gesture from Olivia. Evie gave Olivia a look of suspicion, but nodded. She didn't like the police, but this particular cop had helped us. "Did you do this to get free?" Olivia made certain not to touch the bloody and bruised hand, but she didn't have to in order to see the damage. Evie nodded again. "Okay," Olivia continued. "We're going to have to get you some help with that." "No hospital," Evie croaked. Olivia didn't answer that one as she straightened up into a standing position. "What happened here?" She looked to me for clarification. Why was everyone thinking I had all the answers? Sure, I had some, but my whole existence in this place was a mystery to me. Still, I told her what I knew and what had happened, aided by Peter. Olivia listened with an impressive patience given her reaction afterward. "You witnessed an abduction and you didn't call the police?" she asked Peter, with reproach. I attempted to help explain that one. "But she really didn't—" Not a word, Ben. I get that had to be the case after Sophia's attack, but this is different. What if you hadn't found her?" "We just did as Evie and Winter said," Peter argued. "They do seem to know more than we do." That shut Olivia up a moment before she folded her arms and nodded. "Damn it," I blurted. "He called you, didn't he?" Olivia rolled her eyes and unfolded her arms. "Yes, fine, he did." "And?" All three of us asked her simultaneously. Well, I was minding my own business. There's been stuff going on unless you've been on another planet lately. She waved her hand to indicate the square we were standing in and eyed me with suspicion at that one. That made me do the eye rolling. Somehow I thought I couldn't pull it off quite like her. And then Winter calls and tells me that he's going to give me an anonymous tip. Didn't even ask if I would treat it as such anyway. He tells me that I should bring some backup because someone I know, again the annoyed glance my way, was going into a certain building. He had told her that Evie was in there, that she needed help, and that Peter and I would likely be there. Coming across us on our way out seemed to have been a bonus, and that was only due to Peter turning left on a whim. I was suddenly glad Olivia was not my enemy, as I was even more convinced that silhouetted person had been a lookout for Winter. He had not minded me being arrested for breaking in. At the very least, we would have spent some time talking ourselves out of that one. What happened there? I asked Olivia and nodded back to 16C. We arrested 3 people for breaking into Strand's election headquarters. Seems they've been squatting there for a few days. Longer, Evie almost whispered. Olivia looked closely at her again. Listen, I saw the room they kept you in. You can come with me, you know. Give your statement and we can have them for kidnapping. As it is now, it's only breaking and entering. No. Whatever they did to you down there, it's not your... No, nothing like that, Evie protested, trying to keep Olivia from taking her anywhere near a police station. Olivia glanced at me and Peter, clearly considering whether to tell us to step away from this. But Evie wasn't finished. They're not allowed to. It messes with the brainwashing. The words came so matter-of-factly that the rest of us only stared at her a moment. I just want to get away from here. Please? Evie sat there, left hand limp in her lap, staring at the ground more than us. She was having a hard time with the pain. Okay, Olivia said, though her voice sounded far from convinced. I was told to give you this. She pulled a small yellow post-it from her jean pocket and handed it to Evie. Do you need a phone? She added, to Evie's nodded confirmation. Olivia gave a sharp nod to the side, and I followed her. What is going on? What do you mean? Why was she taken by these people? Why doesn't she want help? Why is Winter, who was way too versed in covering up certain events in Sophia's death, calling me to clean up this mess? She didn't sound angry, only tired. I knew they had caught the grenade man, but that didn't mean she had less work to do. Still, there was something about her questioning that caught my interest. You tell me, it's not like he's talking to me. We both glanced over at Evie and Peter at that. Evie was on the phone nodding at something being said on the other end. Why is he asking you for help? Olivia shrugged it off. Maybe because I know about the Yorov thing. This happened because of those guys, right? I think so, yes. For God's sake, Ben. She broke her own hand to get out of there. She's talking about brainwashing and... I know, I said, and then put a hand on her shoulder. Are you seriously trying to comfort me? She said. Is it working? Yes. She sighed with resignation and folded her arms again as she glanced back at the other 2. Unless Evie comes forward, I can't get them for this. The woman we arrested claimed the chain was part of their so-called playroom. Playroom? Sex, Ben. Oh, right. I can't arrest them for voluntary sex if that's what they all say occurred down there. If Evie wants to stay hidden, I'll have to let the blood slide. It could be anyone's, I guess. Thanks, I said. It was the only thing I could think of. I knew this wasn't part of Olivia's job. Well, she said before she pressed her lips together while thinking, I think she's in the same bind that Sophia once was. I only hope she fares better. What's her deal anyway? I told her. I didn't think Evie would mind that much, considering the help Olivia provided. I don't know if that is better or worse than painful electric charges. I shrugged. I was seemingly immune after all, so to me there was no contest. Are you bringing her to Winter? If that's what they agree on. Does he trust you? Olivia scoffed and smiled. I don't think that guy trusts anyone, let alone the police. You see how these people are? She eyed me sideways. Except you, that is. Things sure went in an odd direction the day the river spat you out. She sighed and shook her head in resignation. No, I think I'm handy because I know about this supernatural stuff. He really shouldn't make a habit of it. But there was still something there in her face. A doubt of sorts. Something she hadn't quite figured out about Winter. I had been on the other end of that determination to get at the truth, and I knew she was relentless. Anyway, she said, as Evie hung up the phone and gave Olivia a nod, I better get her to the fortress. I'm sure Winter has some medical professionals in his employ. All kinds of people, I'm sure, I said, thinking about the silhouette again. I followed Olivia over to the others as Peter helped a shivering Evie stand up. Despite the pain and fear, there was a distinct sign of relief on her face now. I gave a mental nod at that. It gave me a feeling of contentment to lay eyes upon it. Chapter 29. I'm going to have to eat soup for a week, Peter said in honest despair as we neared the top of the stairs leading up to old Ben's apartment. It always hurts more the day after, he added, and kept moving his jaw tentatively, the impact from the blonde woman's silver shield-covered fist having created a lasting pain. I found the key and unlocked the door. It was late, and I was exhausted. As we had been closer to this place, it seemed easiest to go there. Peter could take the couch, much like he and Walter had alternated doing right after I had woken up by the river. You're up and walking. I'm sure it'll be fine, I said, as a yawn forced itself into the sentence. Mishka, no. Sophie's voice came somewhere behind me. I turned in time to see the gray-striped cat run toward me, between the feet and through the small opening between the door and its frame. Sophie came toward us in a sort of walk-run along the hallway, her red coat keeping her other garments from billowing behind her. She had a black fur hat on as well as a pair of leather gloves and had clearly gotten in minutes before us. Oh, Ben, so sorry, she said, a little flustered at her escaping cat. He surprised me. No worries, not like the little bear could have gotten far, I said, and went for a smile. Before I could say or do anything else, the animal rectified its mistake on its own. A hiss and a screeching meow sounded before the cat rushed out again and made a beeline for Sophie's apartment. I guess he makes up his mind quickly, Peter said. Sophie smiled and excused herself to go check on the feline pet. With that attitude, maybe we should have brought the cat with us earlier, Peter added as I pushed the door open fully. I stopped a second. Had I left the lights on when I left? Not like I cared much, but the left arm always seemed to reach out and hit the main switch whenever I walked out the door. Like muscle memory, I thought. It was likely something old Ben had always done. And now it was on. Curious. I walked inside and found myself staring at 3 strangers' faces. I instinctively threw a hand back to stop Peter so we could leave, but a gun was pointed at me as a dark-haired woman shook her head and tisked at me. Hey dude, what the hell? Peter said with obvious annoyance as he walked around me, and then stopped short as he saw the 3 people, 2 men and the woman holding the gun. She and one of the men had the same golden-brown complexion and even looked a bit similar, with the same slightly slanted brown eyes and straight nose. Siblings or cousins, perhaps? They were both well-dressed in suits, almost like they were going to an office meeting after this. The 3rd man was supposed to be somewhere else, I thought, as I looked at him seated in one of the soft chairs. Close the door, if you please, the long-haired man said. Isn't he supposed to be in jail? Peter whispered as I did close the door. The man smiled at that as he could hear every word. That's my brother Elliot. I'm not happy about that, by the way. Brother? They had to be twins. I couldn't tell the difference. I was looking at the same blue eyes, the same nose, with a small dent in it, the same confident smile. A smile that made the hairs on the back of the neck stand up. This was not good. Did you use that against me then? I asked him. The smile widened. Yes. When he lost you, it took a second attempt to figure out why. Then I stepped in to help. You followed one of us, the other followed you. I nodded at this, while every brain cell tried to come to terms with the situation. We needed to get out of there, but the gun stopped us. I could sense no immediate threat of death, but a gunshot to the flesh would stop more or less anyone. I noticed the woman had a suppressor on it. The more blunt noise would likely not alert the sleeping neighbors. No one would call the police, and for once, I would not have minded having them there. "Those are the guys who abducted Evie," Peter said, his eyes resting on the two who were standing. He was scared, but managed to keep it together, a quality that was beginning to impress me. "We could have used the gun now." "You're the one who insisted we throw it away." "Well, you shouldn't have listened to me." "Are you quite done?" the woman said, an impatient snarl in her voice. "Calm down, Esme," the long-haired man said. "We are, after all, kind enough to let them have a few last words together." "What do you mean by that?" Peter said, a clear question to something he already knew the answer to. "We're going to take Ben here with us, so you had best say goodbye." "Why?" Peter insisted. "He has an ability I've never seen or heard of before. Our employers like that. They don't like us getting arrested, but they like that." So I was to be a payment for their mistake, and Peter would pay the ultimate price for that. They would likely leave him dead in this apartment, framing me, so I could never return with this name. No thank you to all of that. "David," the long-haired man said, and nodded to the other man. He walked over toward me and grabbed the right arm, pulling me further into the room. Then he twisted the arm behind me, the pain running like lightning through the nerves. It made me wince and press the lips together to keep quiet. "What's your boon anyway?" the long-haired man asked. I had no chance to answer him at that point. "Come on, Alex," Esme said with her angry impatience. "Let's just be done with this. We can figure him out later." "Fine, go ahead," he said, waving his hand in resignation. "We should get to the new place before light comes anyway." Esme nodded and beckoned Peter a little closer. With the gun pointed at him, he had little choice but to obey. When she ordered him to kneel, I could see he was shaking. She was going to execute him with a minimal amount of noise. They didn't leave witnesses who knew too much behind. And Peter did know a lot now, didn't he? He was good with a computer as well. He was the type of person who could cause a stir if his friend was taken away by these people. No, I thought, this couldn't happen. I wanted him to be okay. I didn't want this to happen to him, and I knew it wouldn't. No sign of death. I remembered the focused concentration before the trick with the shaded haze around me and tried it. I needed something that could help. I was desperate. A flash before the eyes startled me before I saw two men in a tropical climate, oddly enough wearing identical, bright red uniforms. The heat was suffocating, and so was one of the men. They were enemies, despite belonging to the same army. One was standing behind the other, arm around his neck, strangling him. The one in the front sent his elbow back in pure desperation, hitting his attacker's solar plexus, causing the man to grunt in pain as he lost his grip and bent forward. The one in front didn't hesitate as he pulled a dagger in the same fluent turning motion and stabbed the other man in the neck. The flash in front of the eyes brought me back, almost like changing channels this time. I didn't think. I acted. The free elbow went back and connected with David's solar plexus, causing the same grunt from him as the soldier. It was all I needed. I lunged forward without thinking and threw myself toward Esme, who was pointing the gun at Peter's head. I saw them both turn their heads toward me in shocked surprise, and then a sound made me want to abort mid-leap. There was no turning back. The force of energy behind the motions too advanced to stop me in time. The front door had opened, and Sophie came in, all smiles, because she was happy. "I'm sorry again, Ben, but Mishka may have lost his collar." I slammed into Esme, grabbed the arm holding the gun, yanked it away from Peter's direction, and felt the thing go off as Esme and I crashed to the floor. A burnt smell reached the nose as Esme struggled to get away from me. I heard angered and rushed voices behind me, noticed the red shape on the floor, close to the door, and then a kick to the back so hard it made me cry out in pain. I still held on to Esme's hand, twisting until she released the weapon to get away. A sensation of pure pain overtook me then, something that forced itself inside every cell and squeezed like a million tiny chokeholds. I gasped as I was lifted from the floor into a standing position, the pain overwhelming me, causing me to choke as the world swam before the eyes. David, the man who could take a hit in the gut better than most, had his eyes fixed on me, one hand stretched out toward me, fist clenched. He was causing the pain with enough control to keep old Ben's body upright. I was not immune to this control. Through the agony, I noticed that Alex had risen from the chair now and that Esme was scrambling to get the gun from the floor. And then Peter, with no options left, did the only thing he could. He charged at Esme, who was getting to her feet, and crashed into her. He might not have been as experienced as her in this, but he had 50 pounds on her. The deadly and uncontrolled weapon went off again as she had her finger on the trigger, ready to kill. The dull sound might as well have been one of the explosions on Curie Square. David lost his grip on me as his right leg buckled under him, red rivers of blood trickling down his gray pant leg. When he lost his agonizing mental grip on me, no one had any control over old Ben's body. I fell back and hit the floor with no buffer. The blinding pain numbed me and knocked all air out of the lungs. I found myself gaping in shock as I couldn't get up to stop what was happening in the room. I heard Esme shouting in a desperate plea for David to be okay, and I saw Alex walk across my field of vision, a look of deep concern on his face. And then the room began to turn dark, like a fog rolling in over a city, creeping in between buildings and across streets. So it was here as it twisted and turned around the furniture, crashing into walls and the ceiling rolling back and filling the space. I managed to twist the head back, the red shape of Sophie filling my line of sight. I pushed back what I could of the pain and began crawling toward her, the black smoke following me as I reached her. A sensation of dread and hopelessness filled me at the sight of her limp body. Her eyes were open but didn't respond to me. A slight twitch to them was what told me she was still alive. A small pool of blood was expanding by her head, exiting from a gash behind her temple. I didn't know what to do. In desperation, I grabbed her hand and slumped down beside her as the pain made the body shake. I twisted onto the back, the last physical movement I managed, as I saw the black mist descend on me, a figure walking with it, like a predator stalking its prey. Chapter 30. The sensation of being weightless felt familiar. Around me there was only light, like I was floating in an empty void, but with the ability to see myself. I raised an arm and saw that I was still in Ben's form, yet somehow feeling disconnected from it one moment, and trapped and struggling the next. A flash of sharp light burned into the eyes, and there was only darkness. Was the brain shutting down? Could it handle no more of me? The same flash came again, making me close the eyes shut to stop the searing pain. When I opened them, I was standing in a tavern of sorts. Not only was this on the other side of the earth, but I could see by the people's clothes that this had happened centuries before Ben Reed had even been born. There were a few benches and tables. Straw was strewn on the floor, soaking up vomit and spilled drink. A few men with long, dark, and braided queues stood huddled to the side. They were avoiding two arguing men who were shouting at each other, claiming the other had stolen and butchered a cow they owned together. One of them shook with anger and grabbed a nearby jug and swung his arm, hitting the other man on the side of the head. As he fell, his attacker followed and delivered a second hit. That was all it took, as everything in the fallen man simply stopped being. I was pulled away at once. Standing over a sickbed now, a small girl with dark blonde hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. A woman sat next to her on the bedside, her once green dress faded and stained. She tried her best to cool her daughter's face and neck with a wet cloth, but nothing was helping the twisting and convulsing child. I could see the black boils on her neck and the redness on her skin due to the fever that was consuming what little energy that still kept her breathing. I knew she was gone long before her mother did. I found myself taken away again then, weightless. There was something right about that, something I had missed without knowing it. This was how I was supposed to move from place to place. I could feel my form smiling, figuratively, of course, but there are so many ways to smile. The sharp light blinded me again, and I groaned with the discomfort, startled by the sight of a man standing right in front of me, shoving a knife toward me. It didn't hit me, it went right through and into a screaming woman behind me. Her scream was cut short as the sharp blade entered her stomach and left her gaping in silent shock. Had the man not twisted the blade, well, she might have made it. But he did. A moan of agony escaping the woman as she stopped looking at him and instead let her eyes glide over the looming buildings of the alley she was in. The last place she would ever see. Dark, dirty, no solace whatsoever. When she fell, her murderer stepped closer and bent down to grab her purse. A searing pain shot through the head, and I felt myself fall to the ground as I clutched at the head. The pain was familiar, and I knew what had struck me was the sensation I had before witnessing someone's end. Now it came with multiplied force. I heard myself scream with pain, unable to see how I could make it stop. I felt a hand rest lightly on the shoulder, and the pain eased, the pressure evaporating like smoke from a pot. I looked up to see a familiar and friendly face smile back at me. It was Sophie, dressed in her magnificent red garments that had a sharper, cleaner color to them here. We were in a field I had never seen before. I stood up, still shaking from the effects of the pain, and saw the green grass, a few large trees in full bloom. Every color was enhanced, sharp green, bright blue. The sun couldn't be looked at, but it warmed the skin like a pleasant caress. Far off, a glittering river floated through the landscape, a forest on the other side. "Where are we?" I asked Sophie. She smiled and opened her mouth to speak as I was ripped away from her. I heard my own protested shouting as an echo that faded away too fast. Everything was happening all at once, and not at the same time at all. The chopper raced down to the ground. I remained inside it. That was where I belonged at that time. The people inside were screaming. Everyone but Winter. Fear was etched on his face as he clutched to anything he could in there, as if that could help against the forces that were pulling them all to the ground. The crash was violent and destructive. Metal bent and screamed around the people as they were shaken, hit, and crushed. I felt them all go. In one moment, there was a vibrant energy that kept duplicating itself. In the next, it was snuffed out. In all of them. And then he came back, clearly in pain and confusion, but he came back. I saw Winter wake up and try to force his way out of the twisted fuselage, screaming in pain as the flames got hold of him and the smoke snuffed out everything this time. He had begun escaping through an opening. The fire died down and he came to again, hurting and struggling, but healing. The same furious anger that had overcome me before took over, and I screamed, a sound that could never escape a human body, a raw, deep, and twisted sound. I drew breath as Ben's body struggled against pain and shock. The floor was cold under me, Sophie's body to my right, still warm. The black fog was everywhere, but somehow I could see the approaching movements of a body, arms raised, intent on hurting me. I saw a beautiful and broken face then, a woman who looked straight at me, her filthy and once colorful dress ripped and crumpled. It revealed deep gashes and bruises on her dark skin, some old, some new. She lay on a thin mattress on a dirt floor, locked inside a dank, small cell. Her body shook with the pain inflicted upon her, but her eyes were still alert despite the gradual loss of consciousness. She looked right at me then, her beautiful eyes showing no fear as she recognized me. "They call me a witch," she said, her voice rasping, "but I know you will come for them too one day, so they are wrong." I nodded at this, though I was not supposed to. She smiled back and welcomed me, leaving the foolish stupidity of those who had done this to her behind. That was for them to live with. The floor under me still felt cold. In fact, it was freezing. The fog was gone, but I could see no further than a foot away from the body. And something was happening to it. I could scarcely lift the head to see. And I felt it more than saw it. energy leaving the prison of flesh that had trapped me. Soft tendrils of a dark shade were leaving the corporeal form. No smoke moved that slowly, and I knew that was not what it was. It was an entity, something living, and I belonged with it. I was it. The human brain is not designed for something like that. I felt myself pulled into the floor, screaming in panic this time, as I opened the eyes and saw that I was yet again in Winter's office. The metallic smell of blood hit me as I saw him lying on the floor. The life-inducing fluid was leaving his body as Okanov stood above him, stabbing him one last time and twisting the knife for good measure. Again, I felt the sensation of this thing in the room, this living thing that lost all force behind it. I felt him go like I had felt all the others go. This time I didn't let the anger take me when he came to again. I expected it, had seen it before. I felt the fury, but didn't let it control me. Fear took over then, as I saw that the black fog had come back again. I could no longer see the energy floating around Ben's body, but I could sense it as I was still tethered to it, hovering above and waiting for the opportunity to do something. And somewhere above me, the threatening figure melted completely with the rolling tendrils of darkness. I stood at the foot of a large bed in a room with no electricity. A warm light emanated from a few candles. Again, I had the sensation of having moved across large bodies of water. The bed took almost the entirety of the room. It was a log cabin, the air a little raw as I could feel the draft from the closed window. But the two people in the bed looked warm under their blankets, with the additional rays from the sun warming them a little through the glass. A man and his wife, old, the both of them, very much so. Their shock-white hair and wrinkled faces spoke of long lives lived. The man went first, peacefully in his sleep, as a young woman came into the room with a tray in her arms. She didn't notice. The next time I saw them, the sun had set outside. There were several people in the room, as they knew the old man was no longer with them. The old woman held onto his hand now and refused to let go, so no one had moved the man's body. I felt her pain then, and her happiness at having known him. Was I supposed to do that? I didn't think so. The old woman joined him shortly after my arrival. There was no violence here, only love and respect. It brought tears to their family's eyes, but also a sense of gratefulness at the way it had happened, as they knew it had to at some point. The agonizing flash blinded me again, and I found myself in a deep forest, large trees all around. A man sat against a thick trunk of a pine, a lifeless shape in his lap, no movements, barely a frozen breath escaping him. A thick cover of snow dominated the forest ground, making it possible to see well as the moon was out. I was close enough to sense the demise of this man, and more curious still when I recognized his face. It was the same blue eyes, sharp, and straight nose. The sandy-colored hair was short, but a little longer than I was used to seeing through the form of Ben. What surprised me the most was the look of relief on his face as he gave in to the cold and let it take him. The woods were quiet for a long time after that as Winter's body began to freeze. I was ripped away again as he opened his eyes, only to see the same exact man walking down a cobbled street. Carriages pulled by horses went past, and flowing gowns on women and the long, elegant coats of men told me I was again not seeing him as I was used to. A village rose around Winter. It was made up of small, whitewashed wooden houses. Again I realized I had traveled far, as this was not Ashdale. It was too old. A man stepped into Winter's way, shouting he would have his revenge while waving a pistol about. He staggered a little, clearly drunk, as spittle sprayed from his mouth while he screamed his discontent. I saw Winter stop and assess the situation, but there was nothing to be done. The man wanted no discussion, no reason. He fired his one shot, and that was all he needed. Winter fell to one knee for a moment before forcing himself up. I followed his staggering steps in my weightless form, yet still in the shape of Ben, as I saw him head into an alley. I understood that action at once now. He was bleeding profusely from a painful stomach wound. He had no chance without the aid of modern medicine. No, he would die, and dying in a public street would not help this particular man. It would cause too many questions when he came back. So he sank down on the ground in a lonely alley, dirty and shaded in the daylight, and waited out the agonizing pain with no solace to be found until he could finally find some relief. And I felt his connection to this place severed. I felt myself doing it. He was no different than anyone else. It was the same end of the life inside him, what was part of all of him, like any other human. This was no fabled monster. This was a man. I doubled over as the screeching sound and dizzying light interfered again. The brain was not handling this anymore. I could feel it collapsing as the entity that had taken it over demanded too much. I found myself before a bed again, a narrow one this time, placed next to a wall. A man was laying in it, awake but weak, dressed in a white shirt and covered by several blankets from his chest down. He was surrounded by loved ones, women, men, and children. They were all there for him, and he managed a true smile despite what was happening to him. He saw me, like the imprisoned woman had, looked straight at me as it was time to go, and gave me a little shrug as if to say, "It could have been worse." A child's scream broke into the peaceful scene, and everything around me shifted again. I found myself in the barley field that would one day become a part of Ashdale. A boy screamed as a dog attacked him. The sound strangled and cut short as canine teeth closed down on the boy's soft throat. I turned, the 8 shadowy figures still there, like they had been standing patiently between the barley sheaves since the last time I saw them. I walked toward them and was not taken away this time. They consisted of a moving and twirling shade, dark and sometimes see-through. The sun had no say in the presence of these entities. It couldn't shine through them. "Who are you?" I said as I stopped in front of one of them. It didn't move, nor did it answer me. I felt no fear at the sight of it, only a familiar sensation. I stepped closer to peer into its face and saw only nondescript features that could resemble a face. Then the features moved and changed into something that resembled me. For the briefest of moments, I saw Ben's face looking back at me, an angular face, slightly narrowed with alert eyes shaded under the brows. Then it changed back to the undistinguished visage, the way it was supposed to be. I took a step back and considered this. I didn't quite agree. Not everything was the way it was supposed to be. If I ever got an explanation for that, I didn't hear it. A bolt of pain pierced the brain and knocked me to the ground. I felt the barley's soft scrape against the skin, and then it faded under me until I was falling. I saw water beneath me and Ben beside me, saw the fear on his face. The determination faded as he lost confidence in what he had done, saw him look straight at me, confusion written all over his young face as he was no longer sure he had done the right thing. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice gentle. And then he crashed into the water, the cold river brutally washing away all that was him, before I took over. I felt it all then, not only the 2-legged humanoids finding their end, everything, every creature, 4, 6, 8 legs, every cell, as connections to this place were severed. It happens to everything. It all fades into obscurity. A face came to me from the darkness, an angry, confused, and frightened face, dirty gray beard, and a white scar from temple to cheekbone, halfway laying against a wall under a window in a nicely furnished and rich house. A unique face and one like any other, man or woman, rich or poor. It doesn't matter in the end. I don't care. I am not the cause, only the outcome. I sever the connection. That is all. "Ben, do you remember now?" Sophie's voice was soft, her fabricated accent gone. I looked at her and smiled. The lush and verdant landscape around us, so harmonious and tranquil. I knew we were not in a peaceful place. Not really. "I remember most of it," I told her. "You need to decide." I nodded and felt her squeeze the hand for comfort. Then I looked down. a small effort since I had little control over the body. I saw the hand in Sophie's lifeless one, her unconscious body next to me. I had made my decision. I was there to do something, to right a wrong. The black fog receded a bit as I heard a female voice shouting for it to be removed. It was impossible for her to see. Somewhere in the back of the exhausted brain, I knew the woman, Esme, was out to kill me. I didn't need to see to feel the energy hovering around me. My energy. If I focused and severed the weak threads keeping it there, I could do what I had longed for since I woke up by the river. But I remembered now why I had taken over Ben's body, what I was there to do. I inhaled deeply and pulled it all back around me and inside. Felt the connections again, nerves and neurons fighting violently against this intrusion. It hurt. More than anything I had felt so far, and yet I lay motionless and silent as the connections were forced upon the flesh, until I was imprisoned again. I opened my eyes when it was done. Not much more than a minute or two could have passed since I fell, paralyzed from David's ability. The figure of Esme came closer, stepping out of the now gray fog as it thinned to allow her to see me. Her arms were raised. As I lay there, I wondered if she had the same gift as David, aware that I would never have the time to get away from her. And then I saw my printer come swinging out of the waning fog held by Peter as he rammed the thing into Esme's head. She gave a shocked grunt as she fell sideways and crashed to the floor. The printer flew through the air as Peter lost his grip on it and landed on her back, knocking her out completely. "Oh no, oh no, oh crap," he shouted at the sight. I got to my feet, a little slow and dizzy from the strain of it all. Then I heard the steps of someone bolting for the door. I didn't have the strength to follow. If Alex decided to run, that was fine by me. I could deal with him later. The fog dissipated quickly as he was not there to maintain it. "Oh my God, I killed her," Peter said and stared at Esme in horror. "I killed her, Ben. What am I going to do?" I looked down at her and then closed my eyes as a familiar feeling made itself known. The sensation of pressure spread fast from the nape of the neck as usual as I felt a presence in the room. I looked at the 3 bodies on my living room floor before my eyes rested on David. He was pale and not breathing. Even from a few feet away, it was clear there was no movement. There was a pool of blood around him, as Esme must have hit an artery when she shot him. "No," I told Peter, "he's the one who's dead." I knew my voice sounded different. Could hear it myself now. Knew it didn't come from my physical form. I also knew from what they had told me that my eyes changed. But despite all that, Peter didn't look scared anymore. He simply nodded and took my word for it, grateful that someone would know. Chapter 31. Peter looked at David and saw that Ben was right. There was so much blood. It had kept expanding from the wound in his thigh until there was nothing left to exit the body. Why did that make him feel relieved? Esme lay hurt on the floor, but she was not dead. He was so relieved, and yet his heart would not stop thundering in his chest. He could even feel his pulse in his ears. It melted together in a deafening roar. What the hell had happened? Guns? Shadow fogs and whatever it was David had done to Ben? They wanted to kill me, Peter thought as he stared at Esme, seeing a wound on the side of her head. There had been no hesitation in her eyes. Nothing. Peter had been worth nothing to her, had been someone to be snuffed out like a bug. How did someone end up like that? "Peter?" Ben's voice seemed to come from far away, trying to push through something. "Peter?" Ben repeated and grabbed his shoulder and forced him to turn around and look at him. "This is not the time to panic. Do you hear me?" Peter nodded, feeling numb and confused, relieved and in shock. How could so many things be going on inside a head at the same time? At least Ben's eyes were a normal blue now. Maybe that meant there would be no more deaths? Peter could feel his own mouth begin to twist into a grim grin as the hilarity of it all struck him. How the hell was he and Ben mixed up in something like this? This didn't happen in real life. Your friends didn't have special talents that went against the laws of nature. But here they were. Peter, Sophie needs our help, Ben pressed on. Those words were all it took for Peter to snap out of it. He blinked hard and looked over at Sophie's unconscious body on the floor. His heart still raced in his chest, but his focus returned. He had acted on survival instinct earlier, but now his compassion returned in record speed. "Oh my God, what do we do?" "Call for help," Ben instructed him. "They'll know, won't they?" He grabbed a blanket from the couch and walked over to Sophie. There was blood around her head, but not nearly the same amount that had come out of David. Peter got his phone out and then hesitated. This was due to the Yorov group, wasn't it? People hunting and taking those with special talents? Like Ben, none of them liked the police. That much was clear. "Should we—" Peter began, his voice dry. "What?" Ben was pushing the blanket under Sophie's head with gentle movements. Her face was so pale, eyes closed now. Peter had thought her so weird, and now it ached him to see her like that. "Should we call Winter? He can fix this, can't he?" Peter had his text log up, saw the number that he had used to contact him earlier. Winter could help, couldn't he? He knew exactly who had broken in and attacked them. "No." Ben's voice was decisive as he looked back at Peter. "We will owe him nothing. Call for an ambulance. I'll call Olivia." Peter found himself doing exactly that. Relayed information about how to help Sophie until the paramedics came bustling up the stairs a few minutes later. Noticed Ben's certainty in his own decision. Something had changed. Yesterday, he would have leaped at the chance at getting Winter to help them, as it would have provided a chance to talk to him, ask about his memory loss. And now he didn't worry about it. In fact, Ben seemed more in control than ever since the accident, as he did what he could for Sophie, called Olivia, and generally held it together. It was like there was a new fire to him. Peter had only ever seen Ben like that when a new idea for a book came to him. He would begin those new ventures with such eagerness then. Although it wasn't really eagerness he was seeing now, it was more like a hard determination. Sophie and Esme were taken to the hospital, and at some point, Peter and Ben were moved over to Sophie's apartment. After that, Peter sank down into a soft chair as police officers flooded the place. The night went by in a haze. Olivia came quickly after Ben's call, one of the first to arrive. Hours went by. The sun rose outside, promising a nice day for those who cared. Peter noticed Ben and Olivia talking together in low voices as the other officials went through Ben's living room. Eventually, David was also taken away. Peter watched from the doorway as David was carried between two men on a stretcher, covered in a dark bag. Without a word, he went back to the chair and stared at a painting of a wood nymph that hung on Sophie's dark wall. The nymph looked lost between the trees, staring back as if trying to remember something. Peter glanced over at Ben again, still in deep conversation with Olivia. He didn't have that bewildered look anymore. It was not like he had his memory back, but he looked like the confusion had left him, like he had accepted it. Peter sighed and looked at the nymph again. Time to accept it. You either ran around the world with that look on your face, or you accepted not understanding it all and got on with it. Ben didn't even seem keen on getting Winter's help anyway. There had been a dead body and 2 injured people in his apartment a couple of hours ago. Maybe this was how far it should go. Leave it and deal with whatever came next. Peter knew it was odd that he felt guilty for hurting the person who had tried to kill him earlier, but the sense of relief at letting go helped. He couldn't control any of this anyway. He startled as Mishka jumped onto his lap. The cat seemed to glare at him before settling and purring. "I'm sorry about your mistress," Peter said, as he scratched the cat behind the ears. It made Mishka halfway close his eyes as the purring continued. "I'll tell you that later," Peter heard Ben tell Olivia as they came closer. "His collar was under one of my chairs," Ben said a little louder as they sat down on the couch opposite Peter. All around them were candles that seemed to rise out of tallow that had dripped and covered the candlesticks. Somehow, it seemed cold in the room since they weren't lit. A room as warm and dark as Sophie's red and purple living room needed that kind of warm light. Peter only nodded at Ben's information. Mishka must have lost it when one of the intruders sent him packing. Are you all right? Olivia asked as she looked around. None of her colleagues were close enough to hear them. This is the second time you've been involved with these guys tonight. That takes its toll. No, I'm fine, Peter said, and meant it. Yes, he was numb, but he was also not bothered with any guilt from interfering. These thugs hadn't been in the right. At least both Evie and Ben were safe from them for now. Peter himself was happy to be alive. Okay then, Olivia said, with a tone that made it clear she was not entirely sure she believed him. So your story checks out as far as the evidence goes. We have these guys on the surveillance tape across the street when they arrived 34 minutes before the two of you. Sophie arrived 4 minutes before you. Since neither of you touched the gun, we can verify that as well. The guys have taken tests, and they want to check you as well before they finish. After that, we're done. Obviously, I can't report the whole you're off part, but we have them for breaking in. It looks like they wanted to rob you. Breaking in. That woman, Esme, killed that guy, David. She tried killing the both of us. Peter indicated himself and Ben with a hand. Olivia nodded. You won't see her again. The paramedics said she's likely badly concussed. She might be in the hospital now, but she won't be going home when she's discharged. Peter nodded at this. He would not soon forget the sight of Esme's cold eyes as she pointed her gun at him. Mishka stirred and jumped off Peter's lap before sauntering out the open front door. Can you look after the cat? Olivia asked Ben, who looked surprised at the thought. Yeah, he can, Peter answered for him and made a tiny smirk appear on Olivia's face. Good, she said. The problem settled. Do you need a ride home? She added to Peter, who declined. He didn't want to go home. He didn't want to stay where he was either. Instead, he tuned out the other two as he got his phone out and texted the one person he wanted to be with after such a night. It was almost 6 in the morning, but he knew George was working the late shift at Winter Fortress today. If he was lucky, she might hear her phone. He turned out to be exactly that. His phone buzzed as her reply came back. I'm up. Are you okay? Sort of. I'll explain later. Do you want some company? Always when it's you. Come over. Peter smiled and didn't care that the other two gave him puzzled looks. There were times in life when change was a good thing. Chapter 32. I was running a little late, but noticed that Evie was as well as she reached the table where Peter and George sat enjoying their drinks. It was already dark, but the heating lamps outside the bar made it possible to stay there. They were not alone, as 15 or 20 more people occupied the tables around them. Evie seemed to have come out of nowhere as she went straight to Peter and hugged him like an old friend as he got up. She then shook hands with George, and the three of them looked happy, all smiles and laughter as they greeted each other. I hadn't seen Evie like that before, and realized that Peter hadn't cracked many smiles the last couple of weeks either. It made me content to see this, but I also felt like the outsider I was. I remembered who I was now, and I had been right all along. I was not human, but I was in a human body, still trapped to my everlasting disappointment, and being human meant doing something right for others. So, I kept walking. I had something important to do tonight. As I reached the table, the smiles extended my way, and it furthered my contentment that I was welcome. Evie, true to breaking with previous characteristics, met me with an embrace as well. She seemed so different now that Winter's protection had been extended to her. Her eyes were not darting to the side all the time, checking for followers who meant her harm. She was dressed in a white tunic, with non-contrasting white embroidery at the neckline and on the sleeves. It reached her mid-thigh over light blue jeans. Her long hair hung loosely over her shoulders, and I noticed as she touched her cheek against mine that it had a most pleasant floral aroma. She smiled up at me as she stepped back, and she looked like she should, not the suspicious and flight-ready woman I had seen before. Then I noticed the cast on her left hand. How's the hand? I asked, and nodded toward it. So much better now, she said, and raised it. I guess Winter has some in-house doctors, Peter commented. Yes, and considering a certain concussed woman ended up in the hospital a couple of nights ago, I'm glad I didn't have to go there. Peter smiled a weak smile, but at least he managed one. The smile on Evie's face became rather stiff at this. If she knew about the attack in my apartment, then there was only one place she could have gotten that information. I knew better than to pry, though. She had been on to me early on, knew that I was not after Winter's protection like she was. I had been after information, and now I didn't need it anymore. No, now I was after something else, something I was certain she would not agree with. So I left the others to talk. Evie thanked us for our help, not mentioning particulars, as George had no idea what had really happened. As far as I knew, Peter had only told her the story Olivia had kept to. George would have a hard time believing all of it anyway. Peter had. It had taken a lot for him to realize his old friend was not the same anymore. "Ben, are you with us?" His voice broke through my thoughts, and I noticed all three of them staring at me. "What? How is Sophie?" This seemed to be a repetition of something already uttered. "Oh, not good. She is still in a coma." I had been to see her, and though she was not bleeding from the wound in her head anymore, there had been a lot of damage. The bullet had lodged in her cranium and caused a devastating impact on her brain. According to the doctors, there was nothing to do but wait and see if she would wake up. I had found that this saddened me. I hadn't lost anyone I knew before. Not that I had been alive long. But still, that didn't lessen the blow. Somehow, despite knowing so well that these things happened all the time everywhere, that didn't sit right with me. Which is why I was even there, at the bar in Charton, meeting friends, I guess. Peter and George excused themselves after a few more minutes of small talk. They had a reservation at a restaurant a block away and seemed eager to be in each other's company, no matter where. "You're sure you don't want to join us?" Evie asked. Peter had, after all, been at Curie Square, too. "No," Peter said, and smiled at George, whose golden locks framed a loving smile in return. "You don't need me for that. I'm just glad something will be done." I could see the hint of confusion in George's eyes at this, but she would soon forget the way those two eyed each other. Peter had taken the clarification about Evie surprisingly well the day after the break-in to my place. Now he was looking forward instead of the other way. "Okay, then," Evie said to me as we watched the other two leave. "I guess it's just you and me." "Technically, only one of us is needed," I pointed out. Evie smiled and took hold of my hand. I don't know if it was to reassure me or herself. "You ready for this?" Chapter 33. The car ride was quiet and comfortable. I watched streetlights fly by in the darkness that they staved off as Evie drove us out of the city in a large, dark sedan, no doubt provided by her new helper. I decided not to care at the moment. I would deal with him later. So I turned my thoughts to nothing in particular and watched her drive the vehicle with little difficulty despite her broken hand. I realized, as I was now trapped again, that I needed to begin to learn these skills. Still, I'd had the possibility to leave the body and go back to my true existence. Surely I could achieve that again? I didn't appreciate the nagging doubt in the back of my mind, and turned away from those thoughts as we headed out of Northwater. We continued northeast toward the Ashdale Correctional Facility that was situated in a more rural part beyond the outskirts of the city. The warden, a Mr. Formosa, met us in the parking lot, an unusual thing in itself, but then again, there was nothing usual about our errand. Mr. Formosa was a middle-aged man with a few extra pounds around his waist, a thick set of salt and pepper hair, and a tired, angular face behind a thin beard that looked to be there more by neglect than choice. Calling his face tired was also an understatement, as the man looked drawn and troubled. Despite giving several signs of being more or less healthy, he didn't shake any of our hands in greeting. "Miss Moon," he said, voice flat as he saw her, and then gave a quick nod in my direction. He knew we were coming. "Are you coping, Mr. Formosa?" Evie asked him. They had met before, the day after the attack in my apartment. Evie had called me that day to thank me for my help, as she had been given medical care, and could think clearer, as she had put it herself. I'd been washing the blood from the floor and watching the news at the same time, seeing that the grenade man had made a guilty plea. There would be no trial for him, only imprisonment, which was fine. Only that meant little closure for those affected. His reasoning had come out through the press, and it did little but anger people at the lack of guilt in the man. Nothing more than righteous condescension. "Let's just get this over with," Mr. Formosa said in answer to her concern, and told us to come along. I was technically the one that had done this to him. I was more in tune with the body now, and with that came emotions I was not used to, anger and resentment among them. It angered me that Gil Barber had done such a heinous and unnecessary thing to other people that had meant him no harm. I resented his self-indulging reasons, so I had asked Evie for her help. Again, her newfound connection was what had facilitated anything happening, and again, I ignored that part. We were led into the prison and escorted through hallways and security checkpoints at various stages, all the time escorted by a couple of prison guards and the warden. Mr. Formosa bore the effects of Evie's ability. He had gone to meet with Winter that same day and ended up meeting Evie as well. They had checked to see he hadn't committed too many horrendous things in his life. It didn't take much to have a reaction from what I understood. Hurtful comments, cheating, stealing, bullying, and on and on. I knew what had happened to the man who threatened us outside the bomb shelter. He hadn't even waited for the effects to set in fully before stopping it himself. Now, 2 days later, Mr. Formosa looked like a guilt-ridden man. According to Evie, if you survived, you would heal, but you would never forget what you learned and understood afterward. I saw Formosa's hunched shoulders as he finally stopped by a door with an armed guard posted outside it. Evie had needed to convince the warden in order to gain access to this prisoner. It was the only way to make him understand. It was the only way he would let us in. The door opened to reveal a barren room. Gray walls surrounded a table. A man was seated beside it and chained to it. Gil Barber looked at Evie and me with mild interest and an amused smile as we entered. "Knock on the door if you need anything," Mr. Formosa said as he closed the door behind us. I noticed the confused faces of the guards, but didn't care much. Instead, I sat down in one of the chairs on the opposite side of the table from Barber. "So, what branch of the government are you from?" he asked as I did this. It was clear he liked visitors. It made him feel important. His eyes followed Evie a moment, as she remained standing and gave a snort to his question, but returned to me. Somehow, he looked like a small man behind the table, dressed in a gray jumpsuit that was too big for him. I knew he was of average height, had seen so many photos of him on the TV the past few days. He looked so ordinary with his oval face, eyes spaced evenly apart on each side of a short nose, thinning hair, as was normal for a man his age. Nothing out of the ordinary with this one. No widow's peak and pitch black hair, no pointed beard and diabolical grin. Nothing remotely villainous at all. Nothing that could be seen with the naked eye. But it was there. I had seen it in a different place on a nice sunny day. People had minded their own business and enjoyed each other's company when that part of him had struck. "We're as civilian as they come," I told him. This seemed to surprise him a little. "Then why are you here?" He had a little smile on his lips, but his next question revealed it was for show. "How did you get in here?" "She's got all kinds of tricks up her sleeves," I said, and indicated Evie. You were there for my display, weren't you?" "Display?" Evie blurted, her outrage not concealed in the least. "Here for revenge?" "Not my thing," I said. The hint of unease grew a bit stronger in the man then. He was a coward, I realized. Grenades are not personal, are they? His targets were not anyone who could put up a fight. Only ordinary people going about their peaceful lives. Barber had been far away when his weapons executed his plans. But yes, I continued, we were both there. Suffice it to say, it didn't sit well with us. "Was it not impressive?" he asked. He looked like a child, in his misplaced glee, gripping the end of the table as he leaned forward a bit, the chains on him rattling, reminding him where he was. He had thought himself too smart to get caught. He glanced at the cuffs and quieted. "Not impressive enough," I taunted and smiled at him. "Why are you here? You survived, didn't you? What business do you have with me?" "You've avoided too much punishment," Evie said as she stepped closer. Barbara's eyes glanced at the closed door a moment, and I could suddenly smell the sour scent of fear over the disinfectant chemicals used to clean the room. He was visibly sweating, had thought himself safe here because he was protected against the general population. Too many in there knew someone who had been affected. He hadn't counted on strangers being let in to see him. "You won't have time to kill me," he claimed as he made his assumptions. "The guards will come in here if you try anything." "Kill you?" Evie repeated. "Why would we want to do that?" "What?" "We want you to live a long life, Mr. Barber," I chimed in. "Hopefully you'll live for decades more." His confusion was evident. "I don't think you understand why I don't care," I said as I broke him off. His justification was not interesting. "I truly don't care," I emphasized as Evie walked around the table. Barber paid her little heed, not afraid of a woman, perhaps. That would be his mistake. She was, in this particular case, the most dangerous person there was. "Death will happen to you, as with everyone," I continued, "and it is so patient. Until then, don't you think it's right that you should have some true knowledge, of hell on earth?" "I don't," Barber began, as the conversation had taken a 90-degree turn while he tried continuing straight ahead. And then the tips of Evie's index and middle fingers connected with the man's temple as she focused on using her ability on him. I saw his brows crease in confusion at the sensation. It was supposed to feel like a tingling pressure, not the stinging electric jolt I had been dealt by her. She had told me it worked somewhat the same as pain. It didn't matter where she touched someone as it traveled to the nerves like pain did, but the closer to the brain, the quicker it would take effect. Barber didn't know yet what had happened to him, and it would likely take him longer to connect the dots than it would for him to feel the effects. To feel the screams, the pain, the fear, the pointless injustice of it all. He would understand it, and he would live with it. "What did you just do?" He startled and tried moving away from Evie, but his chains kept him in the chair. It didn't matter. She was done. She smiled with relief and walked around the table to me. "What did you do?" Barbara repeated. "We don't need to stay here any longer," she said to me, and I nodded as she went and knocked on the door. I stood up and then leaned forward toward Barber and smiled. "You and I will meet again one day. Don't disappoint me. It will be a long time from now." The man's whole body froze, and I could see my own face reflected in his wide-open eyes. Such a human face, with the cold white eyes of the true me. I blinked, straightened up, and smiled at the petrified and confused man. Soon he would have other worries than what he may or may not have seen in that room. Soon the burden bestowed upon him by Evie would threaten to drown him. I followed Evie out the door and noticed the silent question the warden sent her as their eyes met. She only nodded in silence and kept walking. I, on the other hand, stopped next to Formosa and met his sleep-deprived, reddened eyes. "You should put him on watch so he can't hurt himself," I told him, with a whisper so the guards wouldn't hear. "What did you do?" Barber screamed from the other room. This time Formosa was the one who nodded before I followed Evie out into the cold night. A cloud-free night sky with stars and a slim waning moon greeted us and promised a sunny day to come. Epilogue. The security guard was busy chatting with the woman working behind the counter, but despite his distracted mind, I could see his eyes sweeping over the restaurant now and then. He didn't see me. I could see his gaze passing me, but nothing registered as he returned his attention to the woman who seemed a little tired of the chat. I forced back a satisfied smile so as not to lose my focus, and continued walking through the restaurant, close to the wall and out of anyone's way. The lunch hour was nearly over, but there were still a few people in there as half the tables were occupied. The mingled smells of food were oddly pleasant even though I couldn't separate them from each other. There were clinks of glasses as deals were toasted, or coffee cups simply put down on their saucers. The low chatter was a comfortable noise that faded into the background. The restaurant, Bellerophon, was situated in Charton and sported a business clientele, especially during the day. I had been here a few times by now to orient myself, and the suits were more than common, almost expected in there. Not that anyone noticed my jeans, shirt, and casual jacket. No, I moved unnoticed, my little trick ever so practical as I headed for the shaded terrace, cloaked by the dark obscurity that protected me from unwanted attention. Outside, I lost track of the sun as a large red awning covered the terrace. Around the railing grew flowers that prevented people on the street from looking in, as the terrace was placed half a floor above street level. I quickly saw the table I was after and made a beeline for it. A couple sat at a table nearer the entrance, but no one out there paid me any heed. Not even Winter, who I knew could spot me if he tried. But he didn't. He sat at a table, close to the railing, as he wrote in a leather-bound notebook, while listening to something on his phone via a pair of earbuds. He had a large coffee cup by his side with a latte or such in it. I knew by now that he often had lunch meetings here, and that he preferred spending half an hour or so afterward on his own, working with whatever occupied him. I didn't really care. What concerned me was the fact that it was easier to get close to him here, especially now that I could control my little trick so as to walk around mostly unnoticed. So I did. "Hello," I said, casually, and smiled as I sat down in the chair opposite him and simultaneously let go of the obscurity around me. Winter, who had just bitten into a tiny square of a brownie, was so startled he swallowed wrong and began coughing as he dropped the little cake on the floor. Not once, as his body crouched due to the coughing fit, did he take his surprised eyes off me. I took this with ease, knowing his security would not come out as he had seen no one suspicious, me, go through to the terrace. I bent forward and pushed the coffee cup toward Winter, all the while smiling. It was the only thing to drink left on the table. "You should drink," I said, as he managed a sort of questioning look amidst his battling breathing and eating tubes. Such silly things to have near each other. "If you choke to death, this will take so much more time," I continued, and leaned back in the chair. "Your security is busy, but if I have to wait for you to come back again, he might show up before I'm done." Winter yanked the earbuds free and then grabbed the coffee cup before he drank, soothing his aching throat. I had no doubt he had heard everything I said. I waited patiently as this particular swill of coffee did the trick. It smelled good, but it was not to my taste. "Better?" I asked, as he put the half-empty cup down. "Screw you," he croaked while clearing his throat. "What the hell are you doing here? In this restaurant? Or in general? Because I think you know the answer to the latter." He quieted at that and stared blankly at me. Whatever he was thinking was to remain hidden, not that it mattered to me. "What do you want?" he finally asked, like any other person who asked questions they wanted different answers to. "You know who I am." It came out as a statement, and I saw him give a short and strained nod. He looked alert, paid attention to everything I said and did. "I knew you did the moment you first saw me, when Sophia tried to kill Olivia and me." A flicker of something trickled across his eyes at this. "The funny thing is, I had no idea. Couldn't remember. Did you know that?" Winter swallowed as he nodded. He was holding on to the armrests of his chair now, and he looked like he would bolt at any moment. And yet, he remained where he was. He was afraid, alert, and uncertain about all this. Yes, but petrified? No. Maybe he had seen too much over the years. There had been so many of them. "You and Mr. Klein, Peter, you both tried contacting me. I thought you were lying." "No, that wasn't a lie. I needed your help. See, Param, he recognized me but couldn't remember from where. I understand now, though. I must have severed his connection a few times, and he remembers dying, doesn't he?" "Stay away from him," Winter said, voice level. "I have no interest in him," I assured Winter. "He may be a fluke in the way of things, as he puts it, but he does what he's supposed to, unlike you." "Go to hell." "I don't know about any of that," I said earnestly, "but I know that you are an aberration. When the detachment happens, you do not come back." I leaned forward without thinking at this, felt the furious wrath that had overcome me as I experienced the visions of his most recent deaths. It was not right. It went against everything that was me, my purpose. "And what is this?" he asked, finally managing to do something other than simply react. "Is not you taking over a poor bastard's body wrong?" "Ben Reed did what you refused to. He went when his time came." "You did that?" He indicated what had once been old Ben's body with a hand gesture. "Just to get me?" "I did this to stop the seemingly never-ending cycle of a man who refuses to keep to the rules and stay dead." I remembered the curiosity I had felt at the sight of old Ben before his death. It had awakened something in me, but I kept silent about that. Winter's eyes betrayed him as he looked around. "Your security guard suffers from a case of unrequited affection that he's too blind to notice," I told him. "So you're here to kill me?" I scoffed and smiled. "You're the second person to ask me that in a week." Whatever deal Winter had helped facilitate with the prison didn't make up for this. It would never be enough. I had accepted the help through others, because the damn human instincts demanded I do something. But that was not a mitigating factor now. "Well," he prompted, "I am perfectly reasonable, so I have come here today to tell you to make this right on your own." "Make it right?" "Exactly. Make it right, or you'll force my hand." "That sounds like a threat, Mr. Reed." He said the name with a sneer that indicated the name in itself was an insult. Whether to me, him, or old Ben, I had no idea. "Of course it is," I agreed. "Threat, promise, obligation, duty, all of it." I stood then. "There's nothing more to say," I told him. "You know what my purpose is." I didn't stay to see if he had anything to add to that. I didn't care. Refused the treacherous human thoughts that swirled in my mind, interfering with my true purpose. Thoughts that protested, as this was not how people manage life and others around them. Instead, I pushed such things away and pulled the concealing obscurity around me, shielding myself from any doubt within me, as well as onlookers as I left the terrace, not caring that Winter could still see me. This has been Grave Intent. Book 2 in the Ashdale Reaper series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2018 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production, copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.